Hey everyone, what's going on? Welcome to the channel and thank you so much for taking your own time out to join me on this Tuesday, kind of early evening, at least here in the UK. Yeah, thank you for tuning in. If it's your first live stream or you're coming back once again, really appreciate it. And you might be wondering, Mike, why you're live on a Z Talks on a Tuesday. Basically, just to explain to you guys is like at my work, at my personal life, at my full-time job. My schedules are a little bit all over the place, so there will be some times where I'm working on Thursday, kind of 4 to 5 weeks in a row, so I can't do Z Talks on that day. And then kind of this week, I've actually got a meal I'm going to go to for a friend's birthday, so I wasn't available on the Thursday, so I thought, heck, let's do a poll the other day. Everyone voted for kind of like a random day, so yeah, here we are. So I've got definitely some guests joining me for between 6 and 8 o'clock, and then from 8 till 10 o'clock, and the stream will wrap up at 10 p.m., which you can see across like the little bar going along down here. And yeah, if you're watching live right now, feel free to put your comments in the chat section over here. We will get to your comments and hopefully answer them all by the time the stream is up. But yeah, definitely got some guests to join me right now, so let's get them on. First one is Matt from Vengeance. Hey, dude.
Hey, man. How's it going, dude?
Good, yeah. Great to have you back as always, my friend.
Oh, dude, it's such an honor to be here, dude. I'm always so happy and pumped when you ask me to come on a Z Talk. So I'm like, dude, I'm there, man. But this is an early stream tonight, so I'm gonna be on my best behavior. So it's gonna be a fun one. So...
Yeah, no X-rated Z Talk at 6 o'clock in the evening.
Yeah, I know, right?
I know. So yeah, thanks for joining me, man. And then we've got a couple of other guests. We've got Jackson. Hey, man.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, good. How are you?
Doing great, yeah. Coming back from a vacation, was there for about 10 days and kind of getting back to regular life. So
nice. Yeah, so we were talking earlier a little bit before the stream, and you look like you've caught the sun a little bit. I don't know, maybe on your cheeks
probably have.
Like.
Yeah. He's got that vacation glow about him. He's got that glow. He's like a bit on vacation.
No, yeah, it was great. It was great to be down there. Yep.
No, well, awesome, man. Well, thanks for joining once again, and we will hear from our guests shortly. We've also got Harry from Halum. Hey, dude.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hey, good. Yeah, you doing good?
Yeah, man. Got the day off, ready to talk about some movies. Doesn't get much better than that. So thanks, Mike.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And if you guys watching right now want Harry to give us a mini review on a movie he's got in the back of him right there in his background, let us know. We'll get him to pick out a movie.
Sounds good.
And then we've also got Sin from Sin's Corner. Hey, Sin.
Hello.
Hey, great to have you back on the stream again. Thank you
nice
for joining.
Nice to be here. Thank you so much for asking me.
Hey, you're welcome. You're welcome. So yeah, so if you guys are interested in any of my guests' channel links, they are down below in the description box. The links to YouTube and Matt's Instagram, as well as Vengeance Media. You can check that out as well. So yeah, before we kind of kick things off, we'll start with Sin. If you want to just, for anyone who's kind of new to yourself, if you want to just introduce yourself and your channel.
Yeah, sure. I'm Sin. I do reactions and some interviews. I talk about movies. My favorite thing is to do movie reviews. And I have some live streams. About once a month, we do a series where we break down, or we talk about years from different years. Listen to me. We talk about movies from different years in specific decades. And right now we're on the teens. We started at the 80s and we're all the way up to last night we did 2012. So next one will be late April. That'll be for 2013.
Wow. Okay. And is that kind of like a top 10 of each year, or
not necessarily? But what we typically do is we start off by talking about the top 10 for that year as far as worldwide or American gross, and then we start just kind of mentioning different ones that we feel are worth talking about, and then we wrap that up by giving our top 3 or 5 or however many are our top ones, and then if we have time, we start talking about TV shows that started in that particular year. So, yeah, it's fun.
Awesome. Well, you can check out Sin's channel down below in the description box. I recently did reviews for Boston Strangler as well.
Yeah, Boston Strangler. And John Wick 4.
Yeah.
That one got me some dislikes because I didn't join the crowd on that one, unfortunately. Yeah, I know. I'm in the minority on it. I know. It's okay.
I would chat with Josh. I think he also was kind of feeling similar.
Yeah, I watched it. He's Through the Lens, right?
Yeah, Through the Lens.
Okay,
yep.
All right. So sometimes I haven't been able to fully match the names with the channels.
Oh, Yeah.
Yeah.
I watched his. I agree with a lot of what he said. I didn't really care too much. The length didn't bother me. There was just a lot of other stuff that just I couldn't continue to suspend my disbelief, and it started to aggravate me. So unfortunate, but
Well, I get you. Well, everyone's got their own take.
yeah, sure.
And I know Jason, the old millennial, who's like a massive John Wick fan, he was like really hyped going into the movie.
Yeah.
And he quite disliked it. And I was like, wow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Did he like the third movie?
Yeah. And Jason, believe it or not, Jason's a guy who was like, I would watch 20 John Wick movies. And he watched the fourth one. He's like, he didn't really like it. I was surprised.
Why? Like, why? That does surprise me, because I figure if you see, I really like the first movie. I like the second movie, okay, but by the third movie, I was like, I'm over this. This is just beyond ridiculous at this point. And then the same thing was happening with the fourth movie. But I figured if someone loved the third movie, they would definitely love the fourth. So that surprises me. What did he say? Like, what were his issues?
I think I think there was like quite a couple of issues, like a couple that you mentioned in your review, a couple that like Josh mentioned as well.
Okay.
But I think it's been a bit of a hot take, because I know like you, Josh, and Jason weren't huge on it. I really enjoyed it, but not as much as say like Matt did. I know Matt was like, I would go every day to see that movie.
But by the way,
Keanu Reeves with fucking nunchucks, dude.
I haven't seen it yet. I'm seeing it tomorrow, so no spoilers, please.
Oh yes, okay. No, I was going to try to avoid. Yeah, but thanks for the reminder.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, you're welcome. And I know Harry, you really loved it as well, I believe.
Oh yeah. Oh dude, I was about to go see it the next day. I mean, I was so excited about that. Yeah, I gave it an A+. I don't know, but I get it. I mean, Jason made some pretty good points, I thought. Sin, I have to check out your video too.
I was ranty. I was pretty ranty in my review. I'm sorry.
But I'm curious to hear, because I mean, sometimes you go in really hype, and then you think about it a couple months later, and you're like, oh, maybe it wasn't as good as I thought. That might be one of those things. I don't know.
Well, it's one of those things. So I mean, if you are interested as well, you can see Sin's review for John Wick. Matt, did you do a reel on Instagram? Is that?
I did a reel on TikTok, and then I transferred it over to Instagram. Yeah.
But and then Harry did a review, and I'm sure Jackson will probably drop a review once.
Oh yeah. That's the next review in the works. I actually saw a different movie last night, but the John Wick one will probably be out first. So.
What'd you watch last night?
I saw Inside with Willem Dafoe.
Oh yeah, I was hearing some.
It's definitely not for everybody. I actually rather enjoyed it, but it's like, if it's marketed as like a standard thriller, like don't expect that.
Right.
That's more of a character piece.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That's the kind of vibe I got from it, because especially like the plot was like just him trapped in the side. You know, obviously the whole point of the title. So I was like, well, what can you really do besides focus on him and maybe breaking down, and going crazy? I don't know.
Yeah, for sure. It's very like it's plot wise, it's pretty similar to The Lighthouse, and like his performance is kind of like, it's not like the sailor version of that, but it's like you do kind of get to watch him go a little bit crazy. I enjoyed kind of like his like subjective experience as that character, but I can totally understand why somebody wouldn't like that movie. So
get you. Well, Matt, do you know if we're getting Inside in the UK cinemas?
I haven't seen any promo for it in any UK cinemas, so I reckon we just get it VOD, and I'll check it out then. But we haven't had any promo. Certainly I haven't in my area. I can't speak for everyone else, but I certainly haven't seen anything. No.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah. Hey, Elliot.
It's not here either.
Hi guys, sorry I'm late. I forgot the clocks went back. I thought I still had an hour, and then suddenly
us Americans were being made fun of last week, so
that's it.
Catching up.
Hey, you're welcome. Well, how are you, Elliot? Anyway,
we're good. We're pretty tired, but we're here. We made it. Only a few minutes late. Yeah, we're pretty good. It's been a pretty wild weekend in London for me. So back to normality. Yeah.
Well, Elliot. So I already know this, and if anyone follows Elliot on Instagram, you'll know as well. But tell everyone about the Quentin Tarantino thing you went to.
Yes, so at the London Palladium, Edgar Wright, the director of Hot Fuzz, Shaun of the Dead, the Cornetto trilogy and such, he was in person interviewing Quentin Tarantino on what would be his 60th birthday. And to be honest, it was supposed to be about one of his books that he's recently released, but it actually ended up being a bit more informal. And it really was like being at a live podcast, just watching these two genius directors shoot the shit about movies. And what do you think about this one? And oh yeah, I really like The Wild Bunch and everything else. And this amazing scene in this movie. And he read some of the chapters. There was a few questions asked. And at the end, we all sang "Happy Birthday" to Quentin Tarantino. and Jamie
Wow,
That's so cool.
That's really cool.
Jamie Foxx made a special appearance as well, so that was pretty awesome. It's been a pretty wild weekend for me. Yeah.
wow.
Yeah, that was such a cool experience. I heard, and especially like Jamie Foxx making a surprise appearance. That's awesome.
The people in front of us stupidly left. I think they were finding it a bit boring because we were watching them and they were talking a lot. They were checking their phone, and we didn't really get why, because we were having a great time. But we had an interval, and then they never came back. And while we were walking home, we were like, I hope they see what they missed, because they really did miss out.
Why do you leave when Tarantino's on the like? Why?
Yeah.
What's that about? Like, I would love to hear that podcast as well. That'd have been awesome.
Yeah. Did they talk about De Palma at all? Because I know they're huge, like massive De Palma fans. Yeah.
They do, absolutely. They really did. They talked about him at quite some length. They talked about, there was a few movies they mentioned that I've actually added to my watch list because I haven't seen it. Is there a film called Sisters that Brian did? They talked about that one quite a lot. And they also talked about the movie brat generation, the Scorsese's, De Palma, and so on. Honestly, the whole thing, not to brag, I found it amazing. I was in my element. I loved every second of it.
That sounds great. Yeah.
Did they bring up his foot fetish?
No, funny enough. We thought it might, but no.
That's surprising.
Oh man, I was gonna say, I bet I was on like the signs before you go in. No feet question allowed.
Yeah, yeah. To enter, you must wear no shoes or socks.
Oh, that'll be one smelly venue.
Did he talk about being a sociopath, sexual predator, and from dusk till dawn at all?
They talked about Robert Rodriguez, but not about the movies so much.
Okay.
Okay.
That's like the pinnacle of the foot fetish role right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Well, yeah, Elliot. Well, welcome to the channel, man. Thanks for joining. So yeah, we've had Sin introduce her channel. Harry, do you want to introduce your channel?
Sure. So my name's Harry. Channel's Halum. I do movie reviews. Trying to be more consistent, so trying to at least do them weekly. I'd like to do Blu-ray hunts as well. A lot of local places. I recently moved, so I have a lot more areas I can do. So I plan on doing a lot more Blu-ray hunting. I'm trying to be more selective though. But I got a few videos in the works, a few video essays on some different movie topics. Yeah, and I think that's pretty much it.
Oh, awesome, man. Yeah, always enjoy your Blu-ray hunts. And do we get a sneak peek at what video essays you're doing, or is that kept on the down low at the moment?
Sure. Yeah, I'm working on a couple that are still just ideas, but one of them I want to do like a nostalgic sort of video essay about Blockbuster and Family Video, and sort of some rumors circulating about Blockbuster maybe coming back. So that's an idea right now.
I would love that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Jackson, on your Instagram yesterday, you did like a little story about visiting like a video rental store, right?
Yeah. So my hometown still has like a it's basically focuses on like cult movies, horror movies, stuff like that. So that's because they have that niche market. I think they're able to sort of appeal to people who are still like, really wanting to get into renting physical media and stuff. Yeah. So I go about every week, and I did a little like what I got yesterday sort of thing. So I'll probably do that more, honestly. I enjoyed that.
Yeah, I think that would be pretty cool. But yeah, Harry, definitely looking forward to that video essay on Blockbuster, man. I wish it would come back as well, but I don't know if it will.
I'm praying, man. Those are the
I
best
don't-
best
yeah.
memories.
I
Yeah.
know.
Yeah.
Definitely a highlight, and I think you know it is, especially with physical media kind of on the rise and more people buying it. I think there's probably better time than ever to kind of come back, but
Yeah.
I might be wrong. But yeah, Harry's link is down below in the description. Please go check him out. Also, and Jackson, what have you got going on at Horsetooth Cinema?
Yeah, so I do movie reviews as well. That's kind of my main thing. Like kind of like Harry was saying, I try to do, one roughly a week or so, but I got to be more consistent with that. Then I also do like list type content, talk about some of my favorite movies, and like do different sort of rankings. I did a director ranking for the first time recently with Tarantino, so stuff like that. I've got more of that kind of stuff planned. But yeah, that's kind of what you can expect over on my channel.
Oh, awesome, man! And also, Jackson's got a review for John Wick 4 coming out as well.
Coming soon. should be like probably like I would guess like Thursday. Yeah.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, so go check out Jackson as well. Link is down below in the description. And Matt, when's your interview over on Instagram with the cast member from Terrifier 2?
April 6th. So yeah, we're gonna start the promotion the 1st of April. It won't be an April Fool's joke, so it's gonna be very real. Really, really looking forward to this. So yeah, other than that, not a lot going on, man. It's all a bit shit, innit? To be honest.
Yeah.
No, but I'm just reviewing. I've reviewed John Wick Chapter 4 on my Instagram the other day, which was awesome. Absolutely loved that. And I'm so glad that obviously we've got 3 Brits now, 3 Americans, because I would have just got lost in their accent and I would have just like been like, yo, John Wick, man. God damn. Yeah, I just get carried away easily with the accent. I just start talking American. But yeah, I really enjoyed John Wick. So I reviewed that. Blu-ray pickups, CEX pickups, HMV pickups. It's all on the Instagram. So yeah.
Oh, nice, man. Yeah, and I know you kind of meshed the Instagram with TikTok as you were saying before as well. So.
And then we got Lauren Lavara on the 6th of April from Terrifier 2 to interview. So that'd be really cool.
I can't wait, man. Honestly, I think that's going to be a great interview. And is that you and Mike T. Shizzle?
That'll be me and Mike from T. Shizzle, yeah. So that's going to be, we're really creaming over this. So it's going to be really cool, man. We can't wait to talk about horror, future projects. And yeah, we're just really excited. So yeah. Man,
that's a great interview. So you can check Matt's interview out over at his Instagram. And in the meantime, check out his Instagram page. And Elliot, what have you got? What's your channel all around?
So if you haven't already seen IMO Reviews from Z Talks, we mostly do movie reviews, both old and new. It depends on what I'm watching. Sometimes we put it to a public vote. Coming up, I can't think of the top of my head. I think the next movie to review might be The Pope's Exorcist with Russell Crowe. I've seen a few trailers. It doesn't look great, but nature of the beast. So we'll be sure to get a ticket opening day and see what that's all about. I'm also going to be doing a review for Death Proof, Quentin Tarantino's movie, because it was actually the only one of his movies I hadn't seen. I actually just avoided it because anytime it came up in conversation, people would say, you're not missing anything there. And I'd think, okay, fair enough. But I've actually sat down and watched it and I thought, okay, there's something to talk about here. I can make a review out of this. So that will be coming in the next few days as well.
That's actually one of my favorite Tarantino movies. On my rank that I did recently, it was pretty high.
I was really surprised by it. Like I said, everyone said, "Oh, you're not missing much." So I thought, "Oh, okay, not to worry." So I went in with quite a low bar, and as the film kept going, I was like, "This is actually all right. It's pretty good."
It's so much fun. At the very least, I think you'll just have a great time, like just kind of, enjoying the ride.
Yeah, it's one of those movies that you can turn your brain off, can't you? And you can just enjoy it. It's just
But then as I watch it more, there's more things I pick up on, like more references that he does and stuff like that I appreciate more. But yeah, if you're watching it for the first time and you're like avoided it for that reason, like give it a go.
Totally.
What do you mean there's no feet in this movie, man? What do you mean? Yeah, so
No, I
No,
get
that
you.
I totally agree. That in the ending as well, not to spoil it, but it's just really entertaining. That's the biggest thing I took from it. I was like, this film is just good fun. That's all you really need sometimes. So yeah, I totally agree.
Get you. Well, you can check out Elliot's videos down below in the description box. Go subscribe to him. In regards to Death Proof, so I've only seen the movie once, and that was back in 2013. I would like to say. And I think at the time I wasn't huge on it, but I really love like the gory aspect to it though, and it's very bloody and violent. That's what I really enjoyed about the movie, from what I remember. And Kurt Russell was really good as well.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
he's
he's definitely doing like a. It's funny because like I can't think of too many roles he's had where he's just played a complete like serial killer type vibe like that. But no, he nails it. Yeah, he's great.
Yeah, man. Well, you can check out all my guest channels down below in the description box. Also, one thing before we get to the comment section, I got a delivery in the post today, and I want to ask you guys if you've seen this before, right? So, I've got 2 steel books today, and have you guys ever seen the steel books come in like this kind of clear packaging?
No.
Yeah. So
I don't know. Yeah,
It's a protector. It's a protector.
Yeah, I didn't know you could get these, and I was like,
It's just
I need these for all my movies now.
Yeah, it's a steelbook protector.
Ooh.
Yeah, it stops it from getting scratched and shit. Yeah,
I've seen stuff like that at like video stores in big cities because they want to but they're protectors to get people from stealing them. That's like a
security boxes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a surprise that you could buy them in general though, because the steelbook came through, it's immaculate condition, and I was like, what the hell's this? And I was like, wow, it looks good. Yeah, because I got the Jungle Book, like the 2016 one.
Nice.
Oh, okay.
Definitely one of my favorite Disney live action movies.
Yeah, I know Evander from Slay Reviews. I don't know if he's watching, but he has all of his steelbooks and protectors. So yeah, he's got all of those. So like, yeah.
I'm gonna have to hit him up, see if he knows a cheap deal somewhere.
Yeah. DM Evander. Yeah, 100%. I mean, my favorite live action though is Cruella. Cruella is my favorite live action. That's just
same.
So good. Yeah.
Same here. So yeah, well, we've got quite a few comments to get to, so we'll reply to you guys' comments. If you're watching live, feel free to leave a comment. We'll see get to them. Our first one is Norin Radd saying, "Hey peeps." So hey Norin, hope you well. He says, first question of the day. What is your go-to comfort movie? Good question. I personally don't know if I have a go-to one. I don't know. If you guys have got one, feel free to take the floor.
Yeah. For me, I tend to just go to like my favorite comedies. So like Blazing Saddles would be one for me. Airplane. Those are a couple. I'm trying to think of some more. But yeah, those are definitely ones that like I would watch like on my birthday maybe, or like on a day where I'm just like maybe the opposite, where on a day where like I'm not feeling great or something like that. So yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same way. Like probably a comedy, maybe like Monty Python and the Holy Grail.
Oh, that's the other one. Yep.
That's a perfect comfort movie. Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say like more like I guess like comfort's more comedy, because you're not really going to go to like a sad, depressing movie. Right? I mean, don't get me wrong. Some people watching this might, but I wouldn't really. I don't know, Elliot, have you got one?
Yeah, I was just thinking, for me, it's probably about nostalgia. The first one that came to me is the original Star Wars trilogy, because it just takes me back to my childhood and sitting with my dad, who had obviously seen all of it and knew what to cut. And he was like putting me on, like, watch this, it'll blow your mind. And it did. And I love those memories that I have, and buying Obi-Wan Kenobi figurines. So if I'm ever feeling a bit poorly or something, I will very gladly stick Empire Strikes Back on, and I'll just lay back and take it in. So I think it's about nostalgia for me. But similarly, it's what makes you feel warm and fuzzy inside.
Yeah, man, that's a good pick. That's a good pick. I would say like that for me is maybe like Home Alone at Christmas time. I always watch that like every Christmas, but probably the closest I'll get to one. Sin?
Geez, see, a go-to comfort movie. Well, a lot of people are picking comedies, and that makes complete sense. I'm not super into comedy. So I guess if I were going to watch something like a go-to movie, if I'm in a really bad way, I don't necessarily feel like watching a movie. But There are some movies that I could watch over and over and over and never get tired, like the Terminator, Terminator 2, things like that. Action, horror, mystery, suspense. That would be my go-to for almost any situation, I guess.
Yeah. Well, I know you like horror, and especially Terminator 2. I mean, it's in like your thumbnail and like every.
It's my number one movie of all time. Yes, love it
That's awesome.
so much.
Well, I know Harry did like a big deep dive in James Cameron's filmography before like Avatar: Way of Water came out, so I know he loves that.
Do you talk a lot about Avatar and Titanic? Because if so, I won't watch it. I'm teasing.
No,
I'll check
I mean,
it out.
I'm with you. That's awesome, though. For me, I love Terminator 2, but Aliens would be my James Cameron. Like, I watch a million times.
A lot of people love that. A lot of people love that movie. Surprisingly, I'm not super crazy about that movie. I prefer the first one over that one. Yeah, I don't know why. I couldn't tell you why. I just like I guess because the first one feels more horror, and I just like that vibe for that particular type of movie. But
yeah, that makes sense.
It takes a little bit of the tension out when like everybody is like a trained Marine in the second one, whereas the first one they're all these like completely unprepared. They're basically like transporters, right? So I get it. I'm kind of the same way, but I do think Aliens is a really good movie. It just doesn't resonate with me as much as the first one. So
yeah, same.
Okay, I'm with you. I think the first ones, I do love both, but I personally prefer Alien to Aliens because it's like you say, those scary moments in Alien, they genuinely like put the hairs on your neck. There's that scene early on where the xenomorph's like hanging in the darkness, and if you don't see it, you don't see it, but when you see it, oh my god, it makes your heart
goosebumps, right?
Yeah. Oh, it still holds up, man.
Sure.
Definitely. But it's nice. Like if you're in, I'm just like that too. I love both. So it's like sometimes you're in an alien mood. Sometimes
you're in an action-y blockbuster mood.
Yeah. The perfect two movies. Yeah.
Absolutely. Matt, what about you?
I'm going to have to go with a comfort movie, which would be the Evil Dead trilogy.
That's awesome.
Nice.
That's a great pick.
A good one.
Yeah, these are awesome. And to follow that up, if I don't fancy the trilogy, I just stick the Ash vs. Evil Dead Blu-ray set on the 3 seasons of Ash vs. Evil Dead. Because I love Bruce. Bruce Campbell can just pick you up. He's just so. If you're feeling really depressed or down, or just feel like really sad, you're having a sad day, just watch with Bruce Campbell. Like he will just, yeah, he's brilliant. Or if I want some nostalgia, I'll go for like Scream 1 or 2.
There you go.
So yeah, so so they're my picks.
Nice, man. And you recently got that screen with the slip, right?
No, haven't got a slip cover with this one.
Oh, I thought it was. Sorry.
Oh, it did look like one at first.
Yeah, I want a slip. I want a slip for it though. If anyone has one, let me know.
If I spy one in the wild and it's loose, mate, I'll get it for you.
My guy. Thanks, Daddy.
You're welcome, son. Well, thank you for the question, Norin. We've got viewer Drew saying, "Hey, what's up?" Hey, Drew. You well? We've got Dave from Return to Stars saying, "Hey, man, can't stay forever, but want to say hello. Hope everyone's well." So, hey, Dave.
Hi, Dave.
Thanks for tuning in. I think everyone's doing good. We've got True Action Start the Dale saying, "Evening, you wonderful lot." So, the legend, True Action. And he says, "Me and the wife are surprised you're live so early." Yeah, thought I'd do a little bit of an earlier live stream tonight, finishing at 10 o'clock. So, yeah, thought I'd make the most of it, get as many guests on as I could. So, yeah, thanks for tuning in. Cy Robson says, "Hi, guys." Say, Cy, hope you're well. We got Tim Jong-un Productions saying, "Hey, guys, happy Tuesday. Looking forward to another good talk." So, hey, Tim, hope you're well. Thanks for tuning in. Loving the support, guys. Thank you. I got Gareth saying, "Hey, guys." Hey, Gareth. Hope you're well. Okay, cool. So he says, "Mike, how hyped for Suzume are we? Best film of April. I know for sure. I bet my life on it." Absolutely. Absolutely. Do you guys know this movie, the new anime?
Is that the anime? Yeah, I've seen it. Wasn't it made by the guy who was it made by the guy who did Your Name or somebody else?
Yes.
Okay, yeah,
Ooh.
it's coming to my local theater, and I was interested to watch it, like maybe with my son, but he's going to be working at the theater that day, so I don't know if we'll get to see it. We'll see.
I get yeah.
Is
So
it connected, Mike, to like Weathering with You and Your Name, or is it?
Yeah, I think it's in that kind of same realm. Like it's always
Okay.
something to do with like the weather and like the magical element kind of thing.
Hmm.
Yeah.
The-
I can't wait.
Oh, sorry.
No, go on.
I was just going to say that I've only seen the poster, but actually from the poster alone, the animation style, I immediately knew it was in that same category as Your Name. You could see like the ripples in the water. It's very similar style. So I just assumed it was from the guys who did Your Name.
Yeah. It's from that guy. Yeah, it comes out Friday, April 14th, released here in the UK. Yeah, I've got my opening ticket. Like as soon as I finish work, I'm going straight to the cinema to see it. So
Oh, nice.
Oh,
Can't
I'm
wait.
excited now. That's awesome.
yeah, so I mean, I know in April we've got that. I know we've got Evil Dead Rise as well as coming out in
Oh,
April.
baby.
And
That's my
I
most
think-
anticipated. Do you know what? I feel like a kid at Christmas that kind of like opened all his Christmas presents early because like after Evil Dead Rise, that's it. That's my most anticipated movies of this year because obviously my most anticipated was Scream 6, John Wick 4, Evil Dead Rise. And I feel like we've had them all so early this year, and I feel like I've just got nothing left to open after that. So after Evil Dead Rise, man, that's it. That's my most anticipated movies done.
We can just relax and then be surprised by something. Sometimes
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
happens to
There you
me.
go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Oh, baby, Evil Dead Rise is dude. Like the gore isn't the only thing rising in that movie. I tell you, that's gonna be that's gonna be a good time.
Did anybody else see this thing where I don't remember who it was, but it was some like film Twitter like a major account. Like it was definitely like they do a lot of like writing about film. They tweeted out like, oh my, like they were at South by Southwest and they saw it and they were like, oh my god, Evil Dead Rise is so good, it beats you off. Did anybody see that little typo they had?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, like I posted a bunch of memes about it because I thought it was hilarious. But like, yeah, like they just put like everybody was like, yeah, wow, they must be really desperate to get people back in the theaters.
Yeah. Maximum salty popcorn, please. Oh.
Wow, I did not see that though, Jackson. No, I bet they fixed that typo pretty quick.
I guess turn your safe search on, but Google Evil Dead Rise beats you off.
Okay. Okay.
I'm just gonna be getting some weird porn parodies of Evil Dead now. Like,
That's what you're in for if you search that, I guess.
yeah.
But are you guys? So, Sin, I know you said you might be seeing Suzume anime. Rest of you guys gonna see it, or maybe not really?
Dude, as soon as I get off this live stream, I'm pre-ordering tickets, man. I didn't even know it was happening. But Your Name is one of my favorite movies ever. So I am so excited now.
Oh man, same here. Elliot, have you seen Your Name?
I still haven't got to it. I know you've suggested it a few times, but it's still on the list. I think what it is I'm assuming it's a romance, and that's probably my least favorite genre. I grew up in a house of women, so Pride and Prejudice, Sense and Sensibility, I've had it all dripped on me from a very young age.
Oh, you poor thing.
Yeah, exactly. So I kind of got quite sick of it when I was young. I try and challenge myself. I watched Eternal Sunshine, and I loved that one. I thought that was great. So I will get to it one day. But yes, there is that little fear of like, am I going to like this? I don't know. But I will. But regarding, is it Suzume? Is that how you say it?
Yeah.
Regarding Suzume, the only issue, I'd gladly go and see it, but I don't know how available it's going to be in my area. Some of those more obscure movies, I have to drive out of town to go to a really indie cinema and find a ticket there. So fingers crossed, hopefully I can go and see it.
Well, it's coming to big chain, like here in my area, it's coming to my local Cinemark, which is a big national chain. So it might be available at, one of the bigger chains near you.
Yeah, a
Check
lot
and
of
see, I
like
guess.
I know Cinemark in particular in the U.S. Gets a lot of anime just because
Oh,
they know
yes,
that there's a
they
huge
do.
market for it.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah,
Mhm.
they sure do.
Yeah, they're doing the Studio Ghiblis right now. I think you can go see all
They do
the
that
Ghibli
like every
films.
year. I think
Yeah,
they kind of rotate
it's awesome.
every year. Hmm
Yeah.
I heard about that. You guys have got like the Ghibli animes, and we don't get them in England, like, you know, once a
Oh.
week or however often they're showing them. Now we haven't got that. I wish so, because I don't think I've seen any of the movies. I would have loved to gone and seen them on the big screen, you know. But
Mm.
nah.
Yeah, in the UK, it's more of a special event, if you will. So, for example, in July, I think it is, in my area, because I live near the beach, they're doing a beach screening of Jaws. So you can sit on the beach and listen to the water and have a beer or whatever while they're showing Jaws on a big projector, which is going to be incredible. It's quite rare. It doesn't happen that often, unfortunately.
We
I've heard
get
there's
that here. We
screenings of
get
Jaws
that here
where you
as
can
well.
like be in the water. Like there's like these pool
I've
screenings.
seen
and stuff.
that. There's no way in the world I would do that. No.
What you can go in? You can go in the water and watch the movie. What? What's that?
Yes,
Yeah,
pictures
like
of
they'll
them.
have
hmm
People
Yeah,
set up
like
a rubber
at a
pool or
lake
something.
or at the beach or something, and they're in these, you know, the tubes, whatever. And I'm just I'll stay on land and watch it.
You guys have everything in America.
You kind of do.
You guys get like the best physical media, the best 20 editions of one movie title in physical media, and we get the standard 4K, and that's it.
Yeah, but the US still hasn't given us a Blu-ray of True Lies. I had to order that from Spain.
Yes. And The Abyss. Where's that?
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah. It's weird.
I don't know who's in these marketing departments. It needs to be looked into. We've got Norin saying, let's get some Evil Dead Rise hype going. He says, what is your favorite Evil Dead quote?
Groovy.
Yo, sheep it.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time coming up with one better than groovy. So, yeah.
Groovy. Yeah, it's got to be groovy for me.
Yeah, I was going to say that's probably one of the most iconic, right?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Gotta be. I don't know. Do you guys have any other quotes that is your favorite?
There's loads. This is my boomstick. Yo, she bitch.
I love "Give Me Some Sugar, Baby" from Army of Darkness. Like the way that's used a couple times. Yeah.
Yeah, there's loads. There's "Feast on This Motherfucker" from 2013 was a good quote.
I love the 2013 one.
Because the Deadlight in 2013 is like, I will feast on your soul. And she gets a chainsaw and she says, feast on this motherfucker. And she just throws the chainsaw into. That was awesome.
So I haven't seen the 2013 one yet, and I've heard that it's obviously the tone is more like serious, kind of like the first one in some ways. But that sounds kind of campy. Like, is there a little bit of that still, or?
No, it's very in tone. It's very serious. But if you want to see Rise, go and watch the 2013 one first, because it sets the tone of what the Rise will be like.
Yeah, for sure. I'm definitely gonna watch it before Rise, but yeah.
Oh, it's such a good. It's one of my favorite horror remakes of all time.
Cool.
Yeah,
I've heard good things. Yep.
Yeah, because I was gonna ask, because I'm sorry, I've seen none of them, so I know I'm embarrassed to say. But is it something like, could I just watch the 2013 and then go see Rise, or do I have to see all of them? Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
So I mean, from what I know, and I might be wrong, but the new one's not connected to like any of them in the past. Like, kind of like the lore of the Evil Dead movies, it kind of is, but that's about it. Like, it's none of like the previous characters in the brand new movie, as far as I'm aware. It's like a brand new story kind of thing.
Okay.
If you want to know the story about the Necromorphicon, I can't even talk now. The Necronomicon, or whatever the book's called.
Necronomicon.
The Book of the Dead. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Definitely watch the movies and you'll understand it more. But yeah, it's the good times. I mean, like, the first one is quite serious, very well made. The second one's well made, but it's more campy horror comedy. The third one is more like horror comedy as well, but then the 2013 is it's back to its serious tone. It's basically about a drug addict that they take their friend to a cabin to get sober, and then shit just goes south, and yeah, it's so good.
Cool. I might have to binge them all before the new one.
And check out Ash vs Evil Dead as well. That's really fun.
Yeah, I love Bruce Campbell, so I will.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Honestly, the 2013 one's awesome. Like the practical effects are really good as well.
Yeah,
the 2013 one still holds up, obviously. So
yeah, that's what I've heard, that they have a lot of practical effects in that, which is great because sometimes in these horror remakes, I just watched the remake of John Carpenter's The Thing recently, the 2011 one.
It's not a remake; it's a prequel.
Sorry, it's a prequel, but it's like a pre-make because it's basically the same story, but it's just like, sorry, you're right.
Oh.
But God, the effects in that movie are so
CGI,
bad.
Yeah, that's true. You notice that just jumps right out at you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. I haven't seen that 2011 one. I've seen the original one, which I really enjoyed, and actually got on 4K recently.
Oh, nice! I need to get the 4K. I bought the Blu-ray a while back, but yeah.
Yeah, it's awesome movie, the original one, but I heard this 2011 one you guys talk about, it's not great. So I was like, nah.
Yeah, it's not like I actually gave it a 1 out of 5 on Letterboxd recently, and it's I don't think it deserves that, right? Like it's like it's not a terrible movie on necessarily its own merits. It just like it looks at the original and is like it just does everything wrong. Like I don't know.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
It copies sort of the like I like it. Okay, I definitely the first one is the best, but I like how it could seamlessly flow from that to the first one, but it copies the same sort of pattern as So like in the first one, they were trying to test each other's blood to see. Okay, so in the prequel, the test that they use is to look and see if somebody has cavities if they have fillings or not. But because the creature or the thing or whatever, it can't have those, so it would eject them whenever it would copy somebody. The problem is not everybody has freaking fillings in their mouth, so that's not a good metric.
Right. Well, the other thing too is that test kind of like messes up something in the original film too, which is at the end, Keith David and Kurt Russell are they're in the snow together at the end, and you're supposed to like which one is is one of them the thing kind of thing. But Keith David I think has an earring, and so if you kind of interpret that based off the remake, it kind of ruins the effect a little bit.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Interesting.
I think it's an earring or it's something like that. But
okay.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
I didn't either. Never even noticed.
You got me intrigued.
Yeah.
Yeah, did not know that. We've got Tim saying, he's saying here, I enjoyed John Wick 4, but Chapter 3 is still my favourite of the series. Yeah,
I agree.
I like Chapter 2 the best, but Chapter 3 is awesome. I actually think that the two sequels are better. I like them better than the first one. So,
wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
They are so difficult to rank. Because they're all stellar movies. You know what I mean? They're all great. So...
well, I think it's just like they're all different. Like the first one's so just grounded, simple story. Second one goes bigger. Third one goes like even bigger, and then the fourth one just goes nuts.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, well, great to hear that it's your favorite one of the series as well. We've got Adam, what the gym saying, hey everyone. So hey Adam, hope you're well. Got my brother Joe saying, can I get a oh yeah?
Oh yeah.
Thank you, Matt. You did it better than I could. Adam's asking how we all. Yeah, doing good.
Good. Yeah.
Yeah, good.
We've got Josh for saying everyone.
Hey.
So, Josh.
Hey, Josh.
Good to see you, bud.
We've got Reese Johnson saying really jealous of Elliot. The Quentin Tarantino event sounds awesome.
It was, yeah.
Yeah, I was jealous of that weekend because he also went to Madame Tussauds as well, and I was like, dude, I love that place.
Yeah, we went everywhere. We did the Natural History Museum as well. On the Saturday, we figured out we walked a total of 8 miles. I'm sorry to my American listeners. I'm not sure what that translates for you guys, but it's a long way. So.
Yeah. So like 8 Mile, that one with Eminem.
Yeah, we
So-
do miles.
Yeah, we do miles.
We do miles here. It's kilometers we don't get. Don't talk to
Yeah.
us in kilometers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I went to college over in Ireland, and so I'm started to like understand both, but it still really mixes me up sometimes. So.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Yeah,
Elliot,
you guys
did
like.
you do the dungeons, the London dungeons?
We didn't know. We were actually thinking of going back up there in maybe a month's time because there were so many things on our list and we just never even got remotely close to it. Like the dungeon, there was also a Van Gogh experience up there where it's sort of interactive, like it's sort of projected onto the walls around you. That looked really good, but again, we never got close to it. So we're already looking at going up again quite soon if we can.
Oh, that sounds awesome. Yeah.
But obviously, we'll be visiting Mike before that. We're off to Durham, aren't we?
Yeah.
To the celebration of your engagement. So that'll be great as well.
Yeah, man. Saturday, yeah. That's gonna be awesome. Get me
Congrats
for
on
the
that.
first time as
Yeah.
well.
Congrats, man.
Hey, thanks, man. Thanks, man.
Wow.
So yeah, well, it'll be awesome to meet Elliot. I'll definitely share a photo as well. It'll be great, and it would be Adam What the Gym as well will be there, so that'd be cool.
Nice.
Awesome.
Yeah, man. Elliot's a busy man. Like trying to get him on Z Talks is impossible these days. So I was like, "You can come on, great." Nah, welcome, bud. Josh is asking, have you guys seen The White Lotus? It's one of the most unique shows out there about how the rich think they are superior. I made a fan casting for season 3. Proud of it. Well, awesome, dude. Yeah, I've heard of the show. I've never seen it. Have you, you guys seen The White Lotus?
Mm-mm.
I haven't seen it. No, I've heard of it.
Nope.
No, I've heard good things about the series. I think it's been well received. That's about as far as I know, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard it compared a lot to like Glass Onion, Triangle of Sadness, like those sort of like rich people satires sort of thing. I haven't seen it, but heard good things.
Get you. I've never seen Triangle Sadness. Didn't think it would be one that really appealed to me personally.
Yeah, same. I'll probably watch it at some point, but I don't know. I have trouble with those satire. Like sometimes I think they're just like way too obvious and just like explaining the same thing.
Like
for the whole
smacking
movie.
you over the head with the messaging.
Yeah, like
don't
Don't Look Up is one I really didn't like, but yeah.
Yeah. I get you. Well, let's have a go. We've got Tim. He's in. Considering that all of you generally like movies, just curious to know if you guys have considered actually making the film. But I know Elliot's got like a film fund going on at the moment. Is that right?
Yeah, so I have a little side bank account. It's only a tiny thing, but whenever your bank account says £80, 22p, the 22p just goes into the bank account, and we'll slowly, gradually build it up. The take care of the pennies, the pounds take care of themselves. I'd love to make a movie. That is my dream, and it doesn't have to be a big scale Martin Scorsese £100 million budget. I just for myself as a lover of movies, I would love to make a movie, even if the budget was £5, something like that, and I made it with my friends. So yeah, I'm always writing stories. I'm always writing scripts. I've eased off recently because I've just been mega busy, but I'm always coming up with ideas. So me personally, absolutely, that's the dream for me.
Yeah, man. Yeah, definitely. And I can't wait to see what you end up producing as well when you get the chance. I think it'll be awesome.
Fingers
Absolutely.
crossed. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, good luck.
I'm planning a short horror, like nothing crazy, maybe like 10-15 minutes short horror. It's in the works. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying anything else.
Oh, nice. I'm gonna have to do a reaction to it, Mike.
Thank you. It'll be going up on YouTube as well when it's done, so you guys can
Nice.
see it. But,
Cool.
but what about the rest of you guys?
Yeah.
It's something I definitely thought about. Like when I was in high school, I almost was like, I'm gonna go pursue film for college, because I did like a lot of like I was on my school's like video production like news team kind of for a few years, and that's where I really learned a lot about filmmaking and editing and things like that. And so I've definitely thought about it. I've written scripts before. There is like also actually, Mike, I have a short horror thing. Like I have a script for it, or like in the works, but it's not really something I'm actively pursuing at the moment. So yeah, I've thought about it, but like, again, it's not really in line with what I'm doing for my career or anything, but yeah.
Get you. Hey, that's awesome. At least it's there for if you ever decide to pick it up again.
Yeah, no, and I for sure, I definitely, I would love to actually be able to make it one day, because I think it's a, you know, it's a short that I would like to be able to put out there. But yeah.
Hey, that's awesome, man. Harry, what about you?
Yeah, I probably have like 15 scripts sitting somewhere that I've tried writing. You know, I'm like you, Elliot. I one day want to make a film for sure. You know, I have all these ideas in my head, watch all these movies, and I'm like writing things down. Like, oh, I like the way they did that camera right there, and you know, this would be cool. You know, I feel like my dream movie would be. And the problem is budget, right? Because like making a horror is so much more attainable, you know, it's something you could do and use your creativity and not hit as many walls. But I would love to make a movie like, I always used to watch The Fifth Element as a kid with Bruce Willis and Chris Tucker. I'm obsessed with that movie. And I'd love to make a movie with that sort of like, I don't know what the word, like that weird type of sci-fi, like that 90s version of sci-fi.
It's very pulpy.
Yeah. But with like with like Tarantino dialogue and the sort of like anxiety inducingness of like a Safdie brothers feel to it, like a Uncut Gems type or something. I don't know. I have that in my head. I'd love to make just like gritty crime movie or something. But so yeah, one day maybe.
Ed, that would be awesome. I think like one thing that's kind of like inspirational in a way is like, for example, like Paranormal Activity, the first movie, or Skinamarink most recently. That's just two people who were unknown made a movie on like a tiny budget, and you know it's kind of just took off. And at least if you had that money from that profit, you could then make maybe a movie you want to kind of make.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
definitely inspiring.
The Skinamarink I think was like $15,000. Yeah,
wow.
Same with Paranormal Activity, I believe as well. Yeah,
it was really cheap.
Something like that. Yeah.
Sin, what about you?
Not nowadays. The closest I came to doing something like that was when I was a teenager in high school, and I was obsessed with Labyrinth. And I wanted to be, what's her face? Sarah. I wanted to be her. And so I recorded the audio. And then I would go and I would record scenes with myself, and I would take the VCRs and I would like edit out her scenes, and I'd put mine in hers. And I would like film around. I would film around the house and outside, and try to find places that would match the location. So, like where she's running in the labyrinth, I stacked a bunch of books up on the fire beside the fireplace, and was running up and down the books because there was like brick behind me, and my brothers would operate the tape recorder to play the audio so I could lip sync, and the other would operate the camera. And they were much younger than me; they were like really little. So I was like this movie director and the main actor. That's the closest I got. I was running around the yard in a wedding dress.
Wow.
So
That's awesome.
Yeah, it was a lot of work, but it's like, that was it. That's closest for me.
Get ya. Well, that's definitely an experience.
It was.
I can just imagine the lip sync, though, how hard that must have been to try time that as to it.
Oh, but you see, I had watched the movie so much, I could practically tell you all the dialogue and just without even having to think about it. So I knew it down pat, you know. And so many times I would run up to the front porch, and one of my brothers is, spraying the water hose on me. There's a scene where she's running through the rain. She's going into her house, and she's standing out there, and I'm just standing there repeating these lines over and over with the water hose down on. It was fun.
It sounds pretty cool, to be fair.
It was, but it's terrible. Like I erased a lot of the footage that I did, and that will never see the light of day again. Whatever.
So it's not going on YouTube for
No,
us.
it will never, because it's so cringe.
That'd be cool, though.
No.
Yeah.
Fair enough, Sid. Fair enough. And Matt, are we going to get a Vengeance Media movie at any time soon?
I do not think so. No, unless it's a porn parody, then no. I mean, no. I obviously I've directed a lot of shoots. Obviously, I'm obviously behind all of this. I'm a photographer, So I direct a lot of people in what to do and stuff like that. So yeah, that's the closest thing that I'll ever do. So I enjoy that. I enjoy that more. It's more easier for me. That way.
Get you.
So,
Hey, fair enough, man. Fair enough. And thank you for the question, Tim. Yeah, great question. We've got Josh Relenzi says, I'm working on some videos on artists I admire, Frank Ocean, Phoebe Bridgers, and Billie Eilish. That's awesome, man. And he said, who are your favorite artists? Wow, okay. I don't know.
One for me that's at least of like current artists especially would be The Strokes. I really love like Julian Casablanca and his. I really like his other band, The Voids, too. Yeah, I just love the feel of their music. I love the feeling that I get listening to it. Yeah.
Oh, did you say The Strokes?
Oh yeah. Sorry, I don't know if that was clear. The Strokes. Yeah.
Sorry, I thought I heard it. I wasn't sure because I've not heard of them. That's all. So I was like,
oh yeah. There's a documentary that came out about them this year, last year, I want to say, called "Meet Me in the Bathroom." Don't know if that would have been shown near you guys, but yeah.
Never heard of it. No.
They sound like filthy bastards. Names like The Strokes and Meet Me in the Bathroom. I tell you.
They're not like I would describe them as kind of like. I would describe them as kind of like alt rock, but in a more classic style, a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Elliot's not along on the bottom is and he likes them, I think. So.
Yeah, I'm a fan of The Strokes. I think probably my favourite song of theirs would be "Hard to Explain." I think that's just so catchy. You hear it once and it's stuck in your head for the rest of the day. So that's a great choice, The Strokes.
Yep.
For my own choice, I think it depends what mood I'm in, to be honest. Sometimes I want some hard rock, chuck some Black Sabbath, Iron Maiden on. And then other days I kind of like some sort of something slower, like Dusty Springfield or Frank Ocean or someone like that. Just something a bit calmer, easier on the ears, a bit of jazz. I've got quite a wide taste for music, and people are always quite surprised that I'm like, hey, here's some Frank Sinatra now for Pusha T. It does sort of vary.
It's awesome. And I know Elliot's done like a couple of album reviews on his channel as well, so you can check them out as well at IMO Reviews. Harry, what about you?
Yeah, for me it's a little different because I'm a metalhead. I stay exclusively metal sometimes. My favorite would be Avenged Sevenfold.
Nice.
They're the only band where I can listen to the beginning to the end of the album and not skip any songs, And for any fans of Avenged, by the way, they just came out with their first new song since like 2016, I think. So it's pretty freaking awesome.
Wow.
So, yeah.
I love their song and their music video to it for A Little Piece of Heaven.
Oh yeah.
That is some fucked up shit, but it's
it's really
great.
fucked up, but it's beautiful somehow too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Great band.
Yeah. Well, speaking of yourself, like how with like metal and stuff, so I don't know if I have a favorite artist, but like when I'm in the car, I like listening to country music, right? I know I'm kind of like an older kind of guy with music. I love country, but then when my girlfriend's in the car with me, it's just Rammstein. Like the furthest you can get away from country, it's Rammstein. I don't know. So yeah, I've kind of been like in Rammstein a little bit recently, actually. So
nice. Did they do the Links 123 song or something like that? I'm trying to think. Are they the German band? Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if I've heard that one or not. I don't know. She just puts on songs. I'm just like, yeah, we'll listen to this.
Yeah.
No.
That's cool.
Matt?
Yeah, I'm musically fucked up, man. Like, my grandpa was very country, but my dad was very metal. So I'm like caught in the mix of like, just hard rock, metal, death metal, a lot of country. Like I go from like my Spotify's crazy, man. I go from like listening to some really hard death metal, and then like deathcore, and then all of a sudden I'm listening into the soft sounds of James Horner's Titanic soundtrack. Just like,
You're very eclectic.
Yeah. So, but yeah, but like one of my favorite bands are like Bullet for Valentine. Love them.
Heard of them.
Really into like Bleed From Within, Of Mice and Men, and then I go to like Tim McGraw.
I like Tim McGraw.
yeah, so I listen to a lot of country as well. Brantley Gilbert, Kid Rock, shit, just goes on and on and on.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, nice, man. Yeah, definitely a wide variety as well. Definitely.
Yeah.
And Sin?
Well, I'm not huge into music, but my favorite band of all time is Aha, which most people look at me like, "Who are you
Okay, yeah.
talking about?" And I'm like, "Well, you know one of their songs from back in the 80s." But and I've loved them
Yeah.
since then. Like they have gotten better as they got older. I prefer their newer music to the music that made them big here initially in the States. And
Yeah.
I also like some Spanish language artists. Like I love Selena, her music, and also Marco Antonio Solis, who used to be with a band called Los Buques. He's a really great songwriter. He did the music in. Have you seen Coco?
Yes.
Oh yeah, that's great.
Mhm.
Okay, so he did the Spanish language singing in Coco, and probably
Wow.
wrote the songs and stuff. He's just an excellent performer, just great singer, great songwriter. Yeah, so and I mean, I like a little bit of everything. I'm not really into metal or the death metal or anything like that, but not huge into rap or blues or R&B or soul. Just, but I just don't listen to music too much, except when I'm driving a lot of times. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Do you guys listen to a lot of like movie scores and soundtracks as well? Because that's kind of what
Yep.
I've been into lately. But
Yeah.
Sometimes
when I
I
work out,
do.
the Dark
Yeah.
Knight soundtrack.
Oh, that's such a good soundtrack.
Yeah.
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 Great soundtrack.
Anything by John Williams as well. John Williams is just, love him.
Yeah.
James Horner. Yeah, the list goes on, man.
I love
listen
John
to a lot of
Carpenter
scores.
too. It's very different from the classic orchestral stuff, but I just love all that synth stuff.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
like listening to some
yeah.
of that stuff too.
And I listened. I was listening to the other day. I was walking through my street and I was listening to like the Top Gun soundtrack. Like, I
Oh,
was
nice.
Yeah, I was just walking around going, playing with the boys. I was just like, yeah. But I was all in my gym clothes. I was looking like, I was just like, people wouldn't think that's what I'm listening to. Like, so.
Oh man, I would have been laughing if I saw you singing that, man. That would have been funny.
Yeah, man. That's my gym soundtrack, man.
Sounds like it. I've got Winsley says the Tarantino live show sounds cool. I have the cinema speculation book, but I haven't gotten around to it yet. Sisters is a good De Palma film. Great use of split screen in that one. Oh,
I haven't seen that one yet, but I really want to. Yeah.
Either. I don't think I've seen that either.
Just for context, the cinema speculation book is the book that he was supposed to be talking about, but it was sort of quite informal around it. But yes, no, I've only read half of it so far. It's a really interesting read. You can lose interest sometimes if he starts talking about a film that you know nothing about. It can be a bit lost on you. But if it's one you've seen, like Deliverance, Dirty Harry, The Wild Bunch, then you can really get your teeth stuck in and you can find out some interesting tidbits. He talks about Steve McQueen and things like that in Bullet and sort of their acting preferences. So, for example, Steve McQueen apparently used to ask to not have dialogue because he knew he wasn't good at it. He knew he was good at putting his collar up, smoking a cigarette and leaning on a wall. He could do that well, but he couldn't monologue well. So he would apparently very often say, don't give me any lines. So there's some really interesting little tidbits like that in the book. It is quite an interesting read.
Oh, that sounds pretty interesting. I've never heard of this book either until, tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bear with me. I might have it. Just a second.
Is it just Tarantino's book, or did he co-write it with some other of his like friends or anything?
I think it's just him.
I think it's just him. I don't know how clearly that is on the camera.
Yeah, I know it. Yeah.
Okay, I can see it now.
Is there any way you can put him on full screen, Mike? Is there any way you can put him on full screen for that? Because I can't see it.
Let me have a look. Let me try this. Hold on.
Hey,
there you go.
Oh,
Can see it.
I believe
That's
that's
awesome.
a picture of Sam Peckinpah on the front there.
Okay, that looks pretty awesome, to be honest.
Yeah, it's been a really interesting read. Yeah.
Yeah, I bet. Sounds.
do you have an audiobook version of it? Do you know?
I would have thought so. I don't know for definite, but I'd be
Okay.
surprised if there
I'll
was.
check and see.
Mm.
Yeah. There
Sounds
better be a
about-
whole chapter about feet.
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
Gotta be.
There's a
which
Letterboxd
actually-
account that has like for every movie, it's like it's supposed to be Tarantino, and one of the jokes with it is that every movie with foot in the title has like 5 stars, like Attack of the 50-Foot Woman or something like that. He's like, now this is movies.
Mm.
I wouldn't be surprised.
It's not actually Tarantino, but it's a good fan account.
That'd be cool. We've got the legend that is D
Yay,
Movie Man.
D.
Hey D.
There you go.
Okay,
said-
D.
Just popping in to say the corner that is retained and managed by scintillating and occasionally cynical sin is always a wonderful place to be. Also, a belated. I can't even pronounce
Feliz
that.
cumpleaños.
Damn, about E to the G. Is that a belated hello birthday or what's that mean?
Happy birthday.
Right, I was guessing as much. But anyway, D,
I'll
thank
try
you for your message and thank you for tuning in.
Thank
as
you
well.
for your kind words, D. Love to see you here.
Gracias.
Same here.
Gracias.
We've got, okay, bear with me. We've just getting to the next part here. We've got Norin. He says, anyone here watching Mando season 3 and thoughts so far?
Not me.
I haven't seen
my
the
girlfriend's
season
watching
yet.
it a lot, but I haven't really.
No.
Yeah,
I'm
been
waiting for
procrastinating.
it to be done because like I'm not one of those that can wait a week per episode. I'm like, nah, fuck that shit. I just wait for it to like come out and then I can just binge it.
Mm.
Yeah, I hate waiting a week for episodes, like because you just lose track on like what's going on. See,
Well,
like
back
you
in
wanna
my day, when we had to walk uphill 2 miles in snow,
wait. Yeah,
we had no other choice.
yeah.
Well, that's it. No, so I've not seen it. Matt hasn't, Jackson hasn't, Harry?
No, I've been procrastinating too. I'm kind of like you. I would rather just wait. I was gonna do like a review every week for each episode, and then I thought about what it would be like to edit every single one. I was like, I'll just review it at the end.
Yeah, yeah.
A lot of work editing.
Definitely
Yeah.
be easier. Elliot?
Yes, I'm a big Star Wars fan. I'm obsessed. So, of course, I'll be watching it. But I have to admit, I'm a little disappointed in season 3 so far. It's nothing, the show itself is made fantastically. Set design, top notch. The costume, makeup department, it's outstanding. And considering how bad some of the more recent Star Wars stuff has been, I'm still hanging in there. I still think that this show definitely has a lot of potential and a lot to offer. But my biggest issue with this season so far is it does feel quite aimless. At least I feel it does. I don't really know where the plot's going or what the severity of the situation is. I don't know who the bad guy is. It sort of feels like it's spinning its wheels and we're not really going anywhere. So I think we've got 3 more episodes, which is a little concerning that they've got to try and wrap this up in 3 episodes when I don't really feel like they've really even started to tell a story just yet. So I'm hanging in there, fingers crossed, holding my breath. I hope they somehow pull it together. I just don't know how they're going to do it though. So I'm a little concerned, but it's still good.
Get you. And if I'm not mistaken, it's the final season, right?
I'm not sure because I forget who it is. It's Jon Favreau. I believe I haven't seen the interview myself, but I heard someone else say that he said in interview that they don't have an ending planned for Mandalorian, and that worried me because I thought, I don't know if this is the sort of show that you can just sort of serialize and this is the adventures this week. I wonder if people are going to get a bit tired and they're going to want like an actual narrative that leads to something and gives a character arc and growth and such. So I was a little worried by that comment. I don't know how long this vehicle can just endlessly drive in the same direction. I think they should try and think about how to wrap it all up at some point. Not immediately, but at some point.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you. I would like to see like a wrap-up narrative to the story and like a nice, good conclusion to it, really.
Yeah. Make me cry.
Yeah. And Sin, have you been watching it?
No, I haven't seen anything past the first season. So, yeah, No.
Yeah. Well, it's on Disney Plus. Plenty of time to binge it whenever you fancy it.
Oh, I don't have Disney Plus. I refuse. So no.
Well, to be fair, there's that many streaming services, and there's
So many, and I
every
have
day.
subscriptions to so many different things that I don't even use. Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's it. Well, so another thing is, I got a screener through Shudder for a horror anthology series called Slasher.
Yeah,
which
that's good. That is.
Oh yeah, that's
awesome.
That's from That's like a Canadian production, I think, right?
Believe
it's like 3 seasons.
So it's 4 seasons, and they're just releasing a 5th one on April.
Oh,
6th.
okay. I'm a little behind. Gosh. I know I've seen the first 2. I really liked it. I started watching one where there were like these killings going on, and there was like this apartment building and all these different people, and that one got old, so I stopped watching after that. But I really liked the first 2.
Yeah. Well, the reason I mentioned like the Slasher is because I got like an early screening for the first 2 episodes, so I got a review dropping on April 1st. But like it was like Shudder and AMC Plus, and I was like, what the hell's AMC Plus?
Oh,
everything that Shudder has is like if you check on Letterboxd like where to watch it, it's always like AMC Plus, and I'm always like, what is that? Yeah.
AMC Plus, it's like, I guess their subscription version for American.
Oh well, yeah, I get that, but I'm just trying to think like what's on it, like what's their niche, I guess.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
so
this
you
is
say
getting out of hand. It's getting out of hand.
Yeah.
The whole,
I know so much.
It's turning into cable, man.
But I was talking to my buddy who works at my local HMV. He's the manager at my local HMV, and there's been an uprise in physical media because people are just tired of paying like $9.99 or $4.99 a month for like a subscription service when there's so many now. You just go out and buy the Blu-ray. And it's done. You got it.
The other thing, I was talking about the guy when I was at the video store yesterday. I was talking to the owner, and there's quite a few titles now that, like, because they're owned by Disney, or like mainly Disney is the one that doesn't really do a lot of physical media now. There's a lot of movies that just haven't gotten a physical media release, like Barbarian, despite the fact that it did so well in cinemas, and it's doing pretty well. I think it's on like HBO Max or something like that. There's no like Blu-ray for it or anything. I think The Empty Man was one that like never got any kind of physical media release, that came out a couple years ago, because it was like right in this weird period of like it was owned by Fox, but then Disney bought it and they didn't give it a release. So yeah, a lot of stuff gets lost in that too.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the Barbarian Blu-ray or 4K. I really want to own it as well. But...
Oh yeah, it's awesome. I haven't rewatched it since the theater, just because for me it was such a theater experience, like being there with a crowd and having them like watch such a weird like out there thing, but it was also a really good horror movie. Yeah, but I do want to probably own it at some point. Yep.
Yeah, I know, but yeah, definitely agree with you guys. Definitely agree with Matt as well. Like there's so many streaming platforms, and it's out of hand, really, to be honest. Yeah.
I started buying CDs again, like an old man and the only one in the store buying CDs. But I got tired of paying for Spotify, and I started counting my playlists, and I realized like I have all these things on my playlist. I end up listening to the same like 5 albums all the time. So I was like, I could just spend like $20 on eBay and get like 20 albums, and I'll be good for like years. So that's what I'm doing now with that, because I'm like thinking the same thing with music. I'm like, I'm tired of paying for Apple Music or Spotify. It's like just throw a CD in my car and it's awesome.
But I mean, if you can, or like if you have a car that has a CD player, because at least over in the UK they've gotten pretty much rid of the CD players, really.
Oh wow.
Yeah. I have Spotify just because I'm always on my feet. Like I'm always out. Like if I'm not at the gym, then I'm out. I've always got my headphones in, man. I need my music to survive. So so I need my Spotify just for that, really.
That makes sense, especially if you listen to it a lot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Matt, just get yourself a Walkman or something and take that out of your pocket.
Back to the Future style, baby.
I'm still using YouTube for my music. I've been doing it since I was like 12. I've got some playlists on there that have got like 3,000 songs on them, and it's like I don't want to start again. I don't want to download Spotify and download track 1, track 2. I've got that playlist. It exists. I don't need Spotify, and I don't want to pay for it. So if it says skip ad, I just press skip ad.
Yeah, I think it's great for just podcasts in general as well. Like listen to podcasts and like I always listen to a podcast before I go to bed. Like that's like I can't go to sleep with the sound of nothing. I got to have something in the background to help me sleep. So I always put on a podcast, and yeah, whether it's Dead Meat, I listen to a lot of Dead Meat on Spotify. They're really, really cool. Like horror podcast, movie podcast.
Yeah.
Really cool. A lot of wrestling ones as well. I really like pro wrestling. So this is like, yeah. So.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. But yeah, I get commonly where you come from, no matter about like Spotify and Harry with you, like sick of paying it as well. I don't think music streaming's as bad as movie streaming services.
No,
at least
it's not. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. Yeah.
We've got an interesting commentary from Winslow. He says, "Is that a Wolfsburg kit, Elliot? And you're looking like a young De Bruyne."
Well spotted, my friend. It is indeed, yes. I'm sure that's lost on quite a lot of people, but this is indeed a Wolfsburg kit. Thank you.
That is a very good spot. I wouldn't have guessed.
What's that?
A review for you. Not to bore you because it's a bit of sport talk, and I know that's not what people come here for. But I play a game called Football Manager because I'm a massive dork, and I became manager of Wolfsburg in Germany, and we had an amazing time. We won so many trophies. I was in heaven. I was just living out this little fantasy where I am the best sports manager in the world, and I fell in love with him so much. Yeah.
That's awesome.
That's awesome, man. Elliot, you wasted in your gardening job. You should be managing Wolfsburg, man.
Just to move to Germany now. Yeah.
I know. We've got exploitation reviews. It says, "It is Thursday already, man. I've got to lay out the sauce."
He's in Germany, right? Pretty sure he is.
Yeah.
You'll recognize this?
I think, yeah. Rob, if you're still watching it, do you support Wolfsburg or do you like sports or not? Let us know if you're still watching.
I'd love to meet Rob. We would have a lot to talk about, I think. I'm kind of getting more into that exploitation scene as well, but yep.
Rob's a cool guy. Yeah, if you want exploitation reviews, his channel's the place to go. 100%. Got D Movie Man says, "I would also like to congratulate Mike for creating such an awesomely engaging and entertaining live stream for so many YouTubers to join and enjoy. Even if he's had to kick me to the curb on occasion."
Wait, for what?
When did this happen?
Well, firstly, thank you, D, for the comment. So what happened was, so you guys know how I do Z Talks on Thursday, right? So I messaged D this week and I was like, "Oh, on an off chance, are you off on Tuesday?" And he's like, "Oh, no, but believe it or not, I'm off this Thursday." I'm like, "Well, typical. It's always one thing with D, you know. Haven't forgiven him. No, haven't forgiven you, D."
Well, he kicked himself to the curb on my stream yesterday. He jetted early because he had some stuff, and he disappeared. He was gone. And I thought his power had gone out on him again, but he had written in the private chat, which I always forget about when I'm live streaming, that he had to go. So,
well, see, he gets invited to a live stream and he just goes early. Hey, D. Oh, we've got Robbie saying, "I don't watch sports." Sorry. Rob, I mean, you got Elliot here repping a team in your country as well.
Yeah.
You know, my friend.
Nah. We've got Winslow. He says, "Like the Tarantino thing, what director would you like to see live? For me, it would be Paul Thomas Anderson. He's my favorite director and perhaps the best living American filmmaker for me." Wow, good question. I'm glad that you like Paul Thomas Anderson as well.
Yeah, great choice.
I would like to see Christopher Nolan. I think I like a lot of his filmography. I think it would be interesting. So I'd like to see Nolan. Elliot, what about you?
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, Tarantino might have been my top choice, but I suppose second for me would probably be Scorsese. I can listen to that man for hours. Every time he pops up on outstanding screenplays, I go there and watch it, glued to my phone. So probably Scorsese for me.
Great pick. That'd be interesting. Matt?
Yeah, I echo Elliot. Scorsese. or probably John Carpenter. That'd be really cool.
Carpenter would be cool.
And it would have been obviously the late great Wes Craven as well if he was still around. That would have been really cool.
I think he would have had a lot of interesting stories.
Yeah.
Sin?
I would say James Cameron because he's made, my favorite movie of all time, but he's a little unsufferable to me. So I don't think maybe like, I don't know, Guy Ritchie, maybe.
Wow.
Because I like several. I mean, I wasn't crazy about the latest one, but I like several of the films of his that I've seen. Guy Ritchie, I mean, Tarantino. There was somebody else that flitted through my brain, and he went. Oh yeah, someone mentioned John Carpenter. Yeah, him too.
Yeah. There's some cool picks. I wouldn't have thought Guy Ritchie. Well, that's cool.
Oh yeah, I have recently, well, not recently, within the past few years, started watching more of his stuff here and there. I haven't seen everything, but I was just so pleasantly surprised by how much fun they were. And the reason it surprised me is because some of the films of his that I watched dealt with subject matter and characters that I wouldn't necessarily be interested in, typically, like gangster type people, bad guys ish,
Right.
But the way he wrapped up, the way he like presented this story to you, like in Snatch and also in The Gentleman, the characters were nuanced enough, and it was just wrapped up in this entertaining packaging, and the humor. Oh my gosh, the dark humor. Like you'd find yourself laughing at something that was a dangerous. Oh, it reminds me a bit of what's his name, the dude who directed In Bruges and Banshees of Inisherin. Maybe him
McDonough.
too. Yeah, him. Yeah. So
does he have a new one coming out with Jake Gyllenhaal?
Guy Ritchie, yeah.
Yes, he does. I hope it's better than Operation Fortune.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to go see that, even though Jake Gyllenhaal, like I had sworn off. I watched him in a Netflix movie called Guilty.
The Guilty, yeah.
Oh God, he got on my last nerve, and I got so tired of just hearing his voice. So like audio is my profession because I work in audiobooks, and sometimes things will just like grate on me, and his voice got on my nerves so much. That's why I didn't want to see Ambulance.
Wow.
So
it's similar. It's actually pretty similar. Like he's screaming the
way
whole movie.
The yelling and the exact. And my brother is a 911 dispatcher, and I just instinctively knew a lot of the stuff he was doing was just like, there's no way in hell he would be doing this in real life. And my brother's like, oh, he would have been fired 10 times in the first 15 minutes of the movie.
Yeah, I think that movie is like because it's a remake of a Danish
remake.
movie,
Have you
but
seen
I think
the
it's
original?
I haven't seen the original, but it's one that everyone says if they've seen the original, like, what are you doing watching the remake? Like,
Don't watch.
Yeah.
Watch the original because I never got around to making a review comparing and contrasting the two versions, but I did go watch the original after I saw the remake first, and it's superior in all ways because the way they present the character, he's more so you've seen Guilty,
I've seen
what's up with
remake,
him. So but he gets pretty unlikable really quickly in the American version. Like I grew to not like his character, and so by the time this reveal happens, like, well, I don't care, you're an asshole, and I don't care what happens to you. I don't like you. But in the other one, they don't give you any, like, he doesn't really show much of that, so you just kind of don't really know much about him. So then when you find this out, you have kind of grown to like him a bit because he's not as hostile and annoying as Jake Gyllenhaal.
That sounds a lot more effective. I can kind of understand exactly what you're talking about. I definitely want to see the original at some point.
I highly recommend. I think maybe it's on Hulu or HBO.
I think I saw it at one point on streaming. I have to go back.
I'm not sure if it's still available because it's been a bit since I saw it. But yeah, that new Guy Ritchie one does look pretty good. I think I will go see it because he doesn't look like he's yelling too much in there. I hope not. Anyway,
didn't Guy Ritchie do the one with Michael Caine with the bank job? Is it like I can't think of the.
Michael Caine.
These old guys that do that bank job.
I know the one. Yeah, I think I know the one. I don't know what it's called, but I think he did.
Hatton Garden, wasn't it? Is it the
Sorry?
Hatton Garden? Is it?
That's right. Yeah, that was fantastic. Yes,
Guy Ritchie did that as well.
I think he did.
Oh, yeah, it's very much in his style. If it wasn't,
is this the one with Morgan Freeman?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Is it? Is
like
that's what I'm thinking.
It's like three old guys, like someone with a white hair as well. I think
it was the guy that was also in. Let me get my iPad 2 seconds.
Yeah, I can't remember what the movie's called. I remember seeing it in the cinema and really enjoying it, actually.
Yeah, it's really bad, but I know what we're talking about, but it's like right in the recesses of my mind and memory. But I remember enjoying it.
Yeah, is it not the old guys? I can't remember. It's
I'm trying to remember who the other person was.
I'm lost.
There.
I'm lost. I think it came out, I would like to say maybe 2016, 2017, maybe?
Yeah, it wasn't a million years ago. It was, relatively recent, but not around the corner, yeah. Yeah,
Josh says it's called Going in Style.
That's the one.
Yeah.
And who?
Josh is always coming in with clutch.
Who was the third guy?
Let me have a look. So, Going in Style.
No, it was called King of Thieves.
Wait, he says it's not Guy Ritchie. Josh does anyway. The one he's talking about. But
King of Thieves, and it was Michael Caine, Jim Broadbent, Charlie Cox, Ray Winston.
Yeah, that's the one I was.
Then the one with
Not
Morgan
sure
Freeman. That's a totally different one.
Yeah, so the Morgan Freeman one's also like Michael Caine about like a bank robbery. It's Michael Caine, Morgan Freeman, Alan Arkin, Christopher Lloyd.
Oh, nice.
Well, that came out 2017. That's the one I was thinking of. Sorry, guys. It's thinking of a different one.
There's quite a lot of films.
Yeah, it wasn't Guy Ritchie. It was James Marsh.
Okay.
Oh, fair enough.
That was a good film. That was an awesome film. That was King of Thieves. If you haven't seen that, check that out.
Don't think I have. I'll have to have a look. Harry, what about you? What about a director you'd like to see live?
Yeah, well, you probably expect me to say James Cameron, Mike, but I'm kind of with Sin where it's like one of those don't meet your heroes kind of things.
Yes, exactly.
yeah, I get the vibe.
Yeah, it's like okay, maybe not, but another controversial figure, I guess, but maybe Mel Gibson.
Okay,
it's just one of those things where like there's so much controversy around him. I feel like I've never had a chance to like see much of him talking about some of his movies. I don't know, and like Braveheart and Hacksaw Ridge are like two of my favorite movies ever. So to hear him talk about it or to get to meet him, that would be awesome. So, yeah.
I think it'd be an interesting one. Yeah, like Hacksaw Ridge, Apocalypto as well. Love that movie.
Oh, yeah, that's a great movie. Yeah. No, it'd just be cool to hear sort of more in depth on him. Like, because, actor to filmmaker doesn't always work out. So I don't know. It's just pretty cool that he made some of the best to me. So.
Do you guys like to listen to DVD commentaries, audio commentaries of movies and stuff? Yeah.
I've never listened to one before.
Oh,
I've wanted to, I just never have.
It's so entertaining. Like you pick up a lot of interesting trivia, behind the scenes stuff. I learned really cool trivia stuff about Terminator 2 and just from because there's multiple commentaries sometimes depending on the release that you get. And I recently listened to one about Firestarter, the director of Firestarter, the original, the one from the 1980s.
Okay.
I was gonna say,
yeah. Obviously, we don't count that other one. He, or any of the other ones. He wasn't the best because he would just sit there and watch the movie with us and hardly ever say anything. It's like, dude, you're supposed to talk. But yeah, they're fun. I highly like if there's a movie you really love and you have a audio commentary extra on it, check it out. I think you'll have a lot of fun.
I will. I would love to. Well, if I do listen to one, it's got to be Back to the Future.
I was getting ready to say,
yeah, gotta be. And Jackson, what about you?
Yeah, so I know Matt mentioned John Carpenter. That would probably be one for me for sure. I would love to hear him talk about some of his more underrated movies like Prince of Darkness and Starman and stuff like that. But another one that came to mind was Paul Verhoeven. I've kind of been going like I've been into his movies for a while, but I really caught up with some of his early Dutch work, a movie called Spetters. And it really kind of contextualizes his career really interestingly. And it's a really controversial movie. And after he made it, he left for Hollywood. So I would love to hear him talk about that and kind of his filmmaking journey.
That would be cool. When you mentioned Paul Verhoeven, I was like, did he do RoboCop? And I loved
He did.
He did RoboCop, yeah.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
RoboCop, Total
movie.
Recall, Showgirls, Basic Instinct. Yeah.
Did he do Starship Troopers as well?
Starship Troopers. Yep.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. He had some pretty big hits, and I've seen a couple of those movies as well. Actually, yeah.
Yeah, for
Pretty
sure.
proud.
No, he's awesome.
Oh well, that's a great one, man. Thanks. Great question, Winslow. We got Upside Dan saying, "Hey everyone."
Hey Dan.
Hey Dan.
Hey, Dan.
In terms of kind of a comfy movie, we mentioned earlier in the stream, Norin saying my go-to comfy film, Idle Hands.
Oh,
Yeah.
One of the most
Haven't heard
underrated
that one.
horror comedies.
I've heard of that. Yeah.
Heard of it. Never seen it though.
I have to
Never
write
seen
that
it.
down.
Good film.
Right, we've got To Action Star. He's asking, what are some of your favorite action films that are underrated? Oh,
True Lies from your picture. That's a good underrated action.
Yeah,
film.
no, I've been wanting to comment on his little avatar there. I love that movie.
mm.
I'm gonna look some up real quick. Yeah.
The only one that comes to mind, like right at the moment, I know if I sat down and looked through a list, I would come up with more. But I really liked The Long Kiss Goodnight with Gina Davis. That's a fun film.
I've heard of that one.
Oh, you haven't seen it?
No.
Oh, yeah, it's a fun film. I've always enjoyed it. She plays in there with Samuel L. Jackson. And
Yeah, it's got a good cast.
Yeah, and she and several recognizable faces. She plays somebody who, she's like living this nice, quiet little life, and I don't know if you guys have seen it at all. Anybody else? Am I the only one? Okay, so she's living this little quiet life, and she's like, I don't remember. She's like a teacher or whatever. She's engaged. She's got a child, and she has amnesia. She doesn't remember anything from like 8 years before or something. She like that part of her life is blacked out, and so then something happens and kind of starts to reawaken her memories, and she starts to find out about her former self. Anyway, it was fun. I really enjoyed that movie.
I've heard good things about it.
And Samuel Jackson is great in there, of course.
I'll have to check it out. I'll have to check it out because I like Gina Davis as well. So
yeah, I thought they had pretty good chemistry in the movie. Yeah. Let me know what you think. You get around to watching it.
We'll do. So got Long Kiss Goodnight.
Dread, y'all. Dread.
Yes, I love the Dread the remake. Yeah.
Yeah. Recently saw that for the 2012 discussion, and I enjoyed that so much. I did a review for it. I haven't put it up yet, but that was really underrated.
The one with Carl Urban, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Good movie.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I would love if that got a sequel, but
right. But it's been so long. I just I was thinking that too. I was like, man, I would love to see these characters come back. But
well, Carl Urban's a bigger name again now.
He's definitely bigger. Yeah.
Yeah. Dread's a good one.
I think Carl Urban was recently asked about doing a sequel, and I think he came out and said, as far as he's aware, there is no work happening, but he said he would gladly do it. Like, apparently he had so much fun in the role, so he said, just write the script and I'd be there. So there is a tiny pinch of hope, maybe.
Well, somebody get that script done.
I know.
Yeah.
I would love to see a sequel to that movie.
Yeah.
Really would. Yeah. Jackson, you said you were looking up one before.
Yeah, so the main two I guess I can think of are, do you guys know the Wakaliwood movies? They're okay, so they're Ugandan action movies. There's a one called Who Killed Captain Alex that got really famous a few years ago. Like people were kind of lovingly making fun of it sort of thing, because it is an extremely low budget movie. It's like, I think it was made on a budget of about $85. And it's these people from, you know, Central Africa basically, who love action movies, you know, stuff like Commando and stuff like that, and they're basically like recreating that kind of thing. And what makes it really fun is that the director basically like commentates on the movie while you're watching it. And that you hear that and you think that like, oh, that would just kind of be kind of annoying, but it really like hypes you up, and it's so much fun. So yeah, Who Killed Captain Alex and Bad Black are both on YouTube. And then there's another one called Crazy World that I haven't seen yet, but yeah, they're a lot of fun. And like that, you could kind of watch them almost as like, I guess some people would call it like so bad it's good, but I don't even really think they're bad movies. They're just like people making very low budget movies, but they have such passion for them. They really like put a lot of work into the stunts and stuff. So yeah, those for sure.
Wow. I've just Googled Who Killed Captain Alex as well. That looks fun, actually.
It is.
Never heard of it. No. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Harry?
Yeah, I just grabbed this one. I think I've talked about it on here before, but Collateral for me.
Love that movie.
Oh,
yeah,
that is
Tom Cruise and Jamie
excellent.
Foxx.
Yes.
He should play a villain more. He's a villain, and he's really good in it. I mean, the whole thing, it feels like it's a 10-minute movie. It just flies. It's like an adrenaline rush. So yeah, I rewatched that one a lot.
The digital cinematography in that is like some of the best digital you'll ever see. Yeah.
It holds up. I mean, it's amazing. I prefer it over pretty much, I think, any other Michael Mann movie. I like Heat, but yeah, there's just something about it.
I've heard like great things about it. It's on my watch list though.
You haven't seen it yet?
Nah, I'm intrigued to see Tom Cruise as a villain as well. That's what really caught my attention.
He's like a gray-haired villain.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
He was like the Terminator in that movie.
Yeah.
Lord. It was really good. The dynamic between him and Jamie Foxx was really interesting. The nuances to their characters, and there's really something very special about that film.
Yeah. Great pacing as well. It doesn't let up. It might, I can't remember the exact runtime, but exactly what sorry, I've forgotten your name. Horsetooth Cinema said it feels like a 10-minute movie. You don't even realize it's over.
Yeah,
and the soundtrack is so good. I mean, Michael Mann soundtracks are always great, but there's that scene in the club. Like
in the club, I love it.
I just feel so alive watching that.
Yeah,
like,
I listened to
when
that.
he goes in by himself.
One of my CDs. Yeah.
Yeah. Such a good movie. You'll love it, Mike. We got to hear your thoughts.
Yeah,
definitely. I can't wait. I've heard it's on Blu-ray Steelbook, so I think I'm going to buy the Steelbook and then I'll watch the movie. Nice. I think. Ooh, and Gladiator's still sitting there sealed, so I need to get to that as well.
Jason just commented on that, I think. Yeah.
Probably, yeah. Jason knows. Matt?
I'm going to have to go with The Raid. That's
a good movie.
Yeah, The Raid is awesome. Like, it's an awesome martial arts action movie, just balls to the wall, crazy. It's just non-stop. It's relentless. It's so good. The Raid 2 is good as well. They don't get talked enough about on streams, I think. But those movies are really, really good. Really worth checking out.
I've heard great things about The Raid as well. It's on my list.
Oh, dude, you'll love it, dude.
Yeah,
I know.
Fight choreography.
I know. Well, great question to action. And he says, he said, we're liking this Tuesday Z chats with the Z-Man currently sitting here with Chinese takeaway. Well, enjoy, my friend. Hope you.
Oh, that's what I'm getting after this stream, my guy. That's what I'm getting after this stream.
Sounds very tempting, to be honest. We've got Daniel Berry Sports Highlights saying, yo. So, hey, Daniel. Doing well. We've got Two Actions also asking, okay. The wife asks, if you could star in a film with any actor or actress, who would it be and what would you do?
I know where Matt's going with this.
That's
what directions is it?
Yeah. Do you mean in terms of like the role and what kind of movie we would do? Like, that's a very big question, I think.
That's
we'll go with the first part of the question. Who would you like to be in a film with? We'll go with that. We've had this question before. I've answered this before, so I'm going to say
That was like a love scene, I thought. That sort of question.
Yeah.
That was like in the previous.
I'm still going to go Emma Stone. My answer. Elliot?
It depends what type of scene it is. If it's a love scene, then can I have Scarlett Johansson, please? If it's a dialogue scene, let's have a bit of Daniel Day-Lewis. That's the way I'll put it.
Great pick. Harry?
Yeah, I don't know how to answer this. I guess if it's what I'm thinking, Roman, I don't know, maybe Rachel McAdams, but any other type of scene or movie, then Nicolas Cage. All the way.
That would be a fun one, I think.
Yeah.
Let him just go balls to the wall. That would be good.
Oh, it would be amazing.
Matt?
If it's a dialogue scene, Keanu Reeves, because I just want back and forth. Yeah. 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 And if it's a love scene, Samara Weaving all day long. Samara Weaving would get it. She is perfection. Yeah.
Man, I was gonna say dialogue scene with Keanu though. You're not getting much conversation.
No.
There,
No, I don't want I just want to go yeah, and him to go yeah.
What? And he sounds confused the whole time.
Yeah. So I just want to live with him. Could you imagine? Yo, Keanu, do you want to get Domino's tonight? Yeah. You know, that's just...
It would be as well.
Yeah.
Jackson?
I'd love to dialogue-wise. I'd love to do like a gangster scene with De Niro. That'd be fun. But yeah, if it were a love scene, Eva Green would be mine.
Oh yeah.
Ooh, good pick. And Sin?
I'm so unoriginal. I would say some sort of action scene with Arnold. I mean, he's like one of my favorite human beings ever. So, and huge inspiration on me in a lot of ways, in my personal life, just with like fitness and health and stuff like that. So, yeah, he's like always the first one that comes to mind.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Can I change my answer to that?
Yeah. An action movie with Arnold would be awesome.
Oh my gosh,
Definitely.
It'd be so much fun.
Especially back in the day, Arnold or Stallone won the two.
Arnold, always Arnold.
Yeah.
Arnold. Yeah.
Yeah. Arnold.
Yeah.
So we've got viewer Drew says, what do you guys think is the most underrated MCU movie? I think The Incredible Hulk. Just to add to this, Movie Burner says The Incredible Hulk is a
Movie Burner Entertainment. Hi guys, if you're still here.
Hey, Movie Burner. First time here. So yeah, so what do you guys think is the most underrated MCU movie?
I agree with the Hulk. I actually like that movie. And off the top of my head, because I don't remember every single one of them, probably the first Thor. I really enjoyed that film. More than I thought I would.
I like the first Thor movie as well. Elliot?
I mean, I'm a bit falling out of love with the MCU, but off the top of my head, I remember really liking the first Ant-Man and then jumping on YouTube and everyone was like, it's okay. And I was like, oh, I really had a great time with that. Maybe I got the wrong ending.
Yeah.
So,
no, like, it's a fun film.
First Ant-Man's a fun film.
Yeah, it's funny. Yeah.
Matt?
I echo again with Elliot. I've fallen out of love with the MCU, but if I was going to have to pick one, it'd probably be Black Widow, the movie, one with Scarlett Johansson and Florence Pugh. I thought they were great. Also, and it's not a movie, but Hawkeye was really good as well on Disney Plus. The Hawkeye series was really cool. Yeah, the series was cool. But yeah, other than that, I have no love for the MCU at the moment. So
yeah,
I get it.
I get you.
But I did enjoy Black Widow. I thought that was. Really
I did
good.
too. That was really good film, and I did not honestly. I came into that movie having previously not liked her character or like Scarlett Johansson. Like I just didn't care for her at all as an actor. And when she showed up in Iron Man 2, I was just like, oh my gosh, all the hair flipping and the posturing she did. It was just like, oh no. But she grew on me after she died. She grew okay, so that by that movie, when she died, before she died, I was starting to connect with her character, and then she died. But like you said, yeah, Black Widow, I really enjoyed and appreciated that they made fun of her doing all the hair flipping and the posturing. When her sister, I thought that was hilarious, and I love that she seemed like such a good sport, about it. So I agree with you on that film. That's good.
And I really like Florence Pugh's Yelena introduction to that, and I wish we got that earlier with them too. I think it would be so much better.
Yeah, and the intro to that movie is one of the best MCU intros. That's like one of my favorites. The song and the imagery and everything. Oh. Yeah.
Well, just like the opening scene of that as well, like being as kids, like it was really dark. I was like, I get like kind of Bond ultimatum supremacy kind of vibe from this movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, it's a good bit.
And Florence Pugh, man. Florence Pugh, I mean.
Oh, she stole the show, y'all, in that movie.
100%.
Yeah. She was really good.
Jackson?
I haven't really I'm not big enough of an MCU fan to really find one that's underrated. There's so many that I haven't seen, honestly. My favorite one is probably just the original Iron Man, and then some of the early Avengers. Well, I guess the first Avengers movie. I like Infinity War, but I'm kind of struggling to come up with one that I can. I just don't know if I feel qualified enough to answer this question. So
yeah. Hey, fair enough, man. Fair enough. Harry?
Yeah, I'm with Matt on. I know it's not a movie, but Hawkeye, the show. I was really pleasantly surprised with it because I watched the other shows that they had on Disney Plus. I didn't like any of them. I thought Loki was good. That was the only other one I liked. But Hawkeye was just a good time. I didn't care for his character in the movies, but it was just a solid show. I thought it was entertaining. Every episode was good. So yeah, I would say that. In terms of the movies, I don't know. It's hard because I think they're pretty fairly rated. I feel like people like pretty much all of them, a lot. I would just say maybe the first Iron Man, not that people didn't like it or underrated it, but it's just been, we're so far removed from that I would say it's not talked about a lot. And I agree. I mean, it's still one of the best for sure. So.
Yeah. I agree. Yeah. I feel like with Hawkeye, I didn't care for Hawkeye's character in it, but for me it was Haley Steinfeld and Florence Pugh. They stole the show completely. And I think they were awesome, especially that dinner sequence. They're having dinner together. Haley Steinfeld and Florence Pugh. They're having an awkward dinner, and it's so good. Yeah, it's so
That's
good.
Amazing.
Yeah, Hawkeye show is fun. Definitely, you guys definitely agree about his character. Start caring for him more end game, and that beginning kind of thing, and then I agree. For me, I'm gonna go one where I don't think it's underrated, but I think it's overlooked quite a lot. And my favorite Marvel movie ever, Captain America: The First Avenger.
Oh.
I really love that movie, and I know it gets looked over by Civil War and Winter Soldier, which I can understand. But I just think it, again, what you were just saying, Sin, about a unique opening. I just think it's a unique movie that's not being done in terms of a wimp to to what he becomes, and the kind of Germany theme and the Nazi kind of theme of that, that's different. I don't know. That's my answer anyway. Captain America: First Avenger.
Yeah, that's a solid movie.
I say I don't think it's underrated. I think it just gets overlooked by the sequels though a lot.
Yeah,
definitely. Yeah, I hear a lot of criticisms about it, but I'm with you, Mike. Yeah.
Hey, thanks, man. We've got Lego News. He says, "Yo, Mike, it's been a while. I watched one of your streams. How you doing?" So yeah, I'm doing good. Thanks, Lego, for tuning in. Nice to see you again, my friend. And I hope you're doing well. Norin's quote is "Shop smart, shop smart." Ash. Yeah. Great one. Yeah. We've got Ryan in the house. So hey, Ryan. He says, did you see the poster for Asteroid City, the new Wes Anderson film? What a cast is what I'm saying. Yeah, I saw the poster and a huge cast list. Yeah, Tom Hanks is in it, I believe. I'm not mistaken.
Tom Hanks is like in fucking everything now, right? It's like, yeah.
It'll only be a matter of time till he's in the MCU, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes me think, is he bankrupt or something? Because geez, he's like taking all these roles up, man. It's like, yeah.
But
Yeah,
I was just going to say,
something like Nicolas Cage, right?
What are you saying, Elliot?
Pinocchio last year was a new low for him.
Oh yeah.
Haven't seen it yet, so I can't comment. I've heard not good things though.
What film's that?
Pinocchio, the Tom Hanks one.
Oh, that and his role in Elvis was bad.
Yeah, that was bad.
The Pinocchio one though is just so like, I mean, the whole movie is just so like soulless. Like man, it was like I know a lot of the Disney live action stuff. Like there are some movies like you guys talking about earlier, like Jungle Book and Cruella, and those movies do something a little bit different with like the source material. But then there's some like The Lion King and like this new Pinocchio one where it's like there's like almost no point to doing it. Like,
Yeah, I was a bit surprised about the bad reviews of the Pinocchio one because it's Zemeckis as well. So I thought, wow, okay, this should be awesome.
Yeah.
But
I don't know how much director freedom Disney gives. I mean, it just feels like all their movies are directed by the same person to me. I don't know why.
I can get that. I can understand that. Yes, but have any of you guys heard of this Asteroid City?
Yeah. Yeah, the poster looks cool. It's kind of not what I was expecting. It looks a little bit different than what Wes Anderson's been doing lately. I hope that's what the movie's like too, because I think I've liked all of his movies like enough. Some of them I really love, like Grand Budapest Hotel, Life Aquatic, stuff like that. But I think his last, especially French Dispatch, felt like he's just kind of settling into a formula and just kind of making the same movie, like different versions of the same movie again. So I hope he branches out a little bit more with this new one.
What's this one about? Do you guys know?
I don't know.
So the plot on IMDb, because I had to look it up with the cast, it says the itinerary of a junior stargazer convention is spectacularly disrupted by world-changing events. So not really much of a plot, to be honest.
The cast is crazy. You got Margot Robbie, Tom Hanks, Steve Carell, Bryan Cranston, William Dafoe.
Oh wow.
Adrian Brody. Like,
he just gets anyone. Like the cast for French Dispatch was crazy as well. Like,
but Margot Robbie, sign me up. I'll be there. I'll be there. Row, you know.
See, I don't know. See, for me, like it's like there's been a lot of movies recently where there's been a massive cast, but the movie's been terrible. Like Amsterdam was awful.
Oh, see, I liked Amsterdam.
Oh, you liked Amsterdam?
I know it got a lot of hate, but it worked for me somehow. But yeah, I know a lot of people weren't crazy about it. But like you said, yeah, a lot of these big casts and the movies just kind of with a lot of people.
So a lot of people wasn't great on Babylon, but I loved Babylon. I thought Babylon was awesome.
Yeah, I had a good time at Babylon.
Yeah, I liked it.
But yeah, I think you're right though, Jackson. Like Wes Anderson normally gets like just a massive names and you're like, wow. Okay,
which is so weird too, because he started off making, like, if you watch his early movies, like there's a few people who keep showing up, like Owen Wilson, Jason Schwartzman, etc. But like they're not like, I mean, they really feel like independent movies. And then now his stuff nowadays has the same like aesthetic as those, but like the cast is just crazy, all these Hollywood names. So
I'm just having a little look on Wikipedia. I've seen a couple of his movies. I've seen Royal Tenenbaums.
So that's one of the few I haven't seen, but I've heard good things.
It's actually not too bad, to be honest.
Yeah.
Life Aquatic. I've seen that one.
I love that. That might be my favorite one. I know that's kind of like
really
kind of a more it's kind of a more like lesser one, I think, for most people. But yeah, I don't know. I really, really love the character of Steve Zissou and the whole like journey he has throughout that.
I get you. And I've seen Isle of Dogs as well.
Yeah.
I've seen a couple. So
Moonrise Kingdom's a really good one. That's a good like summer nostalgia sort of vibe. Grand Budapest Hotel is one everyone needs to check out, I think. Really beautiful movie. Yeah.
That's the one I want to watch.
Yeah.
Grand Budapest Hotel.
Yeah, I think that's like where people should start with Wes Anderson. Yeah.
Yeah, I can confirm that Grand Budapest is fantastic watch. It's also really funny. It's not only beautiful to look at with a cast, but there's some really dark and really punchy humor that catches you so off guard, and it will get a genuine belly laugh out of you. Really good watch. I'd definitely recommend it.
Awesome.
Okay, I'm gonna have to have a little look. Yeah, because I've never really been sold on Wes Anderson, but yeah, okay, I'm gonna have to check it out. We've got D Movie Man. He says, okay, considering how many animated films get written off as children films, what's an animated film that helped you appreciate the genre and see it in a different light? Oh wow, what a great question.
For me, it'd be Princess Mononoke. That was the first anime film I saw, and it really it's not a kids movie. It's actually pretty violent and everything, and the story I felt was really dealing with themes about war and man versus nature and all these really big sort of existential questions, while still being a really great spectacle to watch, which is why people gravitate towards animation. So that'd be one for me.
I've never seen Princess Mononoke. I've always wanted
it's
to
so good. You gotta check it out. Yeah,
I've heard.
Yeah.
I've heard, man. Well, just to quickly get before we get your guys' answers, Dee's adding in here. I forgot about this comment. He says, 3 of mine are Batman, Mask of the Phantasm, Prince of Egypt, and Animatrix as well.
Mask of the Phantasm's excellent. That honestly might be my favorite Batman movie. It's fantastic.
I've heard good things about it as well.
Oh my gosh, Mike.
I know. It's on the list. Trust me, it's on the list. Wow, I don't know. Well, great answer, Jackson. I'm gonna have to check Princess Mononoke out. You've solidified it, my friend. Harry?
Yeah, I'm trying to think originally, because recently, definitely Your Name. I know we've talked about that for sure. But I think originally for me, I saw the Cowboy Bebop movie and the Cowboy Bebop show after that, and that changed everything, because I had seen Dragon Ball Z before that, but part of it felt still a little bit of a kid's show, at least in my mind, because I watched it as a kid. But then it was Cowboy Bebop I watched in high school, and I was like, okay, this is that next level. This is amazing. So definitely recommend that show and movie. Both are really good. So, yeah.
I've heard great things about the anime as well.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But I didn't hear great things about the Netflix live action.
Oh God. I want to talk about that.
That doesn't exist.
Yeah. Please.
I've heard. Elliot?
I've actually got 2. One of my all-time favorite animated movies is Fox and the Hound. I think it's because when I was a kid, I was bright orange-haired and bullied, and I just related to that fox. He was ginger too, and he was cool. So I just totally put myself in the fox. So I love that movie. And as I've watched it as I've got older, it's a really intelligent film. It's something that still equates to today, being nice to people. Don't hate people just because they're different. Be open to people. So that's definitely in my top 10 movies of all time. But also one that just blew the freaking lid off this brain of mine would be Akira. I don't think I've ever seen something so beautiful out of animation. It feels like every tiny detail you can imagine is being animated endlessly all over. It's just so gorgeous to look at. It's the first time I watched it, it's a very complicated and thinking movie. First time watching it, I was a bit lost, but I was totally just hooked on how the thing looked and every little small detail, sometimes even rewinding just to watch that bit again, see it unfold. So they would be my 2 choices for animated movies.
See, I haven't seen Akira yet, but I have plans. There's a oh, nice, cool. There's a theater about an hour away from me that is showing it in 35mm next month, and I have plans to have that be the first time I see it. So,
good man, that'd be a great way. Yeah,
definitely. I would have loved to have done that as well, Jackson. The only time I've seen it was last year, the year before, they showed it like the 4K restoration, whatever they've done.
Yeah.
And I agree with you, Elliot. I think first time watch it's a bit complicated. I think it needs another viewing.
Yeah, it can definitely confuse you if you look away for 5 seconds.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Jackson, when you watch it, let me know what you think.
Oh yeah, definitely will do.
Sin?
Well, I never have really written off animated films, so I've always had an appreciation for them. They're not nowadays. They're not necessarily my favorite. I generally will gravitate more towards movies that have, humans and it's not drawn or animated. But I've always really appreciated animated films. Probably one of the earliest ones I just became so obsessed with, and I love to this day. It's in my top 10. Is The Secret of Nim. I think that's a Don Bluth film, maybe. And it's based off a book. I can't remember if the book was the same name, but I thought the animation in there, the voice acting, I think the voice acting was what really drew me in, because it was so well done, and I just love that, just the score and the ambiance and the Foley and all the stuff. I just love it so much. It's really good. And also a recent one that I saw that made me appreciate the art even more. It's not hand-drawn animation, but I thought Puss in Boots was really, really good. The messaging in that was pretty profound. I appreciate it a lot.
Is that the most recent Puss in
The
Boots?
second, yeah, sorry, their most recent one, yeah. That was really, really good.
Yeah, that's a fun animation movie.
Yeah, but it's also something that adults can appreciate. It has serious messaging in there that it really touched me. I don't know, maybe it's just me, but yeah, I liked it. But there's a lot of anime. I mean, I used to watch the Batman animated series and bought the entire set. One year Kevin Conroy came to our local Comic-Con, and I went to his panel, and it was he was such a lovely man. And so after that, we ordered, the box set for the, the Blu-ray of all the episodes of Batman. So that's a good show too.
Oh, that's awesome. It would have been cool to see him live as well.
Oh, he was great. Yeah. He's such a, he was so kind, because he was talking about all the different people that have played Batman. And he was like, they're all great, and they all bring something wonderful. It's like, and some people were like, George Clooney, he refused to talk down about any of them. He was just, I mean, not that most people would, but he had something lovely and nice to say about everyone that's been a Batman in some way or another. Yeah, really great guy.
I always heard nice things about him.
So, yeah, it has a wonderful voice. I mean, my gosh, what perfect casting for the voice of Batman.
I've heard. And finally, Matt.
Attack on Titan.
Oh yeah,
is awesome.
Good show.
Ghost in the Shell. I watch a lot of animated stuff really, but like the typical South Park, Family Guys. The Batman Killing Joke is another good one. Yeah, there's loads, and obviously you got the Studio Ghibli stuff as well. So yeah, just those really. I'm not huge on anime. Chainsaw Man was really good.
Chainsaw Man's cool.
Yeah, I heard it's good.
But anime is like a subject that I feel like I need to invest more time into, because I do enjoy what I watch. It's just not my go-to, but I kind of want to make it my go-to, because it's one of those,
Yeah.
I gotta stop picking Evil Dead every time I pick up my movies. And I gotta try and explore.
Branch
more.
out. You need to expand your horizons.
Ponyo was a good one as well that I checked out. That was really good. Ponyo was awesome. So yeah, it's more anime stuff is something that I do want to check out more for sure. Because there's a big market in anime for sure.
Ooh,
yeah.
Yes.
Well, if you need some recommendations, let me know.
Cheers, bro.
You're welcome. And yeah, for me, I would say Your Name. Harry touched on it before. Movie that's kind of changed me. I own it on 4K. My favorite anime movie ever. So great question, D. So with that, I'm going to wrap up the guests for the first 2 hours because I've got a couple in the wings. But firstly, I want to thank Matt, Jackson, Elliot, Sin, and Harry for joining me for the first 2 hours. You can find all the links down below in the description box as well. So please go subscribe to them. Go tell them that I sent you, or tell them that you've seen them on the live stream. And Matt's Instagram link is also there as well, so you can follow him on Instagram. So thank you for joining me for the first 2 hours, guys.
Thank you so much.
Mike.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye.
You're welcome. Have a great night.
Cheers, guys.
Yeah,
Thank
you
you.
too.
Thank you.
See you in a bit. See you, buddy. All right, and then we've got a couple of guests joining. We've got Jason, Jamie, and Norin. Hey, guys.
What's up?
Hey.
Hey, how you doing?
Doing really good, Mike. Thanks for having me on, man.
Hey, welcome, brother. And got Jason as well. What cap you got on today, Jason?
Well, I knew Norin's going to be here, so I was like, I'm going to do this in honor of Norin. I'm going to put my hat backwards and
You guys are twinning it up.
try to look cool.
Yeah.
We just need Rashad to enter now with a hat on as well, not his hoodie. It'll be good.
I was going to say Rashad will come in with his hoodie and be like, man, I haven't shaved yet.
I was shady.
Yeah. Yeah.
But thanks for joining me, Jason, Norin, and Jamie. You can find the links to all these guys' channel down below in the description box also. So please go subscribe to them. Very quickly, just before we start, because we know Ryan and Rashad's joining within the hour as well. Jason, do you want to tell everyone a little bit about your channel?
Yeah, Jason Old Millennial, mostly talk about movies and music and do a lot of rankings and lists of my favorite in different categories. Like I'm doing Pixar at the moment and just kind of go through a lot. I have just tons and tons of lists I want to go through. So I love doing those, and I love doing live streams and talking to everybody.
Yeah, awesome, man. And you can find Jason's channel down below in the description box. He's currently going through his Pixar ranking, but he's pretty close to the top 10 near enough. So I'm looking forward to that one. Norin, what have you got going on over at your channel?
Oh, still doing the Puppet Master videos and stuff like that, pretty much. Yeah. Gonna try to get through those so I could rank them, and then still got to get on to start binging my black and white horror and stuff like that. So House of Frankenstein, Abbott and Costello Meet Frankenstein, Dracula. So I'll be watching a lot of black and white horror probably over the next couple weeks.
Yeah. Well, you said you're doing like black and white kind of month in April, right?
Yeah, so I'm going to get all the watching in over the next couple weeks, and then like just start filming a bunch of reviews, probably stack them up, and then just edit them and then have them dropping throughout April and stuff like that.
Sweet, man. And you will see Norin also on my channel at some point within the next couple of months as I bring back the Turbo Movie collab series. Norin's been given his assignment. You two guys, just wait. I will be inboxing you.
How exciting.
Jamie's elated. She can't wait over there. I can see by her face. So yes, you go subscribe to Norin. His channel links down below. And Jamie, what have you got going on over at your channel? In the
yeah. Oh, sorry. Yep. I'm covering a young adult teen drama series called School Spirits. And then in April, I'm going to cover Beef, which is another series coming out. And then May is when things will probably get exciting because there's better things coming out. Guardians of the Galaxy, I'm really looking forward to in May. So I'm pretty quiet at the moment, pretty just floating along, but yeah. That's what's happening.
Yeah. Well, that's awesome. So please go over and subscribe to Jamie as well. I'm excited to hear your thoughts on that pay and list series though, as it keeps progressing, because you've been saying it's not too bad at the moment as well.
Yeah, it's not for everybody because it is like probably aimed at teenagers, but technically it's classed as young adult, which here I am. So yeah, I'm really enjoying it. And it's like a murder mystery, so it's kind of like a teenage version of that, which is kind of cool.
Well, I like that kind of stuff, especially like Riverdale season 1 and stuff.
You like Peyton List, the end.
Yeah.
You're going to watch it.
Yeah, I'm sold.
You don't need to lie, Mike. This is a safe space.
Fair enough. Okay. So yes, go check out the guys' channels down below in the description box. We've got quite a few comments, so we'll go through a couple of them. I got Lego M News in the house. He's saying if anyone has seen the new Trolls trailer. I recommend you don't watch it. You would cringe so much.
That good.
I've seen the Troll movie. I didn't like it, so I think
Is that the animated with the singing and?
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's different like strings for each like clan and all that kind of stuff or whatever. Like,
Well, there was a second one already, wasn't there? Wasn't there like Trolls Rock Stars or something? Yeah. So I wonder what this one is.
I don't know. I remember seeing the first one with like Anna Kendrick and Justin Timberlake voice casting, I believe, but because the second one came out during COVID. I think that was the first movie to be like rental, I believe, during COVID, and obviously it did really well.
It did really well, yeah.
Yeah, I believe so. Okay, we've got a cool question here from Lewis Smith. So firstly, hey Lewis, he says, best memory from the cinema. Mine would have to be sneaking in to watch Blade 2 through the fire exit days at the age 12. I remember every second of it being awesome. Well, great question. I have probably a couple. But didn't sneak through any fire exit doors, but you know, I should have done. I don't know. Jason?
Best memory. Yeah, I got some memories. One I like talking about is watching American Sniper in the movie theater with Bradley Cooper, and about what's his name? About a famous sniper, military guy, something Kyle, I think his name was. And going to the movie theater, I remember I was like, oh, I want to check out this movie. It's going to be an Oscar type movie. And I went to go see it, and it was sold out. And I was like so upset. I'm like, oh my God, like sold out now. Because like I had to drive like 15 minutes to the movie theater. I'm like, oh, I got to drive back home. And you know, you're bummed when you go to the movie theater and you don't get to watch a movie, you know, that's pretty bummer, you know? So like,
yeah. So
I go back and I'm like all upset. So I go back like the next day, and like I had to find a seat like way in the back. Like it was again, like I was just cram packed, and I was upset because I didn't have a good seat. And I'm sitting there going, man, I'm way in the back. And I remember watching like, and I was looking around, and like there was families with kids, and this is like a, you know, violent R-rated movie, you know. And I was looking around like, man, all these families here picking up my seats, you know. I don't know. I was like in a bad mood. And then I'm watching the movie, and it was a great movie and very emotional. And I remember just as I was watching it, I was like, I totally turned around. I was like, you know what? I'm, you know, good for those families bringing their kids to watch, for me, a movie that was very respectful to, you know, the American military. And I have a lot of respect for the American military. And so I always felt very patriotic when I'm watching the movie. So I turned from like being mad at everybody to being like, you know, good for you bringing your kid to watch a movie that, you know, is, you know, such a pro-American movie anyway. So, and at the very end, it's very sad. And it's the first time I've ever been to a movie theater where like the movie ends. I mean, if I can spoil the movie, the guy in real life dies. It happened in real life. So,
fair enough.
So the very ending of the movie, they show the actual funeral of this guy that you just watched his life in this movie. And all of a sudden, and there's no music. It's just totally silent. It's a funeral of this guy. And man, you know, we're all crying, you know, in the theater. And we all get up, and we all walk out, and nobody talks. And I never, because when you get in a movie, you get up and you go, hey, you thought about the movie? Yeah, that was good. Blah, blah. Nobody talked. Everybody was just like, you know, we're just going to file a single file out of this theater and not say anything. I don't know. It was a very cool experience I've never experienced before.
That's a pretty cool story, to be honest. I've never seen the movie, but yeah, it's just cool how you went in like really mad and then like complete turnaround. That's pretty cool, man.
Yeah, that's what made it so great. I was like, at the end, I was like, you know, I salute all of you, like fathers bringing your son to go, hey, this is what a hero is, you know.
And then Jason walking out the theater, tears in his eyes as well, getting the tissues.
Oh yeah.
Away.
Oh yeah.
Jamie?
Firstly, I just want to say that's so nice, Jace. Normal people are like, oh, why would they bring their kids and like be really pissed off? And you're like, you know what? I'm mad, but you're such a good guy. So many moments that I don't even know if I can talk about. So let's talk about some like appropriate ones. I really liked going to... When I was younger, I was like a little bit of a cheeky girl. I probably still am. And same with most people probably, you know, you'd sneak into one movie and you'd watch one and then you end up watching like 3 movies. So those are always fun with, you know, like, I don't know, the bad kids, I guess you could say, trying to impress the bad guys. But experience-wise would have to be Endgame. I watched that with my husband and my best friend and his partner at the time. And just the experience of all of it. Like, I always love going to the cinemas anyway, because I've got a really stupid sense of humor. Like, for example, with Shazam, not many people were laughing, but there was like one little group at the front that always laughed at dumb stuff. And I was like, that's my group. They get it too. So it's always a really good experience because you're like, yes, you know, I don't know, you feel normal because some people like it or some people cried when you cried or whatnot. But that movie at the end, like, I just remember everybody clapping. And that was the one movie that it seemed like everybody was like collectively liked. You know, everybody was happy and they were like clapping. And I feel like that's going to be what The Flash is. Maybe that's a bold statement, but I feel like a lot of people are going to like The Flash. And I was one that was like, I'm not going to stuff Ezra, all this, but there's not been many movies. I mean, to be fair, I do watch a lot of like blockbuster movies, so maybe I should experience other things. But that was one that everybody seemed to enjoy and applauded at the end. And just the experience in general was really nice, maybe because who I was with, but I really enjoyed that experience. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's always great when you have like an audience participating in the movie or like cheering along or like, I say, like laughing, having a good time. Especially when it's like, say, Shazam, that's got goofy comedy and like no one laughs. It's kind of like, oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, my husband was sitting there like munching on the popcorn, like, this is dumb. And I was cracking up at some parts. And then, yeah, this little group, I was like, oh, I wish I was sitting next to you guys. You guys seem fun.
I'll get you. Well, it wasn't wiping away tears like Jason there, but you know, it's still good.
No, but another one that, speaking of like wiping away tears, was Black Panther, the Wakanda Black Panther. You know, that moment, as you say, Jace, having something so silent is so impactful. Like nobody, even me, I was trying really hard not to like ugly cry because that's when I get loud. But everybody was silent in that opening, you know, and yeah, even the end scene and I don't know, moments like that where everybody is together feeling that same thing is so beautiful. I love that.
Yeah, it's so great when I feel like as a group you're experiencing this moment. Yeah.
Really like cool nobody in Wakanda Forever in that moment was like, oh, this is a shit scene. This is a shit movie. In that moment, everybody was sad. You can't tell me you weren't. And if there's people that were, they're just trying to be different because everybody was emotional during that. So yeah,
I agree.
What I like.
I agree. Norin?
So for me, it's probably, I'll have to stick to horror, of course, but like my favorite, just because it's a fond memory, my mom took me and my best friend at the time, and this was for Freddy versus Jason. And this was a big deal. Okay. This was especially for the horror community because they set up the whole Freddy versus Jason thing like ages ago. Like it was like during a different movie in the 9th film of the Friday the 13th franchise, and they set it up, and that was like I think about 11 years gap. It was 11 or 12 years, something like that. And then the film finally came out, and like going there was just so exciting. And like me and my friend Daniel, like we were Team Jason, and my mom was Team Freddy. So it was just like it was that back and forth, like in the car talking trash, like, oh, you know, this one's gonna win, that one's gonna win. Oh no, of course, like Jason's gonna kill him, you know, like that kind of thing. And the theater was packed, like just every seat. And it was like that vibe of the horror community, everybody yelling and screaming when people died and stuff like that, you know, screaming for Jason and screaming at Freddy. Like it was a very exciting time. And that was probably like, yeah, easily. That's why I have it very high in my ranking too for the Jason films, even though it's not typically a great film. Like if I'm to like really look at that film objectively, it's not a great Friday film or a great Freddy film, but just that vibe and that feeling of being at the theater, that experience, it sticks with you.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. And I think like with like a cinema experience, if you have like such a great experience, it just elevates the movie or like your memory of the movie.
Definitely.
Especially how you said like you went with your friend Daniel and your mum, and you guys were trash talking beforehand. Yeah, I can see.
Yeah, that's what builds it up too. Like if you have that where you're like able to talk after the movie and before the movie, it just adds to the experience, and then you go and you'll always remember it. You know, it's always a fond memory.
Yeah, for sure.
Get you.
Remember when the second Twilight movie came out and everybody was like Team Jacob or Team Edward?
Yeah, I remember. I do remember that too. Yeah,
that's his Twilight.
Yeah,
that was probably... me talking about sneaking into the movies, Jay. Stuff. That was one of them.
Yeah.
Talking about hanging out with bad boys. That was one of them. Oh dear. But yeah, Twilight was definitely my jam.
Yeah, you can tell Jimmy was on one of the teams and floods of tears at the end of that movie. You can tell.
I didn't cry, but I was definitely. I mean, I gotta say, when I've looked back now, because I have gone back to rewatch that stuff, I still enjoy it. I must admit. But there was a scene in the last one, with a baby, and I was like, that is the worst thing that I've ever seen. Like, this baby is so fake. It's so
that was awful.
It was awful, wasn't it? And
it was like off-putting in the worst way.
Yes, and by that point in time, they had made enough money off people like me. Well, maybe not because I was sneaking in, but other people watching this movie or this franchise that surely they could have hired a baby or done better CG work than that because it was so terrible. Ugh,
yeah,
but the movie itself, yeah, I've enjoyed rewatching them still.
I never saw that one, but I heard bad things about the baby thing though. So yeah,
terrible, absolutely awful.
And I bet Norin's got a poster of Twilight in his room. He's just not showing it right now.
Yeah, he seems to know a lot about this baby for somebody who's like, Twilight, ew.
And I do know. I used to watch it like a lot, actually, like the franchise, just to like. I think if you really want to understand something, even if you don't like something, it's good to like watch it because then you really want to get the like. You know, there's something to get from everything. And I actually did like. I think it was New Moon was the second film. I think New Moon was the second film. That was my favorite one. Like that, I could actually rewatch that film and actually kind of stand it because I like the story. I like the aspect of that second film, but then I didn't really like the Breaking Dawn Part 1 or 2 that much.
Yeah,
were you Team Jacob or Team Edward, Norin?
Oh, I was always with the vampire for sure. That's like if I had to pick, yeah. I think even then I knew like, oh, Robert Pattinson, he's gonna be Batman one day. Maybe in my head I knew I was like, he's gonna be Batman one day.
Yeah, Taylor Lautner fell off the map.
Yeah,
it does seem like that. Yeah.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. So I've got So I'm gonna share one of my cinema memories. I don't know if it's one of my favorite. It's a memorable one anyway. I'll say that. I've shared this story before. It's when I went to go see A Quiet Place when that originally came out, 2016, 17. I can't remember. So I went by myself with my cinema card. Went by myself, and stupid old me went and bought popcorn in A Quiet Place. and I thought, the title's just deceiving. It'll be loud music, it'll be everything like that. So here I am chopping on my popcorn, realizing, I'm too late to get a refund. Here we go. So here I am waiting for like some loud moment to like shove a handful in and then be like, one at a time. So anyway, so that's the first thing. So here I am trying to eat a popcorn. At the end of the movie, I had a really sore jaw because I was trying to eat it that quietly. It wasn't good. But then also in that, I was sat in this like row near the back, and then in front of me was like a man and a woman, and I think they were a couple. That's what I'm getting from the aspect. So anyway, as the movie's going on, here I am trying to awkwardly eat my popcorn, watch the movie, and the girl goes out of the row and she goes to the toilet. So again, bear in mind, here I am eating my popcorn. She comes back and she takes the seat next to me. So I'm like, okay. and then she's looking at me in the dark and she's kind of like what's going on? And then a boyfriend in the row below is like, Yeah, I'm over here. I know.
That's great.
I know. So, I was cracked up at it as well, and she was laughing as well.
That's great. Oh, embarrassing. Great.
Did you look similar to him or no?
I don't know. It was pitch dark.
It was too dark.
It's dark.
So her mistake is justified then.
I think so. It made me laugh anyway. Made me laugh. So that's one of my favorite memories anyway.
That's great.
We've got a couple of comments of people commenting on stuff we've talked about before. We can't answer all the comments, but we'll get to a couple of them. Viewer Drew says, "What do you guys think is the worst movie of 2009?" I think Rob Zombie's Halloween 2 is the worst. I can't even remember movies in 2009, if I'm going to be honest.
Avatar came out.
I actually do remember my answer for that. I answered Drew in the comments.
Yeah.
And for me, it's Street Fighter: Legend of Chun-Li.
Oh, that was horrible.
It was awful. So bad. It was one of the worst. I know Jason's talking right now. It's one of the worst adaptations for a game ever.
I agree.
I've never heard of that.
Yeah.
It's very bad. don't even waste your time.
It makes it look like Citizen Kane. I mean, it's terrible.
Sounds like it's up my alley, to be honest. I don't know. Okay, I've never heard of that one. Jamie Lee, Jason?
I'm looking at movies from 2009. I don't really watch a lot, as we know. Hannah Montana came out in 2009. Not that that's the worst movie, by the way. That was fantastic. Just saying. Wow, so did New Moon, Norin.
All right.
So yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I would have put that in worse. That Street Fighter Legend of Chun-Li's worse.
I can't answer this question. I don't know. I was looking through the list and I was like, I like that movie. I don't mind it. So I don't know. Yeah, if you guys think of an answer, feel free to shout them out though. Or if you have to have a look them up.
Yeah.
I say we've got a couple of comments just for people commenting, like Josh was saying earlier. If I make a film, like because we were talking about if we would make a movie, he said it would be on a subject I relate to. Otherwise, it wouldn't be as powerful. I started the script, which will continue soon. I just lose the idea midway through. Yeah, Josh, man, keep at it, man, and it'll be cool to hear what you've got in mind there. Question maybe for more Norin, because I know he's a horror guy. He said, Josh saying, am I the only person who likes Skinamarink? Yeah, Norin, you weren't a fan, right?
No, I didn't like that one. No, it was too just like for me. I understood the experimental aspect of the film, but it was like once we got to the hour mark, I got tired of it, and I knew exactly where it was gonna go, and it went exactly where it was gonna go, and it just didn't do anything for me. So I was like, had a lot of potential, but didn't meet it.
Get you. Yeah, that's fair. Like a couple of comments are saying kind of, like he was saying I liking it or appreciate. Tim saying appreciate it more than he actually liked it. Let's have a look. He hopes to be a writer as well one day. Like Charlie Kaufman is kind of his idol, so that's awesome. Keep it up, man.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay, we've got D Movie Man. He says, "What's a sequence of violence in a film that you always find difficult to watch, or always manages to make you cringe or squirm, even in the smallest increment? The hobbling scene in Misery is mine."
That's pretty good.
Well, I'm going to start with Jamie. Jamie is maybe a moment, not so much in a movie for yourself, but maybe a TV show.
That's true too.
Mine is completely obvious. Negan smashing Glenn over the head with Lucille.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm just being biased because I'm emotional and I really liked Glenn. But even like we've rewatched that scene many times and I still get upset by it. And I think the most upsetting part is the fact that he enjoyed it. Like the pleasure that he got from just not just killing this person, like just demolishing this person's head was upsetting and scary. And yeah, sometimes, you have to look away because it's like, man, that is so brutal. And the circumstances around it, maybe it's not so much the violence, but it was pretty violent. Like it's pretty horrific. But also his pregnant wife is sitting there watching that. So I think there's like lots of factors that I sort of factor in for that. But that's one of the things where I look back and I'm like, wow, can't believe they showed that. And
I agree.
So that's probably one. And then, I mean, anything from The Boys is pretty damn violent, but I'm usually for that because it's funny and it's, you're laughing like how ridiculous that they went through this guy's whatever. But yeah, like violence where you have to look away, where it's like, no, that's too much. That was my scene. Yeah. And anything with needles, because I don't do needles very well.
Yeah.
And I've had a lot of them with IVF, but anytime the needle was going in, like I just did a first watch the other day and I could see that a needle was coming in. I'm like, no, tell me when it's done. And I just have to trust that the person that I'm with, tells me that it's over, or I can hear the music change. Like, okay, we're not going down that path anymore. Because I can't do needles. So those two moments, I guess.
Get you. Well, the Walking Dead one was pretty brutal. I remember seeing that as well. Yeah, I agree.
Not fun.
No. Jason?
Yeah, for me, it's Saving Private Ryan. There's a scene where a guy gets stabbed, and it's the most horrific scene I've ever seen in a movie. Very disturbing for me, anyways. And it's a scene that still haunts me today. Anytime I think about it, I don't know, it bothers me so much. I can never watch that movie again because of that scene. I'm just like, I just can't do it. It's just.
I get you. I've not seen that one, Jason, so I don't know what you're referring to.
Right. But if you have, I think you know what I'm talking about.
When I watch it, I'll know what you're talking about. Yeah.
I think you will. It's just the way it happens, and it happens to one of the characters that you like, and of course it's a war movie, so it's it's horrible, war scenes and
yeah, I can imagine. Norin?
Okay, so for me, it's definitely going to be okay. It's kind of like almost just in concept. The whole film is really bad because this is like, it's a good film, but it's just such a heavy content type film that you definitely can't like rewatch this film like every day or anything like that. But it's called Girl Next Door, and it's not the Emile Hirsch like Alicia Cuthbert comedy. It's not that. That film's funny. That's a good film too. But this is like total opposite end of the spectrum. Okay. I believe it's based off a Jack Ketchum novel, and it's based on a true story too. And it's about a girl and her sister who end up in the care of their aunt, and their aunt is very abusive and stuff. And she actually gets like the neighborhood kids around, like the boys there, to do certain things to her niece and stuff like that. And it's a really awful, rough, hard watch type film, but it's a really well done film. Like, it's really good. The acting is so good, but the emotional scenes are like, even to this day when I watch it, I'm like, I still cry. I still get emotional because even though I know what's coming, I'm like, I know it's coming, but it's just so well acted, and the characters, and I appreciate it from a film aspect of being a fan because they really committed to telling the story. And even like they didn't go full on with the real, like what really happened, it still is like really, really good.
Get you. I've never heard of that one. Yeah. So when you mentioned Girl Next Door, like Jason, I was like, the Emile Hirsch one. I was like, what's so bad about that?
I think I can imagine you putting the movie in thinking you're going to watch this comedy about a porn star next door and going, this doesn't seem right. Like, this doesn't seem like the movie.
It's definitely the total opposite end of the spectrum. Yeah, you will not laugh like at any point in this movie. It's one of those kind of films. Like, if you're willing to take that dark despair kind of leap, that's what kind of movie it is.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Norrin has a real high tolerance for violence, so
he does. He does.
Yeah.
I think for me, I don't know if I've got a specific scene from like a set movie, but usually in a horror movie, if it's anything to do with the eyes or eyeballs. No.
Yeah.
No, I'm like, no, thank you. Skip over this part. I love horror, but the eyeball stuff, no. Like when people talk about like eye operations in real life, I'm like, no. Don't tell me what you're gonna do. Just do it. Don't tell me when it's done. So that's mine. Thanks for the question, D. I got Drew saying, "What are you guys thoughts on the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle movies? For me, they're entertaining." Now, do you mean the Michael Bay movies, or do we mean the original ones? Tell you what, Drew, if you're still watching, let us know which one you're referring to, because they're two different kind of movies.
Jason's like, represent.
This is my jam.
I like the old ones better. Like, I like the old ones a lot better than the Michael Bay ones for me. But that might just be my nostalgia.
One of my friends was watching the 91 version the other day, and I was like, man, I need to watch that. Like, I remember my cousin, he was like massive on the Ninja Turtles and always had the little, figurines playing around, and like we'd play Barbies while he'd play, throw a turtle in and stuff like this. I always liked Mikey, but I'm like, 91, is that when that came out? And I was freaking out because I was like, I was one. Like, huh? So yeah, I'm gonna go back and rewatch that sort of stuff. That'd be really fun.
Oh, it's a blast, the original one.
You seen it?
I have, yes.
Actually. I'm surprised, Jace.
No wonder Jace looks a bit faint. He's like, what have I just heard? Right, well, we're changing things up a little bit. We've got Traction saying, what's your favourite Tom Jones song?
Tom Jones.
Oh, man.
Wow.
I wish I knew more about Tom Jones.
For real.
Yeah.
She's a lady.
I was about to say she's a lady.
Is like the only one I can think of for real.
True.
That's and Delilah. I think there was a song Delilah. He did a song called Delilah too.
He did a James Bond song. I thought it was actually really good.
Oh wow.
Was it?
Which one? Was it Roger Moore or was it Sean?
Connery. It's like the fourth
Connery.
movie. Thunderball.
Thunderball. Okay, Thunderball. Yeah.
Yeah, he does the Thunderball, and I like that one actually. I thought he did a good job with it.
Oh, okay. I've got no idea. I've heard some of the songs. I'm just like, if you want more Tom Jones, go over to Jason's channel. He'll probably do a deep dive on him at some
Maybe.
point. Josh is commenting about music. He said, just bought the La La Land soundtrack on vinyl yesterday, and it was an emotional listen for me. Jazz is a genre I hold close, and I hold that film close too. My dad even liked it. Yeah, I think Josh put on his Instagram his dad dancing to the La La Land. I think it was soundtrack.
Oh, cute.
That's cool.
Very good movie. Really enjoyed that one.
And good soundtrack, yeah.
Definitely. I've got Cy Robson saying, have you guys watched the TV show Barry? It stars Bill Hader and Henry Winkler.
No, but I have heard two people talk about it, and I said it was not bad. So,
Yeah, I think Elliot IMO's watched that one. I think that's how I heard of it.
Mm.
Yeah.
That's on
Jace,
HBO.
have you seen it, Jace?
Yeah.
And?
Any good?
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, Bill Hader. I really like him. Of course, Henry Winkler. Yeah, he's pretty funny in it. It's an interesting show because it's like it kind of goes back and forth through comedy and more serious kind of movie or show. And so sometimes there are definitely some really good episodes in there where I'm like, wow, that was pretty funny. And then there's some darker episodes where I'm just like, wow, it's a little darker than I expected. So I enjoy the comedy more, I think, than I do. I would say this, like the show is like Barry. I don't know if you know the show. Barry's like this hitman. He used to be ex-military. He's a hitman, and he's supposed to go kill this guy. And this guy is an actor. He's doing an acting class, and Henry Winkler is the acting teacher. And so he goes in to go kill this guy, and he's watching these people acting, and he gets involved with this acting class and signs up to become an actor. And he's still a hitman, but so there's like these two worlds where he's acting, but of course nobody knows he's a hitman. And then he's also a hitman in this other world. And like I enjoyed the hitman parts actually more than the parts where he's like just trying to be an actor. I don't know, I'm not as interested in a lot of that stuff, but the parts where he's a hitman going out to do a hit, there's some really good stuff in there. But yeah, I think there's 3 seasons, I want to say, so far, something like that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've heard of it. Yeah, but never realized it was 3 seasons though. Wow. Okay, I like Bill Hader as well. So
yeah, Bill Hader's great.
That sounds pretty cool, to be honest. We've got Pete saying evening. He says saying evening, guys, before, but evening. Yeah, hey Pete, hope you're doing well.
Hey Pete.
True Action says, give me some of your favorite streaming only TV shows and films. Wow, okay.
Nice. Fresh. Definitely fresh on Hulu. Watch it. If you haven't seen it, watch it.
I agree, Norin. Great movie.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Stranger Things is a good one. Stranger Things.
Stranger Things. Great.
Cobra Kai.
Oh yeah, Cobra Kai.
Norin's in on that. Cobra Kai.
I'm recent to the fan bandwagon, but thank you.
Bandwagon.
Nice.
I know Umbrella Academy. I really like. I know Jamie's watched. I think she watches it.
Yeah, I enjoyed season 1, and then season 3. I was like, oh gosh, guys, come on. And I think the next one's the last one. Hey, they're ending with that one. Season 4, they're ending with.
I think so. Yeah.
Are they? Okay.
It was definitely quirky. Like it was different, and
yeah, it's very quirky.
Yeah, it's something different.
Like Netflix at the minute, they're like, let's cancel everything popular. Umbrella Academy, Stranger Things, Cobra Kai.
Yeah, it's all coming to an end, isn't it? Yeah.
To be fair, Cobra Kai, the big three in Cobra Kai decided on ending it there. It wasn't like a Netflix decision. And I think that's really good because, we get to close on our own terms, not because Netflix are like, all right, you're done, So I think that's really good. Sorry, going off topic there, trying to defend my Cobra Kai, but whatever.
Yeah, I feel like that show will end up being like a more complete whole package when you watch it. It'll just feel like, oh, they actually had a plan from season 1 going through. Some shows you're just like, oh, it feels like they're winging it every season and stuff.
Yeah. I agree. I agree.
I really like the Adam Project that came out last year on Netflix. It was a good streaming movie.
I still have to watch that one. I still have to check that one out.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that. Those are more recent ones I can think of that I did. Of course, obviously Disney has tons of stuff, though. I don't think Disney's done so well. The Mandalorian has been the best thing on Disney, I would say. As far as TV shows, I'm trying to think. HBO, you got, of course, Game of Thrones, House of Dragon, Peacemaker. I thought was pretty good.
It's a good show. That was funny.
Yeah. But yeah, there's a lot of good stuff on HBO. They do a really good job. Amazon has a show, Reacher, I thought was really good.
Oh, Reacher was
Jack
awesome.
Reacher, whatever.
That was awesome.
Is an
Is
Amazon.
that the one with John Krasinski, right? Is that John Krasinski?
That's Jack.
No, that was Alan.
Okay.
Alan Richardson, wasn't it?
Is
that the guy? He's from
Alan's-
Titans.
Yeah, that's the one, Jamie. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Reacher's awesome, Jason. I can agree.
Okay, yeah, I love Reacher. I hope they do more seasons on that one. That was one of my favorite shows of last year.
Season 2 is coming this year, Jason.
Okay, good.
Wow, has there only been one season of it?
Yeah, only one season.
Wow. Oh, okay.
And I've seen it as well. You know?
I thought about
Yeah.
I know, right?
something to talk about.
I know, right?
Of course, The Last of Us just came out. I don't know if you guys have talked about that one. If you guys were a fan of that show, or
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That was gonna be my answer, Jace. Yeah. The Last of Us. Because
Oh,
I know
that's
True
it.
Action
Okay.
Star, it wouldn't like some of the things that I would suggest because they're teeny bopper, but whatever. So yeah, The Last of Us is great.
yeah, I thought it ended really well. Like I was kind of there's some episodes I was like on board, some episodes I was bored with, but then the last episode I thought was the best one on The Last of Us. But
So did you play the games, Jace, or not?
I haven't played the games, but I've watched other people play it on YouTube, so I know the story.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So I already went through the emotions watching it on YouTube. So a lot of the moments I kind of were coming, unfortunately. So it didn't hit me as hard, maybe. You know, I still think I said this when we were I remember me and Mike and Pete were on hangout, live and hangouts. Before the show came out, we talked about it, and I said at the time, like, yeah, I'm like, I hope they're doing that first video game, and I'm thinking they should do like 3 seasons on that first video game, and I think that's what I thought maybe would happen, because I'm like, how can you? Where are they going to go now? They only have like one more video game but you're not going to do just 2 seasons, are you? If you're going to do a TV show, you want to do 5, 6 plus seasons, right? So I was like, there's no way they're going to try to do the whole first video game in 1 season. And sure enough, that's what they did. And I was like, man, they should have tried to span that out so they have more seasons. Anyway.
I think it's a bit of a gamble, though. Like, they don't know how well a video game adaptation is going to go, and like the success of other ones hasn't proven too well.
Right.
So they're sort of trying to just like cram everything in so that 1 season at least is a perfect one. But with with game 2, they are spreading it across multiple seasons, so they're doing what you originally wanted. But I think they just didn't want to put like all their eggs. You know, they didn't want to back themselves, I guess, and they should have, because it was fantastic. But I guess, they wanted to do sort of like a Cobra Kai thing. Like, at least if we're going to do it, let's do it our way. You know, we're not going to be cancelled. You know, maybe they're thinking they were cancelled. I don't know. But I can't see why they would think that. But, I mean.
Everybody hates the second game from what I'm hearing. So I'm like, I don't know what they're going to do with the next season. Like, everybody's going to hate it. But unless they make some big changes, I don't know.
Well, it depends, because obviously it's written by, I think, the team or the writer of the game. So I've heard obviously they want to be very faithful to it. Make little changes here and there. I've heard between them both. I don't know. I've never played the games, but I think the second game's like massive. So I think what you were saying, Jamie, I think they'll probably split into 2 parts, maybe 2 10-episode seasons or something at least.
Yeah, and like you've got one of the hottest actors at the moment, like physically and also like culture-wise, he's hot. You know, everybody wants a piece of him, like Jenna Ortega. You know what I mean? So he's very in at the moment. Why would you sort of just, you know, no spoilers, but like, why would you waste these good actors? You know what I'm saying? Like, extend that out, change things up, take advantage of what you've already got. Is what I'm saying there. That's kind of the most non-spoiler.
I mean, when you've got a name like Pedro Pascal at the moment, you'd be like, right, sign on for 6 years, keep him up, keep his character going, and we don't care, just keep him up, you know.
Exactly.
Yeah,
he's doing Mandalorian and The Last of Us at the same time. It's crazy. It's like
right, but Mando's coming to an end, I think. So when that work dries up, people are like, "Oh, Last of Us money sounds great."
Oh yeah, I know. It's great to be Pedro Pascal.
I like it. He's a cool dude, though. So I'll forgive him.
I like him.
We've got Infinite Media Play saying, "Any of you collect vinyl records?" Well, I know Jason does.
You know I do.
Norin, did you?
I used to collect more, but I really only have kind of rock stuff, like In This Moment, Dio, some Ozzy. I don't have any like soundtracks or anything. I really need to get more movie soundtracks, but it's mostly kind of rock or hard rock. That's kind of the vinyls that I have.
Get you.
I bet Halloween would be a good soundtrack.
Oh yeah, I really want to get one. John Carpenter's Halloween. I even like the one he did with his grandson, the 2018 one. Him and Cody, his grandson, did that one, and I think they did a really good job on that too.
Yeah, because you think of horror, man. There's some good stuff like Halloween. I think Friday 13th has some good stuff. Where every time Jason's coming out, it's like like this cool sound. You're like, oh. Like I remember I watched the Friday 13th movie one time with friends, and I heard that. Isn't there kind of this sound? And I was watching. Why doesn't anybody hear that? Why are they not running away? But I guess they can't hear it on them. I'm like, isn't that a giveaway? Jason's coming. When you hear that sound, I'm like, oh no, let's get out of here.
Even today, normal life, Jace, I'll hear that sound and be like, nah, I'm out.
Rebranding this from Z Talks to Karaoke Night with Jason Norin.
We've got Tom Jones. We've got
Tom Jones, yeah.
Tom Jones.
Oh man, Jamie, do you collect any vinyls?
I don't collect them myself, but my dad was a musician and he passed away, and I've never been able to not that I would give it up anyway, but it's always in my garage, and like I made sure that my husband set it up so that I could listen to it because it was his music was his thing, and he's got a whole stash of records there, like Black Sabbath, Ozzy Osbourne, like really that side of things. But I would always beg them to play Grease because he's got the Grease vinyl, and that was one of my favorite memories because he gave that to my mum as a present, and my mum likes music, don't get me wrong, but she's not big on it, so really he bought it as a present for like her, for him to appreciate. And all of my memories of my dad, because he's passed away now, are to do with this like record player that he bought. Like technically it's my mum's, but I've got no memories with my mum in this thing. So it's massive, dude. Like it's so big. It's like, it's probably like up to, like, it's so huge, this thing. And it's got the record player on top, and then it's got like the cassette player underneath, and there's a DVD player and all these things. And now it's so much fun because Chelsea's like at this age where, you know, she plays with everything, and, you know, she opens the button for the CD player all the time, and she like goes to put like Play-Doh and stuff in. And I'm like, no, honey, this is an antique, man. You know, we had CDs back in the day. So it's going to be a cool experience to like teach her, you know, like vinyls, like this goes on here and the needle goes on here, and CDs and cassettes and stuff. So I'm really excited to show her how it actually works, not just, you know, for it to be this like paint or Play-Doh machine.
That would be awesome.
Yeah. But yeah, so I do have a massive stash of vinyls, but like I wouldn't know half of the things that are there. Like he loved Black Sabbath, and I don't think I've ever listened to Black Sabbath like that. What he wasn't listening to. Do you know what I'm saying? Like I've never put it on and been like, "Cool, let's bite a bird's head off" or something. I don't know, or whatever it was.
They have a song in the Iron Man movie. Yeah, their song, that Black Sabbath, the ending credit song for Iron Man, the movie, the very first one.
But I would never myself like put it on and be like, I'm gonna listen. Like even with the nostalgia of that and my dad, it's just, I don't know, too painful to do that. But yeah.
Yeah. Oh, hey, that's awesome. And it'd be cool, like getting your daughter to learn about that as well. That'd be cool.
Yeah.
I don't collect vinyls, guys. So you guys have got more vinyls than I do.
Fun to collect because it's bigger, of course, than like CDs or something like that. And the artwork is really cool. And there's I love ones that you can fold out and there's artwork in the inside. And I love a vinyl that has colored discs. The orange is black.
Yeah.
Blues. It's so fun to collect. I really enjoy putting on the record player and pretending like I'm in the 1960s and I'm listening to like the new, you know.
The and they're really hot.
Sorry, go on, Jane.
Sorry.
No,
they're really hot right now. Like in the shops and stuff, like they're going for like $40. I don't know what it is in the US, but like they're pretty expensive for something that's so outdated, or I would think is outdated.
Yeah, it's very.
We're sitting on gold mines, Jace.
Well, Jason is. Jamie's is currently used as a Play-Doh machine, but you know. But yeah, they're really expensive though. They are. They've made like a massive resurgence. Yeah. Pete asks, do you guys have any favorite westerns? For me, Unforgiven is probably my favorite.
Unforgiven? Is that what he's saying?
I think Unforgiven is like Unforgotten. I mean, Unforgiven, I'm assuming he means, but I've never seen many westerns, so I can't comment on this one.
Mine would be probably be either Bone Tomahawk or Fistful of Dollars, which is a Clint Eastwood film. And that I believe that's the sequel to The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. The Fistful of Dollars was the sequel.
Yeah.
And I find that one more entertaining and more rewatchable. But Bone Tomahawk's great too, if you like westerns with a little bit of cannibalism thrown in there.
A lot of violence.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I've heard of those movies. I've heard of Bone Tomahawk can be a bit brutal as well. Haven't seen it though.
Yeah.
Nah. Oh, awesome. Jamie, have you seen any or many westerns?
No, I'm trying to think of one. Like I do remember one, and I'm pretty sure Jamie Foxx was in it. But to be honest with you, now that I'm thinking back, I think it was like part comedy. So Probably doesn't even count.
Django.
Maybe. I'm trying to Google.
Yeah,
was it that one you reckon? Okay. Yeah, so I'm out. I don't do war, don't really do Western, don't really do a lot. Sorry guys. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, well I'm out as well, Jamie, so it's not just you. But I think Jason's got his prepared to tell us.
Jason.
Yeah, I don't have it. It's in the other room. I was going to grab it, but The Searchers, a John Wayne movie from the 50s, is my favorite. I absolutely love the movie. One of my favorite movies, and yeah, definitely my favorite Western. John Ford, of course, was really great with the Westerns back in the day. And my wife is like a huge John Wayne fan. So when I married her, like I have all these John Wayne movies now. That's pretty much is John Wayne movies. But yeah, Searchers is such a great movie. I definitely recommend that one.
Get you. I've never heard of that one, Jace. That one's no.
I know, no. Mike. You have to come over. I'll show it to you.
Well, my dad's a huge John Wayne fan, so he'll know it. Jason, sure. I know you left a comment earlier, but it's pretty cool though because you were saying about Back to the Future being a musical now. What movies would you like to be in the musical? Well, I got mine, so I'm all good.
Yeah, Back to the Future.
And I didn't even want it either, and it happened, and it was great. So, but yeah, just to let you guys know, in America, Jace and Norin, so the musical's coming to Broadway, and in 2024 they're taking the musical on tour as well in North America. So I don't know if that's close to you guys or not, but probably not.
Not New York, no.
No, yeah, that's what sucks. Is like, yeah, if I want to go to New York, my family's from back east. Like originally, that's where we're from. But yeah, it would take us like probably almost 3 days to drive out there. Just plane tickets are way too expensive now.
Oh, yeah, it'd take a while.
Wow.
To get there.
Wow. Okay, that's crazy.
Oh yeah,
so crazy.
They're kind of in the western part.
Yeah, we're in like that southwest area, like right next to Arizona, right next between Texas and Arizona. That's where I am.
Yeah, because I'm in Kansas, so I'm like pretty much right in the middle of the United States, and then New Mexico is west of us. So
get you. And I'm miles away, and so is Jamie.
Across the ditch.
Just a bit. So yeah, well, I'll tell you what, we'll go with Jamie first. Jamie, is there a movie you'd like to see made into a musical?
Nah, I have to think on it. A lot of the movies that I watch are like love stuff. Yeah, and I don't know. Nah, it'd be too cheesy. And then the other side of things is like Walking Dead and horror, and I'm like, that would be different, but no, yeah, I'd have to think on it.
I don't think you get Walking Dead into a musical, Jamie. Not 11 seasons of it.
I mean, they did these like spin-off things with like it's called Karl Popper. And it's like they took little clips of like what Carl said in the show and they like transformed it into a song. But it was so good that like it's like a song that you can actually go on YouTube and like genuinely listen to. And yeah, I remember when I met him, I was actually talking about it. I'm like, dude, we still listen to this song. Like it's so old. It's like probably 8 years old, maybe even longer. And yeah, we still listen to this stupid song. So I mean, they can do anything these days, I'm sure. But I'd have to think on what I genuinely would want to be made into one.
Yeah. Well, if you come back with an answer, feel free. Jason?
Oh man, because I love musicals, and they've been turning a lot of movies into musicals lately. On Broadway, pretty popular thing. Of course, like we had Matilda just come out in a movie form, and that was a Broadway hit, I think. All this stuff, I don't know. So I can turn anything. Like I was thinking, Forrest Gump would be maybe one of my top choices. I want to see a Box of Chocolates song where he's singing about life, box of chocolates, or something. On that, I don't know. Yeah, like I said, you can turn anything if you have a good, someone that's good at making musicals. You can turn just about any movie, I think, into a musical. But so yeah, I'd love to see more stuff. Like I haven't seen Back to the Future. I would love to see that. And see what that's like. But yeah,
It's awesome, man. I'm not just saying because I'm a massive big fan. It's generally it's awesome. I think you'd look at.
I'm interested in Norin. I don't know if there's a horror movie that could be turned into a musical or.
Oh, well, they did recently. They did Evil Dead the musical. They actually did an Evil Dead musical. Yeah, Sam Raimi and them and Bruce Campbell. They produced that. So.
Wow, there you go, Jace.
Yeah.
You literally can put anything in. Whether or not it works is a different story, but you can definitely make it. Did it work, Norin? Did you watch it?
Oh, I didn't watch it. Yeah, no, I didn't watch it. I didn't get a chance to see it or watch it, but I heard it was really good. I heard it was fun, especially with Sam Raimi and Bruce Campbell behind it. They made it sure it stayed true to probably that first film.
Yeah, there's clips, Norin, if you're interested, on YouTube. Because my partner Emma saw it and she loved it. She loves Evil Dead. So
nice.
Yeah, man. But great question, Jason.
I thought so.
Yeah. Right, Norin, your question, what you had on earlier, you're gonna have to educate me, man. Who the heck is?
Yeah, I know. It was like, who's Brian
Usner? Who's
that? Okay. So Brian Usner is this popular film producer, director, but he's known for doing a lot of body horror films like Bride of Reanimator and Reanimator. He also did Society and Return of the Living Dead Part 3. So those are a few of his film catalog right there. He's very popular for body horror and stuff like that.
Never heard of him.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think this is a Norin question, I think.
I have two of his films right here. Well, here's one, Society. This is my favorite, Society, right here.
The image, the
face, taking the face off.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's intense. Like the body horror is as wild as it gets. Some of the craziest imageries, and it's all practical, which is fun too.
Oh, wow. Wow. Okay.
I just Googled him. He helped write Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. He was one of the writers of that.
Oh, wow.
Nice. Yeah.
I've seen that one. So yeah.
Which is very different to body horror.
Yeah,
anyway.
Body horror, yeah.
Oh, that one's my favorite. There you go, Norin.
Good choice, Mike. That's a good choice too.
I helped you out with answering that, you guys.
I know. Thanks, Jamie.
Yeah, Jamie helped us out.
Jamie's like, not horror movies by Brian.
Something on horror related. Who the hell is this guy?
I never heard of him. We were talking about Michael Caine earlier, and Josh was like, "Why does Michael Caine always rob banks?" It's true. He's done it quite well. Michael Caine robbing banks for his pension.
Yeah, I saw that movie in the movie theater you guys were talking about.
Yeah.
With Michael Caine, Alan Arkin, and Morgan Freeman.
Going in style.
Yeah, because their job is, are they getting laid off? I can't remember. They're not getting their pension or something like that, and so they feel like they have to rob banks to get money. Because yeah, I remember seeing that in the movie theater and didn't care for it, but I knew you guys were talking about it. I was like,
I remember Christopher Lloyd being great in that movie, though.
I don't remember him being in it, so I was like, he was in it. Oh, wow. Who's he?
He was kind of like a delusional old man in it, really. I did entertain a movie from what I remember, but I haven't seen it in a while. We've got a couple of comments of people just commenting amongst themselves. Trav saying, "Yo, hope everyone's well." So hey, Trav.
Hey.
Doing well.
Hey.
Again, we've got some people just commenting about earlier between themselves about Black Widow. Let's have a look. Got Danny Duke saying hi. How are you all? So hey, Danny. Hope you're doing well.
Hey.
Doing good. Let's have a look. You guys dropping a lot of comments between yourselves, so that's awesome to see. Let's have a look. Sorry, guys, I'm trying to scroll back through them all here. We've got Elliot saying, thanks for having us on, Mike. Always leave the stream with a huge smile. Excellent random guest. Remember to hit the subscribe button. Absolutely, guys. So yeah, please go subscribe to the channel. Go subscribe to all my guest channel. That the links down below in the description box as well. Definitely go give them all some love. Jackson says, one of my favorite cinema experiences was Mad God last year. Incredible movie with very apocalyptic vibes, but I saw it with a thunderstorm outside. In the
Nice.
that's cool.
Cool.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to see that one. I got a screener, but I didn't get a chance to see it. But I heard good things about it. Stop motion horror. It's pretty cool. Let's have a look. And about movies before, Lewis said I rewatched Hostel a few months back. Forgot how gory and freaky they are. Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard.
Yeah, Hostel. Yeah, that's
Yeah, absolutely. Let's have a look. We've got viewer Drew. He says, question for everyone. What MCU or a TV show do you think has the worst CGI?
out of the MCU for TV shows.
What MCU movie or MCU TV show? I'm guessing these.
Oh,
That one's easy. That's so easy if we're including TV shows. Sorry, but
Is
I
it?
was going to say it.
go for it, James.
yes, oh my gosh. And I feel horrible because I know somebody that actually part worked on that. But oh man, there was some scenes in that. I mean, the trailer, and to be fair, they weren't finished with the trailer at the time when I was like critiquing it. Not that I've got any right to critique it because I've never worked with CGI. I have no right to judge this, but I looked at it and I was like, really? Like, why is her face shiny and why doesn't it move? Like normal people, like, look at my wrinkles there. Like, this is a lady. You got wrinkles. Like when you smile, like your eyes move. You're not just this flat, smooth green thing. Oh, I was so bummed about that, man. And then it didn't get much better in the series. I'm not gonna lie. There was some, I think it was episode 2 maybe, and I noticed. Actually, no, it was 1, and it was the court scene, the fight scene, and they did zoom in on her face, and she did have some like facial expressions and movement. But man, there was not a lot, and I get it because a movie budget is completely different to a TV series budget. They get way less money. So, there's not a lot to work with, but not a lot of nice things that I can put on that show.
Yeah.
CGI or story or the series as a whole. I'm sorry, but yeah, that's my pick.
I didn't hear good stuff. To be fair, Gio, I didn't hear good stuff, so I didn't watch it. Just watch your guys' reviews on it. That was enough for me.
Yeah, us ranting about how bad it was, that was enough.
Yeah, there's something so strange about that show. Like like the Incredible Hulk, he turns into like this big muscular monster kind of guy. She-Hulk is just like a really tall woman. I don't know. It's green. Like she's not like super muscular looking. She's fit, but I don't know. I'm always like, oh, that's such a who cares about this transformation into like this really tall green woman? And then everybody's like, wow, like she's good looking. I'm thinking, no, she's not. Like I don't know. I'm not into green women, I guess.
Where's Rashad when you need him?
Hello.
Yeah, there was some scenes there where she was like walking into the office and it was just so choppy that you could literally see where they'd like stopped and started on her legs and her like lower body. I was like, I'm somebody who's untrained. Like I'm not experienced in this at all. And I can see like that looks really, really bad. So I'm so curious to see how somebody that's worked in the industry like Q Reviews or Tyler, who actually work or not necessarily work in that, but like work in VFX and stuff like that would look at it and go, oh, what did they do wrong? Or, oh, wow, that looks bad. Or would they just be like, nah, it's a series.
I'm pretty sure, I think Q saw some of it and I think he didn't like it. But I might be wrong.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm not going to waste my time. I had bad things. That was enough. So thank you guys for saving me some time in my life. With that time saved, I might actually check out Gladiator. Who knows?
Yep.
Oh, Willy Wonka.
Doubt it. But we'll see. DVD and Film Blog saying hi. So, hey, hope you're doing well. Tim saying, in regards with the things that creep you kind of out, he says, violence making them squirm. Some of my favorite movies like Clockwork Orange, Come and See, I Saw the Devil, Handmaiden, Hellraiser fit that description.
Hellraiser is great. Fantastic film.
Definitely. And DD says, in response to D movie, man, I don't really know if I had to pick a few movies, I had to go with The Wizard of Gore and the Gore Girls, despite the gore looking so big, it didn't make me feel creepy.
Wizard of Gore. Oh my!
I don't know what that is. Keep in mind, I like over the top gory films, usually the ones that really look fake, like really bad taste, brain Brain Dead and Rico.
Oh,
Okay.
Brain Dead's good. I know Brain Dead. Yeah, that's a good one.
Oh, you know that one?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Good. All
Yeah,
of them
certain
got-
films, it depends. Like, if you like the over-the-top kind of fake stuff, a lot of good stuff is when you go to Italian films, they go with the gore, but the blood is always extremely red and stuff like that. Ryan, what's up?
Hey, man.
Hey.
What's going on?
Hey, how are you?
Doing good. I'm listening to you guys chat while I was working.
Oh, so you know what's been
Nice.
going on then?
I know what's been going on.
Yeah, well, thanks for joining, man. I appreciate it. Yeah.
Yeah, no problem.
Hope your shift flew over anyway.
Oh yeah, today was dead. It was great.
That's why you could listen to us, right? Slacking off on the job.
Well, no, I do a lot of like emails and stuff, so I can watch a lot of YouTube videos and like listen to different stuff. That's how I get through a lot of people's videos, because a lot of times I'm just doing email, so I can just listen. That's why I like YouTube. I just listen. I'm not worried about watching the video, more so listening to people rather than watching somebody's movements and stuff. So yeah, I get through a lot of videos that way. It keeps the day moving.
Yeah, I get you. Makes sense. Well, thanks for joining, man. Appreciate it. And I know we're into like the last hour, and I don't know where the heck Rashad is at this point in time.
Where's Rashad?
Fashionably late. He's fashionably late.
If he's not had a shave, he's probably like the time difference. I don't know what I'm doing. He'll probably show up at 10 p.m. when they're cutting off the stream. No, Rashad.
I was going to say, he'll show up when it's over. You know, you did that to me last week. You were like, oh, I don't know what time you said, but whatever the time was. And I messaged Rashad because I'm like, dude, are we on in like half an hour? Because Mike told me like an hour and a half. So yeah I would have came like when it was ending. Maybe that was your plan all along, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. You caught me short.
Yeah, busted.
So yeah, we don't know where Rashad is, but yeah, thank you anyway, Ryan, for joining, my friend. Great to have you as always. And you can find Ryan's link down below in the description box as well. We've got Jackson just commenting here a little bit. He's like, after Young and Prey were a couple of streaming movies I enjoyed last year. Sad the Prey didn't go to theaters. Yeah, a lot of people were, to be honest. And then he also asks, however, so we've got Daniel Myers in the house. He says hi. So hey, Daniel, hope you're doing well.
What's going on?
Tune in, my friend. Jackson says, what are you guys' favorite musicals? Oh, hold on.
We have Rashad.
There he is. Oh, hey,
There he is.
Rashad.
Hey, what's going on, y'all?
Hey, how are you?
Hey.
All right, can y'all hear me okay?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
All right, Spectrum. Yeah, Spectrum Internet is the devil, so hope y'all can hear me all right.
You're good for now.
Cool.
Yeah. Hey, man, you always have problems with Spectrum Internet.
Dude, they're the devil. They are the spawn of Satan. They are, man. They're terrible.
Well, it's great to have you, man, Rashad. And then you can find Rashad's link down below in the description box as well. Rashad, I'm going to start with you. Do you have a favorite musical?
Favorite musical? Grease.
That's a good one.
Yep.
Yeah.
Nice. Good choice.
Yeah. Grease followed by, let's see, Grease, Crush Groove, Breaking, Little Shop of Horrors, and Beat Street.
Yeah.
I've heard of one. Of them.
Damn. Everybody's just like, crickets.
It's like me listening to Norin rattle off all these horror movies. I'm sure they're great.
Grease, huh? Is that about frying fish or something? No.
Oh, man. So, Rashad, he's a controversial one. I've never seen Grease, but I've seen Grease 2.
You've never seen Grease, Mike.
I haven't
Grease
seen
2's not bad, man. Michelle Pfeiffer, come on, man.
I know.
Jamie, don't even get your pressure up, girl. Like I've come to peace a long time ago. Mike ain't seen shit, okay?
But Grease, come on. Everybody's seen that.
I haven't seen it
What?
either.
Ryan hasn't seen it either.
You, man.
You haven't seen
Ryan's in the same boat. Ryan.
So that's why there was an awkward damn silence when I said Grease. Everybody just like,
I mean, I know a bit. I know how iconic it apparently is, but I just never watched it.
Do yourselves a favor and watch that ASAP, man. What's wrong with y'all?
Yeah. It's got the greatest music in it, and it's like the greatest era. Like, it's just so beautiful, that movie. So good.
Yeah,
and Olivia Newton-John, like, she's the cars.
Yeah.
Olivia Newton-John's just gorgeous in it. John Travolta, like, come on. Yeah, I'm plugging that one, you guys. Maybe a little bit of nostalgia there, but
What about has any of y'all seen Little Shop of Horrors? Rick Moranis?
Yeah.
With the killer plant?
Yeah.
Nope.
That's a fun one.
Yeah,
Little Shop of Horrors was good, yeah.
I like Rocky Horror Picture Show a little bit better, though. I like Rocky Horror Picture Show. Tim Curry's fantastic in that one.
Now, I've never watched that just because, I'm not into the whole cross-dressing thing.
Yeah.
So I just never...
I love it because it's like...
As a kid, it freaked me out. And I'm like, is that a dude dressed like a chick?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I think the musical numbers are great in that one. And West Side Story. Mine would probably have to be West Side Story and Rocky Horror Picture Show. Those are my top two.
Yeah, West Side Story was good.
Yeah. I would say for me that my favorite musical that really changed my perspective on musicals is The Sound of Music. That one's mine. I love that movie.
Yeah.
I've seen the stage show of that. I just haven't seen the actual movie.
And what's the stage show like?
It was really good. We just got we won like free tickets or something, and like we have this we just have like this area that just does just like plays every night. And so like each month they do different kind of plays. Like during Christmas they do Christmas themed ones. During Halloween they'll do like Frankenstein, a whole bunch of different plays. They're really expensive though. I mean, it's not like a cheap ticket, but you do get dinner with it. It's like a dinner in a show. So you eat dinner first and then you watch the show. It's pretty cool.
Nice.
That sounds awesome.
Yeah, it was really cool. I enjoyed it.
You've got to check out the movie though. The movie's great.
Yeah, I've heard it's really good. I think it's like 4 hours though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's 3.5 hours maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
So I had to watch that shit in elementary school in music class, and I don't remember any of it.
Yeah, we all had to watch it in school. You're right. Yeah.
Jamie, would you say yours is Grease?
Yeah, Rashad took my answer. And I kind of answered it before with the record, talking about the records. That was always on repeat at my house. The record and then obviously watching the movie. So yeah, definitely Grease for sure.
Okay, yeah.
Good pick.
Yeah. Jason?
Yeah, my favorite is Fiddler on the Roof. It's been my favorite for a long time. Yeah, absolutely love that movie. It's not one people talk about as much, I feel like, from 1971. But really powerful movie. A lot of good music in it. Topol just died. The guy that plays Tevye in the movie just died a couple weeks ago. He was in his 80s. Anyways, he put a really good performance in that movie. But yeah, I love Grease. Love Les Miserables. Is a really great musical. Love Phantom of the Opera. Yeah, so many really good ones like that.
Wait, Phantom of the Opera was a musical?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was it? The one with Robert Englund?
No,
Well, there's
not that one. No.
I was about to say, 'cause I know there's a version where Robert Englund plays the Phantom.
Yeah.
Because I don't remember it though. I'm like, that was a musical?
Yeah.
No, yeah, I think I have it.
In the early 2000s, maybe.
Oh man, I have it somewhere.
Maybe around 2002, 2003, somewhere in there. I don't know. Maybe a little. That might have been somewhere in there. Oh, it's such a good musical. Yeah, very famous musical off of Broadway.
I would like to say it was like 2003, 2002. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember seeing it in the movie theater and just being blown away by the music. I was like this is the greatest music I've ever heard, and went out and bought the CDs right away. Was just listening to it nonstop. So good. And it's the first time I ever saw Gerard Butler in a movie, which is interesting because he doesn't do musicals anymore. He just does action movies and.
Yeah,
he's always got to save the president now. He hasn't got time for
True.
Gerard Butler, King Leonidas, huh?
Yep.
Yeah. Norin, have you got a favorite musical?
Oh, it's West Side Story or Rocky Horror Picture Show. Those are my two picks. Yeah, definitely those two. If I had to pick one, like for sure, it's West Side Story.
The 61 version, I'm guessing.
Yeah, definitely. That was probably one of the few times the Oscars like gave a Best Picture to a movie, and I highly agree with them. Like that was, I think, the best movie that year by far.
Yeah.
I get you. And Ryan, did ask you if you had one?
No, mine would be between Les Miserables, West Side Story. I haven't seen the original. I've just seen the new one, but the new one I really liked. And also, I saw Singing in the Rain last year. I thought that was really good as well.
Nice.
That's a good one.
I'm surprised nobody said La La Land or
that was
Cats.
good too, but
I like that one.
Yeah, I have that one.
I like
we
that
did
one.
talk about the soundtrack to that a little bit earlier with Josh, so yeah, it was mentioned.
We did.
Yeah, I thought Norin would say Sweeney Todd maybe, but
Sweeney Todd, yeah. That's one of my wife's favorites. She loves that one. I'm not too keen on that, but she likes that one.
really? Oh, that's pretty good.
Well, hey, Feature Junkies, a couple of comments about vinyls we were talking about earlier. We've got Jackson asking, have you guys seen many Japanese horror films? And if so, what are your favourites? So mine are QA. Well, Jamie's shaking her head, so she hasn't seen any.
To be fair, Jace watches a lot of like Asian, like zombie sort of movies on like Netflix or like streaming platforms. So I do walk past and I see them, but I'm like, that looks so. I'm sorry, like maybe they're not all like this. This is just me being judgy of what he watches, but I look at him and I'm like, that is so fake. Like it's really terrible acting. The zombies are like, well, the most recent one, they were like in this kitchen. And, you know, they're in like this school shirt and the blood on it literally just looks like it's been sauce, like thrown onto them, tomato sauce or something. And they're like smacking zombies, I'll put in quotation marks there, which are literally people covered in sauce, like with these pots and pans. And I'm like, oh God, like, why are you watching this, man? So yeah, I can't comment. I'm sorry.
Sounds like he's been watching some Asylum movies, I think.
Oh, so terrible. And again,
she's not exaggerating. My daughter watches those two on Netflix. They are bad. And for some reason, they have a fan base. I don't get it.
Yeah, and again, I'm not trying to say all Japanese horror films are like that, so I'm not trying to be racist in any way, shape, or form. But yeah, the ones that he watches seem to be Asian, and they are really not good. Bloody hell.
Well, they've got a fan base, as Rashad was saying, and you were saying, Jamie. So you know,
for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I know Norin's probably seen quite a few of these.
Yeah, well, my top picks would definitely be Audition's one of them for sure. Audition's one of those movies, like when you watch it for like an hour, it's something totally different. And then in the last like half hour, it completely changes into something else. So that's what's kind of fun about it, is like you kind of really have to commit, because it's kind of like a romantic comedy. And then it goes full blown horror on you. But
wrong.
Yeah, it's literally like a rom-com, like a man searching for a wife, trying to find his new love of his life, and then you find out some deep dark secret stuff. So that was really cool. And then
he finds her and kills her. Bloody hell.
And then Ringu, which they did an American version, The Ring, like they did which is really good too, with Naomi Watts.
Yeah. Is The Grudge Japanese horror?
Yeah, the original one is a Japanese horror. Yeah.
Yeah. Seems like they're pretty messed up, but yeah.
Rashad, Ryan, are you guys seen any Japanese horrors?
Does Godzilla count?
Gojira, the original Gojira.
Yeah, the original, yeah, like that's
a monster flick, yeah.
Yeah, that's the only one I could think of. Yeah, the OG black and white Godzilla.
I was gonna say for me, like I haven't seen really many, I would say, like Japanese horror films, but I've watched a lot of films that are based on like different Japanese like legends. Like for instance, I can name a movie called The Forest, where in Japan, I guess like people go to this forest and commit suicide. And that's what the movie is based on. And there's been other movies.
Forest.
Yeah. So, like, I've seen a lot of movies like that are, you know, Americanized, obviously, that are set in that location. But, like, as far as, like, a lot of foreign films, like Japanese, not really. And it's probably just because I don't know, I guess, where to start with it. Not that I'm, not wanting to watch something like that. It's just, it isn't like something that I think about, like, hey, I want to watch a Japanese horror film today. You know what I mean? So.
Just to touch on that, I actually have seen that one too. So high five, Mike. Woo, we're up there. But the truth about that actual forest, my husband watches that stuff as well. Like, he's such a weirdo. I'm really throwing him out there tonight. He watches like there's people that go to this forest and film it and things like this, film the, experiencing that. And I watched little bits because I couldn't handle a lot of it. But like one time there was a dead body that was hanging there. And I said to my husband, like, is that real? Like, surely it's like, a YouTube spoof or whatever. But man, the truth behind that is it's a really scary place and really unsettling. So when I watched the movie, I mean, I wrote that movie off. I thought it was not terrible, but I was like, this is so fake and, staged or whatnot. But if you go and watch the YouTube videos, because there are people that actually go there, it's really scary, really dark place that, I don't know why people would want to go and do these tours there because it's very confronting. Yeah. Very scary.
I've heard a lot about it, to be honest. Yeah. It's, I don't know. I don't know, because I know, like, one day I want to go to Japan, and I think Emma said that she would like to see it.
Really? Gosh.
I said if we go, I'll take a couple of steps and then walking right back that way.
Yeah.
You got to bring the long distance zoom on the camera and be like, we're long distance.
Yeah.
I'm going to
see it from the hut out the front, the little tourist shop out the front.
But by then, I'm hoping iPhone 50 have a 10,000 zoom, and I'll use that. We'll see. We got a couple of people commenting earlier about like vinyls and them collecting vinyls. Sin says here about Jackson's link's not working in the description box. I'll fix that after the stream. So thanks for letting me know, Sin. Viewer Drew says, if you were living the life of a monster, what life would stink the most, being a vampire or a werewolf?
Being a werewolf, because that shit looks like it hurts.
Yeah.
Because like when you see a werewolf change, it's like God, they're just all bodies all contorting and cracking and shit. So I would say a werewolf.
I would say for a vampire it would be easier because you could always find someone to suck their blood. A werewolf, you got to hunt a little bit for the food, and you got to live in a swamp and nothing.
There's always the off chance you can get like shot. You get killed as a werewolf too. Like, come on.
True.
You get to like seduce young women, don't you, or something?
If you're a vampire.
Yes. We all know why you want to be a vampire then, Jace. What the hell?
I know.
What are you watching?
All you gotta do is stay out of the sun. You're fine. Stay away from wood and stakes, and stay away from the sun.
And vampires are like, so when you become a vampire, you like turn like really good looking, don't you? Or
you stay young forever.
You stay young forever. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I love that.
Eternal youth and seducing young women.
Yeah.
Where do I sign up? Oh, damn.
I don't know. We'll ask Drew for the paperwork, and he'll get up. I would say vampire as well, but I guess as a werewolf, Rashad will know this. You're good at basketball. That's the only good thing about it, isn't Rashad?
There you go.
I'm sorry. Wait, I missed. I was helping my son with his homework real quick. What was that?
I was saying the only good thing about being a werewolf is you'll be good at basketball. That's about it.
Then superhuman strength and let's see what else. Howling at the moon and shit like that. So yeah.
Well, Blacktastic's a werewolf. We'll ask him what it's like.
I know, right? But being a vampire is more sexy though, man. Because being a vampire, you get all the chicks and stuff. Man.
Oh my God, Jace just said that.
God knows.
Oh God.
Rashad's signing that paperwork tonight as well, I think.
I need to know what vampire movies you guys are watching with all these women seducing.
What We Do in the Shadows.
Fright Night. The best vampire movie, Jamie.
Bullshit. It's Lost Boys, man. Lost Boys.
I'll go John Carpenter's Vampires. Definitely got to watch that one.
Not seen that, no, Norin.
Definitely give it a watch. It's one of John Carpenter's more underrated films.
Mm.
I have not seen it either.
Rashad's getting mad over that. I think he's already turned into a vampire. Drew saying, for me, being a werewolf would stink because at least with being a vampire, you can find ways to protect yourself from the sun. You don't have to go an intensely painful transformation like an American werewolf.
Same thing.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Feature Junkie says, hey guys. So, hey, he says, I'm curious, what's your most anticipated film for April?
Ooh. Evil Dead Rise. Evil Dead Rise, baby.
Yeah. Evil Dead Rise, and that movie about Michael Jordan, about the Air Jordans with Matt Damon and Ben Affleck.
Air.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that one too.
Yeah, that one looks fun.
I haven't heard anybody really talk about this, but haven't you seen the trailer for this movie called Polite Society?
The which one?
No.
Called Polite Society. It literally looks so off the wall. So it's about these Indian girls that like, man, you gotta look up the trailer. When you guys get off here, look up the trailer to Polite Society.
I think I saw that trailer. Yeah. I saw John Wick 4. I think I saw that trailer maybe.
It looks so wacky, the premise.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Yeah, so I'm just.
Is it a comedy? Is it an action? I don't know.
I think it's a little bit of both, but it looks like, people would really get into that, kind of like a Everything Everywhere at Once or something. I don't know. Maybe that's the sleeper this year. I don't know.
Almost looks like part horror. I don't know. It was a weird trailer. Yeah.
It was definitely different. So I'm actually interested in it. So we'll see if we get it, because it says it's limited. So I don't know if that's getting a wide release or not.
I've never heard of it.
Yeah, neither.
Yeah. Man, I went and saw John Wick Chapter 4, and I haven't been to a movie theater in a while, and I haven't been to a rated R movie in a long time, I think. And they right away they show like 3 horror movies trailers, and one of them was a Red Band trailer, so that means they can show like the really bad stuff.
Yeah.
And I was there. I had my eyes closed, and it was horrible. Like. Because it's so loud. I was like, I didn't realize it was so loud in the movie theater. I'm like, wow, it's really loud in here. And I was like, it was like really bothering me. Like I was like it physically hurt me, like listening to these trailers, like because it was really loud, because they're trying to do jump scares, So all of a sudden they go bang. I'm like, oh my god, like and I'm sitting there going, this is horrible. Like this was a horror movie. Like me sitting there listening to horror movies.
And you're doing that just off the trailer, Jace. Like, imagine the movie.
Oh, yeah.
Hell.
Like, man, I'm never going to the movie theater again. I hate these trailers. Like, I'm just like sitting there. Like, I want to walk out. Like, I need to walk out and wait for these trailers to go through so I can go watch the movie. Like, I don't know.
Quick toilet break, you reckon?
I'm
Before the movie.
Like, I need to go see G-rated movies, so they just show me G-rated trailers or something. I don't know.
Well, John Wick was a loud movie, man, so I'm pretty sure he was like that the whole time.
I didn't realize how loud movie theaters were. I'm like, man, it's loud. I was like,
especially if you watch it in Dolby, bro. Like the beginning when he's hitting the board, that was loud as fuck.
Oh, that was loud. I was like,
what the heck? Yeah.
Rashad, it sounded like that punch in the bag at the beginning sounded like the same sound effect of Rocky 4.
Yeah.
Loud boxing punches.
I'm like, John Wick will mess you up. His fist will go right through you, man. Yeah, that whole movie was loud, especially the what's that gun? The dragon breather, I think it's called, where it was setting people on fire. That thing was like, that whole movie just blew me away.
Yeah.
That was it was really loud as well. I can imagine in Dolby it was awesome though.
Oh yeah.
See everything in Dolby if you can. Yes,
there's no ever since I watched the Batman in Dolby last year for the first time. I can't go back to regular theaters, man. I can't do it.
Yeah, I know what you mean, man. I know what you mean.
Yeah, just like after watching John Wick, it's hard to go back to watching regular action movies. I tried to watch Expendables 2 like the next day after watching John Wick, and it was like in slow motion compared to that movie. Like, dude, this is Disney compared to John Wick, man. Like, nah.
Disney.
Real.
Oh man. Well, Feature Cinema's adding. I'm looking forward to Super Mario, which comes out next week.
That's the big one coming out.
Yeah.
I'm
gonna enjoy, baby.
I bet.
Looks fun. And Horsetooth saying a movie called How to Blow Up a Pipeline, which I saw a trailer for the other day.
Yeah, I saw a trailer for that too. I think when I went to see Scream 6 or something like that. One of them, I think, I saw the trailer for that.
Did any of you see the trailer for a Toni Collette movie called like Mafia Mama or something like that?
Oh yeah, dude, with Monica Bellucci. Oh my
that
god.
looks interesting.
Yes. I want that. I want to
Yeah.
see that
They
so
were doing
bad.
Chicks at the Flicks for that.
That's like money for me. Toni Collette and Monica Bellucci together just sounds like money.
Yeah, I'd only heard of it because the other day I was at the gym and I saw the trailer and I was like, "What is this? I've never heard of this movie." And I was like, "Oh, Toni Collette, I'm sold."
Yeah.
Toni Collette's awesome.
And it's a mafia movie.
It's called Mafia Mama, I believe.
Mafia Mama. So it's like kind of like a comedy, like what's that one comedy with De Niro?
Oh man.
And was it
about the one where he went to therapy, where he had to go to therapy?
Yeah. Analyze this.
Analyze that and analyze this. Yeah.
Right. So it's something like that, like a mafia comedy type deal.
Possibly.
Like My Cousin Vinny.
Yeah.
I like My Cousin Vinny.
That's a good movie.
We've got a traction saying about being a werewolf. It would be difficult, especially to transform the manhood. Check out the wolf cop, which shows what happens to the manhood.
Yeah.
And he says, for him, vampire all the way. Him and the wife like a bit biting anyway. Good for you guys. I'm glad you did. We've got Screen Star saying evening all. So hey, hope you're doing well. Jackson saying I'd rather be a werewolf. At least it's only during full moons and not consistently. Vampire seems like a drug addiction.
That does make sense. It does a little bit. He's got a good point.
Yeah, but that werewolf should look like it hurts though. Like if you watch Miracle Werewolf in London, he was like in a lot of pain during that transformation. I felt bad for the guy.
Even the howling, that's an interesting transformation as well.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's a good movie. Yeah.
True.
Excuse me 1 second. I gotta just step out 1 second here. I'll be right back.
You're good. Sai saying on the subject of Japanese horror, has anyone seen One Cut Off the Dead? One best horror movie I've seen.
It's great.
No one knows.
That makes one of us.
It's fantastic. Go in, don't look at a trailer, just go in and watch it. Don't even look at a trailer. And Jamie, you could even watch this one for real. You can totally watch this movie and you would love it, I think. Just don't even watch the trailer. Go in. It's more comedy, that's what I'll tell you for sure. It's definitely more comedy, but it's fantastic. One of the best watches and one of the most creative ideas that I've seen in a long time.
Wow. Okay. And even Jamie can watch it. Wow. Jamie.
I know. I've got 2 on my list from this stream. The Plight
Oh yeah,
Society
she totally.
and Cut of the
Yeah,
Dead.
she totally can. Yeah, definitely. If you like the Walking Dead content and stuff, and you could stomach that, you can totally watch this one, and I think you'll appreciate what they do with the movie.
Oh,
Okay.
I have to check it out.
That sounds awesome, man. I'll have to check it out. DVD and Film Blog says, I'd go for werewolf since vampire have every weakness in the book. I'd go with Fright Night as well with the Lost Boys as a close second. Johnny Carpenter's Vampires as James Woods in. That guy rocks.
Oh,
Fantastic.
yeah. Movie, James Woods.
And Horsetooth says, Carpenter's Vampires is hilarious. James Woods gives one of the most unhinged performances.
It really is. It's great. Yeah, it's totally underrated. It's got such great gore, fantastic comedy in it that lands, and it's like natural comedy. And then they have that dark kind of sexual element in it as well. So it's got a lot of everything you want.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I've never heard of it before. You just mentioned it, to be honest. So
It's kind of a pure movie. I remember it. Yeah.
We got. I really like the first time of Dracula and Taste of Blood. If that counts. Possibly Mystics and Bali. That's an Indonesian vampire folklore.
Nice.
Oh, okay. I need to see, man.
Move on.
Remember when we were talking about things that would like be really disturbing? That would definitely be one that we do not want to watch.
That's
that right there.
I saw that and I was like, "What the hell is this?"
Yeah, no.
The fuck is that?
Yeah, no. It's a big no.
Exactly.
Indonesian vampire from what? Floating head with ends.
I don't even know what they're talking
Yeah,
about.
next.
All right.
True Action says, I think the Z-Man would make it sexy.
You watch Emma tomorrow is gonna just like when Mike gets out of the shower, just grab some glitter and throw it.
Yeah, give him a mullet like Eddie Murphy in Vampire in Brooklyn. That'd be perfect.
Oh, man. Nice.
I don't think you want to see this. If you want to see my acting, check out Secret Scene. You can see it there. Andy forgot one of those. Says, evening, guys. So, hey, Andy. Hope you well.
Hey.
And let's have a look. Oh, hold on. Also, if you were a werewolf, you'd need to bring a spare bag of clothes with you. Absolutely.
Very true.
Ruined a lot of clothes, yeah.
Fourth on the film 9.5 Weeks and other erotic romance films. There were also a sequel to 9 Weeks, and it was awful. What? What is this movie?
Never heard of it.
9.5 Weeks. Wait, is that the one with Kim Basinger and Mickey Rourke?
Mickey Rourke, yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's an old one.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that in a long time. I think the last time I saw that, I was probably like 20. It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a minute since I've seen it. I think she gets naked in that movie, though, Kim Basinger.
Yeah, isn't there a fruit eating scene that's pretty erotic in that?
Mm-hmm.
Am I thinking right? Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Other erotic romantic films. Does Fatal Attraction count as erotic romantic thriller? Well, that's more like a romantic thriller because the bitch went crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fatal Attraction.
War of the Roses is crazy.
Basically, yeah.
Oh, I love War of the Roses. Yeah, that's my movie right there. Yeah.
What? Ryan saying Wild Things as well. Have you guys seen that?
Oh,
one?
Wild Things.
Fantastic.
Okay.
It's great.
Nah, I'm lost.
That's some of the best you'll ever see of Nev Campbell and Denise Richards, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They got a nice
wow.
opposite of that.
Right.
Mike.
You know, I never liked Denise Richards. Like, she smiles too much. Like, remember back in the day, like no matter what situation she's in, she always has a stupid shit-eating grin on her face.
Oh my gosh!
Like, she just has the most punchable face, man. Like, why are you smiling? God.
Do you know how hard it is to be a woman, Rashad? You're constantly worrying about all these things to do with your appearance, and then of all things, of all unrealistic expectations, you smile way too much.
Jamie, you know I'm not lying. She smiles and everything, whether she's running from a big bug in Starship Troopers or whatever. She always has like this. I'm happy. Like, what the fuck are you happy about?
She watched Tammy and the T-Rex. She did a movie with Paul Walker called Tammy and the T-Rex. That's fantastic.
and I bet she smiled nonstop in that one too, didn't she?
She's a pretty giddy. Yeah, she's a cheerleader. She's a pretty happy cheerleader high schooler.
Yeah, man. I mean, so give us a resting bitch face sometimes, man. You don't have to smile all the time.
Okay.
Oh gosh, you don't understand the inner workings of a woman, Rashad. Like I have a constant bitch face, and I'm like, man, I need to smile more. To the point, might I add? Let's throw this out there for a little bit of gender role banter. One time I was on my friend's stream, and a guy who's mutual friends with me was like, "Why does Jamie look so sad?" And after it, I commented, "What do you mean sad?" Because like I had a great stream, I had lots of fun, and then like he screenshotted one of the points where I was just like, just listening, and apparently I looked sad, so I was like, "Fuck, man, I need to smile more." And here's Rashad like, "Oh, these women just smiling all the time."
I can handle that because you're being attentive. So of course, when you're listening, you're not going to be like that. That'll be creepy if you're listening and be like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Rashad, you kill me.
Jesus, Mary and Joseph.
Denise Richards.
She does. She has the most punchable face, man. If you watch Starship Troopers, the thing I like about the movie is that she didn't die and the other girl did.
Oh man, that was so sad.
Yeah. What was her name? Des.
Yeah, she's one of the best. Yeah.
I loved her. Like, how could they couldn't do the flip flop? Like, let her die. It should still have a smile on her face, like the Joker, Denise Richards. Sorry.
No, that's hilarious, man. Okay. Mystics in Valley sounds disturbing on paper, but it's hilarious. Okay. James Rolfe did a Monster Madness episode of Mystic in Valley years ago. Okay. None of us know this dude, but okay, that's cool. Rob's saying for erotica, I've got to go with pretty much anything with Sharon. Is that Weary?
Weary.
Why? I don't know.
Fancy her. He fancies her.
I think he does.
I don't know. For me, it's like anything with Linnea Quigley. I'm just like a huge Linnea Quigley fan, and she does like all these crazy movies like Night of the Demons and Slime Bowl-orama and all that stuff. And she's like nude in almost like 80% of her movies, but I love her to death.
I gotta face my fear and watch that movie, man. I've never seen Night of the Demons. Just because the VHS cover scared me so much as a kid. So when I would go to the video store and I would see the cover of it, I'm like, I would do this as I walk past it. I was a coward, so I never watched that movie.
A lot of people give it kind of a lot of crap because they say it's just like an Evil Dead ripoff, but it's like one of the best in terms of if you like the Evil Dead kind of tone, you'll love Night of the Demons because it has that same tone.
Okay. Yeah, but that cover's just creepy though, man. That's probably the creepiest like box art cover I've ever seen of a movie.
Yeah, she's got a good special effect. Angela, that design of her,
it's very unsettling. I mean, but then again, I'd rather look at her than Denise Richards though, man.
Rather look at that than a smile.
Yeah. Gosh.
With Denise Richards.
I know, right?
And she's got such a beautiful smile too. And he's like, nah. Yeah, it's so beautiful.
It's not bad if she just didn't wear it all the time. You're not the Joker, loosen up the face muscles, but let him relax.
Oh god.
I can imagine she's just smiling because she's generally happy to be there in the movie. And Rashad's like,
getting paid.
I know, right?
Make it rain.
Yeah, I'm making it rain. You a broke YouTuber. Damn.
Okay. So
maybe you should smile more, motherfucker. She's sitting on her like pillows of money, like look at this guy.
Oh shit, that's a good one. Damn.
Anyway.
Right?
Sorry, off topic. Sorry, Rashad.
I'm smiling all the way to the bank.
well, Denise, Rashad's links down below.
Oh god.
Oh man. Oh, here we go. Reactions like Mickey Rourke looks like a smashed lasagna.
A little rough looking.
Yeah, he messed himself up, man. Well, he used to box.
Yeah.
That's why his face got mangled because he stopped acting and started boxing. And as an actor, that's the worst thing you could do to your face is get in a boxing ring.
Yeah.
Is Mike crying over there? Mike's
Yeah,
crying.
I really got him.
Oh gosh.
Wow. Yeah, poor Mickey Rourke, man.
I'm sorry, guys. I was crying. Poor Mickey Rourke and poor Denise Richards. Holding up watching this stream.
Well, difference is Mickey Rourke can knock you out. So yeah, be careful what you say about him. I heard Mickey Rourke is a rough dude.
Yeah.
He does look terrible nowadays, though.
Yeah.
It's certainly gone on for that man.
Yeah.
Okay. When the wife gives me a stern look, it gets rowdy because I know it's whip time.
What's
Oh, no.
Going on?
It's whip time. Okay. Hey, he likes it rough, huh?
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Look at all his sex life.
What? Shit, get hit by the whip. I hear that, man. Damn, probably gets hot candle wax on the nipples and everything, huh?
Yeah.
Jeez.
Hey, Rashad, imagine Denise Richards with the whips.
Does that hurt? You like that? Huh? You like that, big boy? That was scared the shit out of me.
Oh man. Good callback.
Oh shit. That's great.
Honest question: do you guys have a babe station equivalent in the US? Z-Man knows what that is.
What's a babe station?
Yeah, what's that?
Basically, a channel where if you call in, there's a woman doing adult entertainment. That's what.
Oh yeah, we have those. Yeah.
That's what the internet's for. It's free.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, don't hurt yourself, guys.
That stuff.
Points free.
Just go to POF or something. Go to POF and get catfished.
Directions and I don't know yet. Candle wax, that's the wife's specialty. Some great nookie tonight for us.
Oh my goodness.
Oh man.
Pain is pleasure, huh?
Pain is pleasure, my friend. Okay, we've got. Hold on. Drew asks, who do you think the worst Mission Impossible villain is? I think Hendrix in Ghost Protocol. He was so forgettable and boring.
I actually totally agree with that.
I can't comment on this. I don't know any. I've never watched.
I was about to say I don't remember it. Only villain I remember is Henry Cavill in the last one. That's it.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah.
Same here. Okay. Well, thank you, Drew.
Yeah.
He says, hot take. Todd from She-Hulk is the worst MCU villain. He makes Whiplash, Alec Keith, and Taskmaster look better in comparison, and the part where he becomes a Hulk was absolutely laughable.
I almost forgot about that. Yeah, that whole show was just atrocious, man.
I was just about to say, to be fair, he didn't even become a villain because we didn't even really get a chance to see him as a villain because She-Hulk decides it's going to be fun to just come in and rewrite the freaking whole season.
Yeah.
So let's not start that freaking shit again.
Only thing I remember about that show was her twerking with Megan Thee Stallion. That's it. That's the only thing I remember about She-Hulk.
Actually, we were talking about you earlier, Rashad, when we were talking about it. Because Jace was like, I didn't find her hot. Like, she's just this large woman who's green. And I'm like, where's Rashad? Because guaranteed he'd be like, that bitch be hot. Did you find her hot?
She had moments. She had moments where she did look good, but then there were the times the CG looked just like terrible. So it just depended when they showed her. I guess they had like different special effects teams working on her or whatever. So it depended on when they showed it. Because there was times that she did look good, especially in that first episode. As that first episode, I was like, yeah, She-Hulk can get it twice on Sunday.
She had just enough smile in her, you reckon?
Just enough smile in her. Yes, ma'am. But I ain't with that carrying shit. You ain't picking me up and carrying me. Like, we ain't doing that.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I never understood how guys let women do things to them that shouldn't be done to them. You know, I don't want to get too explicit, but I'm like, dude, that's not meant for a man to go through. No. You're not doing that to me. No. You know. But Rashad, it's erotic. I don't give a damn what it is. You was not doing that to me. So in She-Hulk case, you are not picking me up and carrying me to the room and putting me on the bed. I don't operate that way.
You don't. Honestly, the way the world works, I'm sure there's lots of people that like want that, like have mummy issues or like want to be the baby sort of thing. Like there's some strange things, and I didn't really experience a lot of it until like I hear and get some things, and I'm like, oh man.
I say women probably have it worse because I always feel like the guys are seeking the women versus the women seeking the guys. So I know the women have to deal with a lot more kind of strange things.
So strange, dude. Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to go into too graphic here, but like one time I was selling an item like through, let's say, eBay. And, you know, people, you get the usual things like, you know, try it on and stuff like that. You know, send me a picture of it, try it on or whatnot. And you just like get rid of it. But like there's some guys that literally ask you to wear some things. And again, I'm not going to be specific, but imagine something that you would wear for, let's say, a week long. And they ask you to do that and send it. Like they want to purchase it. It's like, man, what is wrong? Like what's going on? People. So Rashad, you say you don't like it, but I'm sure there would be people out there that would be like, you know, pick me up.
Oh, there's some kinky bastards out there. Yeah, I know.
Gross.
Some stuff.
Yeah, just some things should not be done to a man. I'm gonna leave it at that. You know,
Rashad wants to be carried, I think.
Shoot, I'll be like, put me down. You know, carrying like I'm no damn baby. What's wrong with you?
Well then, the wife is definitely the more experimental person and caring about the wife, so willing to do it.
True.
I'm glad to action. I'm glad you guys are happy. That's the main thing.
As long as we're happy. You got to say the word. That's
it. The viewer Drew says, do you guys think the MCU will do Wolverine right or completely destroy him?
They'll probably emasculate him a little bit, you know.
Yeah.
Wolverine's like a really rough and rugged dude, and the way the MCU operates, they're probably gonna have him with like arch eyebrows and like manicure and shit, you know. Make him what do you call it, metrosexual or whatever?
Right, yeah, metrosexual.
Well, for now we've got Hugh Jackman coming back, so it's all good for now.
Yeah, it's gonna be so hard to do it after Hugh Jackman. That's a hard person to follow, I would say.
Right.
Yeah.
Facts.
I think so. Exploitation says, what's the saddest film you've all seen?
Saddest film I've ever seen.
That
list goes long.
My Girl. My Girl's a good movie, man. That's a sad movie, My Girl.
Yeah.
Heard.
Gladiator was sad. It was. I should look that list is long, man, because I can name so many movies that had me like a big water bag. Any of you ever heard of Imitation of Life? This movie called Imitation of Life. It's about a single black mom who has a half white daughter.
Yeah.
And this takes place in the 50s, and
the
daughter doesn't want to be black, so she like just claims her whiteness. So the whole movie she like kind of disowns her mom and like separates herself from her black side, and you know they just have like a very emotional reunion where the mom tries to connect with her again, and she's like, "Listen, when you see me, act like you don't know me. I don't know you. I don't want to know anything about you or nothing." And it's just a real sad moment, man. Every time I watch it, especially if I'm drinking, man, that shit has me like, yeah.
Good one.
Okay. You seen it? Okay, you did say okay. You said it. You seen it, right?
Yeah, there's been a couple of versions of that movie. There's been a really old version of it as well, if I remember right. I mean, both.
Yeah. Well, the one I've seen is the 1959 one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Sad movie, man. Yeah, that one gets me.
Yeah.
King Kong Lives. I don't give a damn what y'all say. Yes, it's a bad movie. It's a terrible movie. I will never defend it, but you can't help but to feel something when Kong is getting shot up and his son's being born, and he holds his son in his hand for the last time as he's sitting there bleeding out of his mouth, and he dies right there with his son in his hand. I don't care how tough you are. That movie, that part will mess you up. As fake as it looks.
Spoilers.
None of y'all seen King Kong Lives?
Nah.
Which one?
If it's an old movie like that, I probably haven't seen it. Most likely.
Yeah, that was 1986. It had Linda Hamilton, you know, Sarah Connor, and I forgot who else was in there. Huh?
Was there Jeff Bridges one, or is that something else I'm thinking?
That's the other one.
Jeff Bridges is the 70s King Kong. Yeah, Kong Lives. King Kong Lives is a sequel to that one.
Okay.
That was made in 86.
Okay.
Yeah, they was able to resurrect him. They built like this big ass like giant heart that they put inside of him. They was able to resurrect Kong.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I ain't ready, man. Y'all ain't gonna watch the shit no way, so I don't care about spoiling it. Like you're gonna say, "We spoiled King Kong Lives, man."
Yeah.
I was gonna watch that tonight.
This movie from the 80s was next on my playlist.
Yeah. So yeah, spoiler: Kong dies again. Yeah. But he dies holding his son.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm going to just go on Letterboxd and be like, I know the ending thanks to Rashad. I don't need to watch this now.
Rashad Spoiler G, that's what they call me.
Spoiler G.
Yeah.
Jamie agreed with it. Yep, he does spoil. Yes, he does.
Yep.
I love how every stream Rashad comes on, he's going to be like, man, I'm going to try my best not to spoil anything tonight. And he always does.
But do you know King Kong dies with his son in his mouth?
I mean, because you know why I mess up, because I just be assuming when it's an old movie that everybody's seen it.
Yeah.
So I have to just program my brain like this case is a possibility they haven't seen these movies even if they're old. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah.
Well, Rashad, you know I ain't seen shit. So you know I.
You haven't.
Well.
You haven't. God.
I know. But yeah, Ryan, Norin, do you guys have any sad movies?
The last one, I mean, there's been different ones. I think last year there was a movie called Blue Bayou. It was a movie about this guy that with immigration. That one was really sad. The ending of that, I'm not going to say anything in case you guys ever want to watch it. And then the Art of Racing.
Thank you, Ryan.
Yeah, take note, Rashad. This is how you do it.
And then the Art of Racing in the Rain is a very sad movie. It's a dog movie. So
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
which one's that one?
Huh?
Which one was that one? Sorry.
The Art of Racing in the Rain.
I've seen that one.
Yeah, I remember watching that in the theater, and I was like the only one. I was just like bawling by the end of that movie. It was pretty bad.
Damn.
So
that one's upsetting.
Yeah, it is.
I'd say recently Marley and Me for me.
Wait, you were crying in the thumbnail.
I was gone. I was in a flood.
Yeah.
Because I'm not even kidding. Like most of the movie, I was fine. I was like, what's so upsetting about this movie? The last 10, 15 minutes in, I was like, oh, I'm in trouble.
Drop a ton of bricks on you, and it's done.
So that one and A Man Called Otto for me recently.
I still got to watch that. What about Passion of the Christ, man? I think everybody can agree on that one. When I saw that, there was not a dry eye in the theater. I mean, everybody was bawling.
Yeah,
everybody, strangers were hugging each other and shit. That movie was that was rough.
Yeah,
definitely is.
Hey, give me a second. I gotta walk my son out to the car. His mom's outside because if I don't come, she's gonna be talking. Why don't you bring him out when you're supposed to? You always come in late. Jesus, man, nag.
She probably just got a massive smile on her face and he's just with
it. Jamie?
Yeah, the saddest one for me is 7 Pounds with Will Smith. Have you seen that?
That one I haven't seen.
I've heard of it.
Oh, man, I mean, I cry in a lot of things, to be fair, but that's one that I just will not go back and watch because it's just so sad, and it really makes you think about life, like changing people's lives, and I don't know. It's just really sad, very depressing, and you leave after it obviously feeling like, oh, that's so nice, but at the same time just but I cry in a lot. So a lot of things I find sad. I'm very emotional, but that one is definitely one that I can't even go back to because it really leaves you it's really sad.
Yeah. No, I've never seen that one, Jamie. The Pursuit of Happiness I cry at as well. That one's
Well, you should watch 7 Pounds at least just once. Well, probably only just once if you're like me, but it'll definitely make you cry for sure.
I've got it.
You got it.
Oh wow, Mike!
Hold
Mike!
Hold on. Yes, I remember about this actually. Yeah, so what happened was my dad got given like a stack of DVDs once, right? So I went through them and I was like, oh, I wonder if there's any Blu-rays, and then I came across this and I was like, oh wow, I've never seen it. I opened it up, so £7 was included as you'd expect, and so was a copy of Hostel Part 2.
Oh, nice.
I'm not kidding. And I was like, what? Hostel and £7? I'm like, okay.
Completely different movies. You might cry in both, but completely different.
After I cry, I can watch someone get butchered. That's good.
Someone get
Oh my gosh. That's funny.
Yeah, I know. I know. I don't know where that's come from.
That's so random.
I can't believe we talk about all these big movies and Mike's never seen it. And then some obscure movie like 7 Pounds, and Mike pulls it out. I'm like, no way. Like,
he's just gonna sitting on the shelf.
Movies,
I love that. That's funny.
Nobody has that movie.
He's like, wait, I thought I've heard of that title and just whips it out. Like,
I think I've heard it. Like, nobody saw that in the movie theater. I don't think that made any money.
Nah, I think it bombed.
Probably
I think.
not.
And a movie like Gladiator made tons of money, but Mike has 7 pounds. But okay, he has Gladiator,
which he didn't buy. To be fair, it was given
I
to
didn't
him,
buy.
so
Yeah.
technically he didn't contribute to any money.
You guys should know by now our surprises at the best of times. You're like, he's never seen that, but I'm like, I've seen that one, yeah.
Yeah.
You'd be surprised. Right, so that's going to do it for the comments because we are going to be ending up wrapping up. So by the time Rashad gets back, we'll probably be signed off. So yeah, so thank you to Jason, Jamie.
Rashad's gonna come
Rashad.
back. We're gone. Where's everybody?
Exactly. And thank you to Ryan and also Norin as well. Just before we wrap up, I just want to give a quick chance over to my guests. Ryan, what you've got coming up on your channel?
So I just dropped today Operation Fortune, Roost to Gear, the new Jason Statham movie. I just dropped the other day a review for Stalker, and I have one other review I'm going to post later this week. It's going to be for a horror movie called Killer Goats, so look out for that.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
And I know this weekend I'm going to go see Dungeons and Dragons and the new Florence Pugh movie, A Good Person. So I'll have reviews for those as well.
Florence Pugh.
Nice.
Twice on Sundays?
Yeah, twice on Sunday for sure. Yeah, man. Florence Pugh, bad boy.
Yeah, you've seen Midsummer, right? With her in there?
What's that?
Have you seen her in Midsummer?
Nah, I'm not a fan of that director, man. His style is too weird for me.
He's about to make a Western movie they just announced today.
So, I mean, well, if she looks good in that, I'll watch it. If she looks good in Midsummer, like, does she? You know?
Yeah, she looks good.
Oh, yeah.
Come on, man. You got to watch it.
I don't know. You got that Kool-Aid smile. I think you're trying to hustle me, man, to watch it.
I think you think it'll be weird. It's A24, brother.
The horror movie. I don't know.
Yeah, because it was like, the director of Hereditary. I'm like, Hereditary was trash. You know, that's not gonna sell me.
Is that the one where in the backseat of the car, was there a scene of like the brother and the sister, and then like someone's head gets decapitated in that? They're like driving down it.
Yeah, in Hereditary.
Yeah?
You said it, not me. I ain't spoiling nothing else.
I mean, I don't even know if that's a spoiler. I just walked in on that scene and I was like, "What the hell?"
Yeah. That
Again,
movie
what are you
was
watching?
Very strange, man.
Yeah.
That movie was out there.
I would just love to see Rashad. I'd love to see a reaction to this one scene in Midsummer. Mike, have you seen Midsummer?
Yes.
You know the scene?
I've seen that movie, Ryan.
Good.
Yeah.
You know the scene I'm talking about in that movie, then.
The non-spoiler at like a height.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I would love to see Rashad's reaction to that. I really would.
That's the best scene in the movie as well.
Exactly.
I don't know. I might have me a couple of drinks and check it out.
And then you'll fall asleep.
Oh yeah, you will. It's a slow burn. It's a slow burn.
It is.
Is it okay? Yeah. If it's anything like Hereditary, I'm gonna be out.
He's gonna be out. Yeah.
Yeah, because Hereditary put me out. Like. Yeah.
Hey, and then Jamie Lee over here with the spoiler as well for Hereditary.
That must have been a massive moment in that movie that I walked in on then. But yeah, that's one thing I saw.
Check out her channel in the spoiler row down below in the description box.
She doesn't watch horror, but you know what she does watch? Heads getting decapitated. Like, what? God damn.
Oh man. Well, Ryan's link's down below in the description box, so go check him out. Please go subscribe to him. Rashad, what have you got coming up?
Let's see. What's today? Tuesday. So tomorrow I'm dropping a video for the Wu-Tang Saga 7th episode, and then Snowfall on Thursday, and then I'm also going to see a movie called 1001 Thursday night. So I should be having that review Friday, and that's about it that I can think of right now. Yeah.
I know D Movie Man's just reviewed that 1001 as well.
Yeah.
So really already
he got to see that Sundance Festival a little bit early.
Man, I'm sick of y'all, man. I get so damn jealous, man. People say, "Yeah, I went to watch it a week early." How are y'all doing this?
I don't have any access to early stuff either, Rashad. So I'm right with you.
Doesn't it make you sick?
Yeah, I would love to see stuff early, but I don't have that in my city, unless I get a screener for it.
Yeah, I don't know if y'all know Darnell from Rejected Heroes Media. He gets on my nerves the most because he always hits me up. Hey, big bro, guess what? I'm going to watch Super Mario a week early. I'm like, oh.
Guilty. That was me with Creed 3. I'm like, Rashad, guess what I got to screen it to? And you're like, what? And then I just hit him with and I'm not even going to go watch it. What?
I'm like pulling my hair. I'm like,
torture.
If you were here, you could have my screeners, Rashad.
Yeah. Well, what's crazy is there was an early screener for 1001. Actually, it's supposed to be for tonight, and I tried to get my ticket yesterday, but it kept saying it was sold out. But it's funny when I looked at the seats, like all the seats were empty. So I'm trying to get my ticket, and they're like, "Nope, this event's sold out." I'm like, "What the fuck you mean it's sold out?" So I don't know if the theater's trying to sabotage the movie or what, but yeah, I was supposed to see it tonight, but they kept saying sold out. But I was able to get my ticket for Thursday. But yeah, I don't know what that was about. I'm like, how's it sold out? There's only 3 seats filled. Like, what the hell?
I think the theater knew you're on Z Talk, so it's like you're not getting a ticket to this one tonight.
Yeah. They're like, "Oh, Rashad wants to see something early."
Nah, he'll spoil it. Gives me too many spoilers, this guy.
Wow. Well, you know what? Well, Darnell does that too. Darnell, I think he saw Venom 2 early. He saw Carnage early, and I guess he spoiled a little bit too much of it because that video did really good. But people were coming after him in the comments like, "Dude, you're spoiling the movie. What the hell? You're Jeremy Johns wannabe?" And I'm like, Jeremy Johns. I said, yeah, I guess he does kind of act like Jeremy Johns a little bit. But yeah, that guy, I love Darnell though. I mean, I hate on him, but in a good way though. Like, it's all love. I'm like, dude, I hate you.
It's all love, but I hate you.
Yeah, like every damn week. Oh, bro, guess what? I'm going to see early. I'm like, dude, I don't even want to know, man. But yeah, but other than that, yeah, that's all I got coming on the channel though. So yeah, Wu-Tang, Snowfall, and then 1001.
Get yeah. Well, Norin, you got a Wu-Tang jumper on. Have you been watching the series?
Oh, what's up? Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't checked out the series yet, but yeah, this is like one of my favorite shirts just because that was the first rap album that my uncle ever showed me was Enter the 36 Chambers.
Yeah.
The first time I ever heard like true rap was that album.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just introduced my son to that album today when I picked him up from school. Yeah,
nice.
It's gonna take some time to see my son. He's 7, so he listens to stuff like Marshmello and this little pop stuff. So hip hop, real hip hop is new to him. So he's like, "Old Dirty Bastard." Who's that? I said, don't say the word, man. Just say ODB. You can't say Old Dirty Bastard. Oh shoot! Yeah, man.
Well, definitely go check out Rashad's channel. Just very quickly, Rod, Rob's adding we should do another blaxploitation review.
Bring it. Let's go.
Yeah. Hit him up. Hit him up, Rob.
Yeah, let's do it.
Norin, what have you got coming up on your channel?
Oh, definitely the more Puppet Master videos, finishing that off and then ranking them at the end of that and everything. And then I also have plans to do my Directors I Love, Movies I Hate video, and it's going to be episode 3 for this month, and it's going to be Christopher Nolan. So I'm going to try to get that one out because he doesn't always have bangers. He's got some crappy films too.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Okay. I'm intrigued to see what movie you're going to pick though for Christopher Nolan.
Yeah,
that'd be interesting.
Watch me The Dark Knight Rises.
It won't be that one for sure.
It won't be Dark Knight Rises.
That's my favorite Batman movie, actually.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Yeah, that means because I know it's a lot of people hate on that one. A lot of people hate on Dark Knight Rises. I mean, personally, I dug it, but
I freaking love that movie. I think Tom Hardy's Bane representation and performance was freaking amazing. To see him and Christian Bale go against each other, like that scene when they first fight each other under the underground is like one of the best sequences I've ever seen in cinema.
Well, I'm glad they fixed the voice because if you remember when the trailer first came out, they had like a teaser trailer and the audio was so muffled. Like, dude, I can't make out anything he's saying.
Yeah.
It was just like,
Yeah.
what?
Talking underwater, hey.
Yeah. So I was nervous at first because they released like a 5-minute clip of the movie before they dropped the trailer. Like
they did. I think the whole intro. It was like the whole first 5 minutes.
Right.
Yeah, they did the whole plane sequence.
Yeah.
Right, and I was nervous because I'm like, dude, if he's talking like this through the whole movie, we're in trouble. So I'm glad they went back and fixed it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
do.
man.
I really like that movie as well, guys. So I'm with you.
It's a good movie.
I was going to say, Norin, if any of the movie of the Dark Knight trilogy was on your list, man, we would have fallen out though.
More Z talks for Norin.
No more Z talks for Norin.
No more Z talks. You're fired.
Mike would have been like, "Oh, I can't fit you in this week, Norin. I'm sorry."
You know what? I can't fit you in next week or the week after either.
Too busy.
That's it. So you can find Norin's channel down below in the description box as well. Please go subscribe to him and check out his channel. And Jamie, what are you working on at the moment?
Yeah, I'm covering School Spirits, as I mentioned earlier, which is like a teenage ghost sort of series with Peyton List. And I do have some other things that I'm watching, but I'm just not quite sure if I'm going to cover them on the channel yet. One is Succession. I started watching that, and Superman and Lois, because I really want to get back into the DC side of things. And like, I haven't really touched on the Arrowverse, you know. I still haven't even watched Peacemaker even. So yeah, I want to go back and watch some of those sort of CW shows to do with DC. But yeah, I don't know if I'm going to cover that. And then Beef is probably the next thing coming out. I don't know if I'm going to do Dungeons and Dragons, because like Ryan, I am going to watch that this weekend. That was really strange too, with Rashad talking about, you know, movie cinemas sabotaging things, because Dungeons and Dragons, not an early screener, like this is just purely at the cinemas. It was released last weekend, so it was out for Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then they took it off, and then you can't watch it now until this Friday, so tomorrow basically. And it's like, what? I don't understand. So just like a 3-day release and then nothing, and then a week later they've got it released, and I'm like, that's such a strange thing. I've never paid attention to that before. So anyway, so I'm going to watch that this weekend, but it seems like everybody's already watched it, so I don't even know if I'll cover that either. But yeah, lots of things to check out on my channel. I don't know. They're not a very good plug. I'm going to watch stuff, but I don't know if I'm going to talk about it. But come to my channel and subscribe anyway.
Yeah, please go and see Jamie at her channel in the front row. You may get us some reviews for these stuff, you may not. Subscribe right now.
Oh gosh.
And Jason, I know you got your Pixar ranking going on at the moment.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, do a Pixar movie. Got 11 movies left on my rankings. So probably 3 more videos left on that. Basically, get through those. Yeah. Besides that, I'm not sure. I want to do a live stream. I think Saturday for talk about the movies I've been watching the last month. Is probably what I'm going to do. Besides that, I don't know. I still got stuff like ranking the Beatles songs and ranking my top 100 favorite albums. So I still got that there, and definitely still want to talk about John Wick. That's still something that's on my brain that I have to talk about at some point more. I have to do some spoilers because there's so many things to talk about in that movie.
There is.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Movie of the year so far. It's been a busy-ish year. I don't feel like there's been many movies, if I'm being honest. But it might just be me.
Not many good ones, at least in my opinion.
No.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so far I would say last year was better. But we still got a lot of the year to go. I'm expecting Evil Dead Rise to blow us out of the water.
I'm
hoping Mission Impossible won't disappoint. That's my thing right now.
That's gonna be really good.
Is that gonna be a theater one for you, Jason?
Yeah. I'm playing on 2 movies in the theater, and that's John Wick 4 and Mission Impossible: Dead Reckoning. That's probably
Yeah, I saw that Mission Impossible trailer again when I went to see John Wick the other day, and I was like, wow, this looks amazing.
Yeah.
I can't wait.
Yeah.
So Jason's links down below in the description box as well. And as for myself, on April 1st, I've got an early screener from Shudder for Slasher Ripper episodes 1 and 2. That will be as a premiere, so feel free to check that out. And then in the meantime, who the hell knows? So, so yeah, we've got DVD and film blog saying good night. So yeah, thank you for tuning in, my friend.
Laters.
Good
afternoon. Good night, everyone, from me and the wife. Good night. Don't be too busy, guys. Enjoy yourselves and be careful. And yeah, thank you to all my guests joining me now and all the guests who joined earlier. And until next time, we will see you later. Bye, everyone.
Later.